Chapter 657. Nangong Wumi has mastered many powerful offensive secret methods. But when he saw Yang Feng's devour Black Moon, he realized that unless he uses the power of the virtual world inside him, he won't be able to break Yang Feng's devour Black Moon. Astrologers who cultivate star force are generally very calm and have mastered various deduction spells. Once they start fighting, they will have some confidence in the outcome of the battle. Nangong Wumi cultivates a part of the star text left behind by the Star Lord. He has studied astrology, and his computing ability is far greater than that of ordinary people. After discovering that he can't defeat Yang Feng, he no longer has any interest in fighting. After Nangong Wumi admitted defeat, he accepted Yang Feng's invitation to enter Undying Mountain, where he drank heartily with Yang Feng, chatted happily, and became friends. A night later, Nangong Wumi left Undying Mountain and Ligui Province, and traveled to other provinces of Great Cloud Dynasty in search of opportunities. Before long, the news that Nangong Wumi of the glorious Sun 7 Stars was defeated by Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming spread throughout Ligui Province. For the first time, Ligui Province's warlocks took Yang Feng's avatar young master Lei Ming seriously. Prior to this, Ligui Province's warlocks believed that Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming was just a warlock proficient in intrigue, weak in strength, and with countless elite subordinates. But after Yang Feng defeated Nangong Wumi, Ligui Province's warlocks acknowledged that Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is the strongest glorious sun warlock in Ligui Province as well as the warlock with the strongest potential in Ligui Province's younger generation. The forces full of malice towards Undying Mountain began to lie dormant. On the surface, no one dared to confront Undying Mountain anymore. With the passage of time, Undying Mountain's rule in Ligui Province grew stronger day by day. After Yang Feng defeated Nangong Wumi, he plunged into Undying Mountain's headquarters and practiced cultivation frantically. With the help of the Apple of Wisdom, superior level 8 soul aptitude, and virtually infinite resources, Yang Feng's cultivation speed advanced by leaps and bounds. Andrak Plain, in a secret underground laboratory. The level 4 stronghold is finally built. Yang Feng looked at the super-large level 4 matter and energy converter in the underground laboratory and showed a smile. With a thought, the level 4 optical computer transmitted a large amount of information. Type 2 Undying. It can reach Mach 100 when activated at full speed. The Blazing Sun Battlestar's main artillery can severely wound an Infinity Warlock with a single shot. Mistwalkers. Main battle robots that can gather and disperse into the mist and devour all kinds of energy. Vajra battle robot, with super strong defense and a large caliber main artillery, the power of the main artillery can seriously injure a Bright World Warlock. Void Assassin Type 2. Skynet Type 2, a defense system that can suppress Infinity Warlocks. Yang Feng looked at the information transmitted by the level 4 mobile stronghold with excitement in his eyes. Infinity Warlocks are currently the strongest known powerhouses in the Zhangji Plain. Among Yang Feng's subordinates, only the Blazing Angel Alexia can barely contend against a junior Infinity Warlock. To think that the enhanced Skynet can suppress Infinity Warlocks, it's simply heaven-defying. After getting excited, Yang Feng took a closer look, and then frowned at once. The level 4 mobile stronghold can already produce a defense system that can suppress Infinity Warlocks, but the enhanced Skynet consumes an astronomical amount of resources. With Yang Feng's current resources, if he doesn't use the resources of the Ligui Province, it will take him 30 years to produce an enhanced Skynet by relying on the level 4 matter and energy converter. Moreover, during these 30 years, he has to produce level 4 matter and energy converters as well as a large number of nuclear power plants and other energy plants. Apart from that, he can't produce anything else. Using the resources obtained in the Ligui Province, Yang Feng can only produce a powerful enhanced Skynet capable of suppressing Infinity Warlocks. Moreover, the consumption of the other 4th-generation battle robots is much greater than that of 3rd-generation battle robots. The resources required to produce Type 2 Undying are 100 times more than those required to produce Type 1 Undying. The resources required to produce 100 Type 1 Undyings can produce 1 Type 2 Undying. Yang Feng can produce more than 10 million third-generation battle robots in a year. But when it comes to producing fourth-generation battle robots, he can only produce 200,000 plus. Yang Feng mused, the stronger the existence, the more difficult it is to produce. This is a contradiction that is difficult to resolve. The best way is to occupy more territory and get more resources. Only then can I produce more battle robots. There are all kinds of munitions factories in the Andrak plain. If there are enough resources, it won't be a problem to produce 1 million fourth-generation battle robots in a month. However, Yang Feng can't use all the resources to produce battle robots. He can only collect energy to produce the fourth-generation battle robots. The Blazing Sun Battlestar can seriously injure an Infinity Warlock with a single shot. Such a Battlestar is very powerful, but with the current resources at Yang Feng's disposal, he can only build one in a year. Moreover, although the Blazing Sun Battlestar's artillery can seriously injure an Infinity Warlock, but its defense is too poor. It is not the opponent of an Infinity Warlock. Unless the Infinity Warlock just stands still and lets the Blazing Sun Battlestar attack. After the level 4 Stronghold was promoted to a level 4 Stronghold, Yang Feng issued an order for most munitions factories to adjust their production lines and start producing fourth-generation battle robots. After making the arrangements, Yang Feng returned to Undying Mountain and began to cultivate in seclusion. There are almost endless resources in the Ligui province. Before Yang Feng promotes to a Bright World Warlock, he doesn't have to worry about resources. This is the benefit of becoming the lord of a province. Cloud Capital, White Oak Villa. Yang Feng's avatar Zhao Fan slowly raised his head from among a pile of books, his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he revealed a smile. It's time for me to act. Zhao Fan is a perfect flesh golem that Yang Feng cultivated using a part of his flesh and Shizu technology and countless precious resources. It even has its own unique soul aura. Except for some peerless powerhouses with extraordinary talent, even if an Infinity Warlock uses a detection spell, they won't be able to see anything wrong with Yang Feng's perfect flesh golem. Cloud Capital's Alchemist Guild. This is an authority specialized in various certifications for alchemists. The strength of a warlock was composed of the warlock's cultivation base, the secret methods grasped, and the secret treasures grasped. Among them, secret treasures are the most important part of a warlock's fighting strength. The reason why the 7 human warlock emperors were able to suppress powerhouses of the same rank was because they had extremely precious Empyrean-grade secret treasures that matched their strength. Human warlocks' research on secret treasures continued to grow, reaching its apex in the 7th Warlock Dynasty, Magic Note Dynasty. After the destruction of the Magic Note Dynasty, the secret treasure technology of the humans fell to rock bottom. It was not easy for them to slowly recover their vitality. Sangji Plains human warlocks, whether it is the Eastern world or the Western world, attach great importance to alchemists. Thus, the Alchemist Guild is one of the most powerful institutions in Great Cloud Dynasty. Hello. My name is Li Wei. How can I help you? As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the Alchemist Guild, a beautiful front desk lady exuding level 1 warlock rank fluctuations of power spoke to Yang Feng with a smile. Yang Feng replied flatly, I am Zhao Fan, I came to take the alchemist certification today. Li Wei's eyes lit up slightly, alchemist certification. May I ask what alchemist tier you were before? Yang Feng replied, I haven't taken the alchemist certification before. Li Wei pointed at the room and said, then please enter the level 1 alchemist certification room, it's that room. Yang Feng glanced at the room and saw more than 30 young men and women gathered in front of the room. He glanced at one of them, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Then, he strode over to that side. A handsome young man dressed in white stared at a short-haired beautiful girl with a scorching gaze and said, Wuxia, I can definitely pass the level 1 alchemist certification today and become a real level 1 alchemist. If I pass the level 1 alchemist certification, please go out with me. I like you. Say yes. Say yes. The young boys and girls on the side started to make a ruckus. This kind of confession scene was the most popular scene for the audience to see. Lan Chuxia raised her eyebrows slightly and said rudely, Lu Ming, how many times have I told you? I have someone I like. Also, please call me by my full name. We aren't so close that we can only address each other by name. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot as he said loudly, Chuxia, I'm a student of Nanjiang Advanced Warlock Academy, and I'm also one of the top 10 geniuses of Nanjiang Advanced Warlock Academy. I'm already a level 3 warlock, and after another 2 years, I'm sure I'll attack the Great Warlock rank. The Secret Treasure Division has already sent me an invitation to join the Secret Treasure Division after I graduate. Who is the person you like? Is he as good as me? Lan Chuxia frowned slightly and was about to flip out. But when she saw Yang Feng, she suddenly showed a smile, took a few steps forward, hugged Yang Feng's arm, and said proudly, he's the person I like. The gazes of the young men and women focused on Yang Feng at once. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, hello, my name is Zhao Fan, I'm a Starry Sky Warlock. Starry Sky Warlock. He's actually a Starry Sky Warlock. Although Lan Chuxia's boyfriend is a bit older, but he's a Starry Sky Warlock. She has a good eye. Damn it, she got lucky to find a Starry Sky Warlock as her boyfriend. Gazes full of envy and jealousy focused on Lan Chuxia and Yang Feng. Chapter 658. Compared to a colossus like the Great Cloud Dynasty, Starry Sky Warlocks were nothing. However, Great Cloud Dynasty's advanced warlock academies only had teaching materials for cultivating great warlocks. For students of advanced colleges, Starry Sky Warlocks were first-class experts. In advanced warlock academies, only geniuses among geniuses, after joining the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, can practice cultivation until the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Even more people graduated as level 1 or level 2 warlocks, and then became part of the Great Cloud Dynasty's ordinary warlocks. For Lan Chuxia to have a Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse like Yang Feng as her boyfriend, it naturally aroused the envy of the young men and women. The corners of Lan Chuxia's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a happy smile. Lu Ming said coldly, Uncle Zhao. Are you here to take the level 1 alchemist certification? The surrounding young warlocks all felt the strong malice in Lu Ming's words, they looked at each other and became silent. Although Lu Ming was a bit arrogant, but he was indeed a genius of Nanjiang's Advanced Warlock Academy. At such a young age, he already possessed the cultivation of a level 3 warlock. Moreover, he was their friend, they naturally wouldn't help a stranger like Yang Feng. Yang Feng said lightly, that's right, I'm here for the Warlock Alchemist Qualification Certification. Lu Ming ridiculed, a Starry Sky Warlock carrying out the level 1 Alchemist Certification, you're really amazing. Generally speaking, level 1 Warlocks were already qualified to apply for level 1 Warlock Alchemist Certification. Starry Sky Warlocks generally had at least level 3 Alchemist Certification. Lu Ming's implication was that Yang Feng was a good-for-nothing in alchemy. In fact, in the Great Cloud Dynasty, many warlocks weren't good at alchemy because the Zhangji Plains warlock civilization was extremely developed. Warlocks specializing in combat, warlocks specializing in research, and warlocks specializing in alchemy had all appeared. Even among alchemists, there are many different research directions. There are alchemists who specialize in military secret treasures, and there are alchemists who specialize in civilian secret treasures. Generally, only Bright World Warlock or Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses who find it hard to make progress in their cultivation will start practicing alchemy from scratch. Otherwise, most other types of warlocks would use all kinds of secret treasures that had already been refined. Lu Ming was quite talented in alchemy. In fact, he already had level 2 alchemy, which was why he started to attack Yang Feng in what he was best at. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "I've done some research on alchemy." Just then, the door of the room opened, and more than 30 warlocks left the level 1 alchemist certification room. Some were in high spirits, while some were dejected. "Next batch, come in." An indifferent voice came from the room. Lu Ming revealed a provocative smile towards Yang Feng and strode into the room. Lan Chuxia revealed a sweet smile and said, "Brother Zhao, don't stoop to his level. He was just a wimpy brat. Let's do it together." Yang Feng smiled, scratched Lan Chuxia's little nose, and entered the room. Inside the room, there were more than 30 tables with a pile of materials placed on top of them. In the room, there were 3 great warlock rank alchemists. Each of them had a level 4 alchemist certification badge on their chest, indicating that they were level 4 alchemists. A level 4 alchemist said coldly, "Use the materials on the table and refine 5 level 1 secret treasures within 5 hours. If you succeed, you'll pass the level 1 alchemist certification exam. Let's begin." When Yang Feng had just arrived at the Turandot subcontinent, there were many places in the Turandot subcontinent where level 1 secret treasures were priceless. But in the Great Cloud Dynasty, they were just exam questions. From these details, it can be seen the huge gap between the warlock civilizations of the Turandot subcontinent and the Great Cloud Dynasty. As soon as the examiner's words fell, Lu Ming's hands turned into a series of afterimages. All kinds of materials were quickly turned into components under his nimble hands, and a level 1 secret treasure flame blade was quickly formed. Compared with Lu Ming, the rest of the examinees looked very clumsy. They refined the materials and made them into components. When Lu Ming's flame sword was made, many examinees were still processing the materials. A look of concentration on her face, Lan Chuxia processed the materials one by one, engraved them with runes, and made them into components. This batch of examinees is really bad. However, those 2 examinees are good seedlings. Let me see, it's Lu Ming and Luo Xiuxiu. An examiner glanced at the information in his hands and showed a smile. Among the candidates, there was a girl with delicate features. Her hands also left afterimages. Countless materials were turned into components in her hands, which then turned into grade 1 secret treasures. Her speed was slightly faster than Lu Ming's. The examiner frowned slightly, and his gaze fell on Yang Feng. He should be the one with the worst result. At this time, Yang Feng was watching the examination of the young warlocks in the room with great interest. He looked like a warlock who broke into the examination venue without knowing anything. The 3 examiners looked at Yang Feng with disgust in their eyes. Every year, some warlocks who didn't understand alchemy would come to take the warlock qualification certification. They had various purposes. Some wanted to poach young alchemists, while others wanted to pick up girls. In the eyes of the 3 examiners, Yang Feng was a bastard who came to take the exam to pick up girls. However, Yang Feng was a starry sky warlock. Even though they didn't like him, but they wouldn't reprimand him for no reason. Lu Ming glanced at Yang Feng and showed a provocative smile. "You haven't started yet?" "Humph, after I complete the level 1 alchemist qualification certification, I'll take the level 2 alchemist qualification certification. This way, Chuxia will definitely change her mind and become my girlfriend." Lan Chuxia was the campus belle of Clear Moon Advanced Warlock Academy as well as a goddess-like beauty in the hearts of many boys. Lu Ming had always adored her, which was why he provoked Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled, silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and grey golem force enveloped the materials. The materials flew up by themselves, strange runes appeared on them, human hands and legs grew out of them, and turned into small golems. As soon as the small golems appeared, they quickly began to process the various materials on the table. The countless materials were quickly forged into prototypes of parts. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and magic light enveloped the parts and engraved runes on them. One by one, the small puppets quickly assembled the parts into a Grade 1 artifact. Just 5 minutes later, there were 8 level 1 secret treasures on the table in front of Yang Feng. What kind of alchemy is this? Amazing! What kind of alchemy is this? When the 3 great warlocks saw this scene, they were dumbfounded at once. They have never seen such a miraculous alchemy, and their eyes welled up with excitement and worship as they looked at Yang Feng. Yang Feng said, "I'm done. Come and check it out." "What, he's done?" Shocked, Lu Ming turned his head and saw the 8 exquisite level 1 secret treasures in front of Yang Feng, and he became dazed at once. How is this possible? How could he refine them so quickly? Are Starry Sky warlocks really that powerful? Amazing, what amazing alchemy! So fast. It seems that he is a powerful alchemist. This time, he's going to verify his true ability. The young warlocks in the test field were alarmed. When they saw the 8 level 1 secret treasures in front of Yang Feng, their eyes flashed with excitement. Any warlock with a little understanding of alchemy would know that even a level 4 alchemist could only refine 5 level 1 secret treasures in 2 hours at most. For Yang Feng to refine 8 level 1 secret treasures in less than 10 minutes, his alchemy attainments even surpassed that of a level 4 alchemist. The 3 examiners stepped forward, picked up the secret treasures Yang Feng refined, and poured life force into them, and the level 1 secret treasures immediately released formidable power. An examiner smiled and said, "That's right, there are 8 superior level 1 secret treasures. Congratulations, you've passed the level 1 alchemist certification. Would you like to continue with the certification?" Yang Feng said, "Continue." The examiner said, "What's the approximate level of your alchemy? We can directly provide you with a higher level alchemist certification. That way, you won't be wasting your time." Yang Feng's alchemy had already far surpassed that of the examiners, which was why the examiners let Yang Feng freely apply. This was the privilege of the strong. Lu Ming and the other young warlocks could only take the test 1 level at a time. Yang Feng said lightly, "Then let's go with the level 5 alchemist certification." Level 5 alchemist. Level 5 alchemist. Just a step away from being a grandmaster alchemist. Wuxia is really lucky to have found such an outstanding boyfriend. When the young warlocks in the test field heard this, they immediately inhaled a mouthful of cold air. In advanced warlock colleges, the professors who taught alchemy were only level 4 alchemists. Level 5 alchemists were already existences that many forces scrambled to recruit. No force would refuse a level 5 alchemist to join them. In a force, the status of a level 5 alchemist was second only to that of a moonlight warlock, and even higher than that of a moonlight warlock. Chapter 659. Lu Ming's hands trembled, and his eyes shimmered with despair. He's actually a tier 5 alchemist. Although Lu Ming was known as a genius of Nanjiang Advanced Warlock Academy, but he was well aware that if he wanted to become a tier 4 alchemist, it would take him decades or even 100 years of hard work. But if he wanted to become a tier 5 alchemist, it was basically impossible. If a tier 5 alchemist was willing, they could open an advanced warlock college and become its dean. Countless young warlocks would join an advanced warlock college with a tier 5 alchemist to study. However, most of those tier 5 alchemists were recruited by powerful forces, or devoted themselves to experiments and refining secret treasures. No one would be interested in becoming the dean of an advanced warlock college. An examiner said respectfully, "Please come with me, we aren't qualified to be your examiners. Please wait a moment, a true grandmaster alchemist will come and test you." Yang Feng nodded and left the examination room with the examiner. In an elegant room of the Alchemist Guild, there were 2 people sitting. One was a handsome young man who looked to be only 21 or 22 years old, the other was a peerless beautiful girl with a noble and arrogant temperament. She was the peerless genius of the Bai family, Bai Yuxian. The young man looked at Bai Yuxian with adoration in his eyes and said with a graceful smile, "Yuxian, how about having dinner with me tonight?" Bai Yuxian replied lightly, "I have something to do tonight, another day." Grandmaster Zhao, there is a Starry Sky Warlock applying for the Level 5 Warlock certification. Please come and witness his certification. A magic light flashed on a parrot in the room, and a human voice came out of the parrot's beak. Zhao Tai said coldly, "Got it." Bai Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed with a bright light, Level 5 Alchemist certification. Although a Level 5 Alchemist couldn't compare to a Moonlight Warlock in terms of fighting strength, but in many aspects, Level 5 Alchemists were far more versatile than Moonlight Warlocks. In the Level 5 Alchemist certification room, Yang Feng sat on a chair and rested with his eyes closed. Zhao Tai, Bai Yuxian, and 4 Tier 4 alchemists entered the room. A Level 4 alchemist said, "Zhao Fan, this is Master Zhao Tai, a Level 6 alchemist. He will be the examiner for your Level 5 alchemist certification." Yang Feng said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Hello, Grandmaster Zhao Tai, I am Zhao Fan. It's a pleasure to meet you." Zhao Tai frowned slightly and said coldly, "Use those components to create a rank 5 secret treasure within 72 hours. With a flash of light, a pile of spare parts appeared in front of Yang Feng. The higher the level of the artifact, the more difficult it would be to refine. A Grandmaster Alchemist might only need 5 minutes to refine a Grade 1 artifact, but refining a Grade 5 artifact would take at least 24 hours. Moreover, they used processed parts to refine artifacts, not pure materials. If one started from pure materials, then even a Grandmaster Alchemist would need nearly a year to refine a rank 5 artifact. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and green magic light entered the pile of spare parts. The pile of spare parts flew into the air and flickered with queer runes. Sitting on the chair, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and the countless spare parts shone with queer light and merged together. Amazing, what an amazing technique. He doesn't have to use his hands at all. Instead, he uses magic power to manipulate various materials. That's amazing. This is a technique that only Grandmaster Alchemists can display. When the 4 Tier 4 alchemists saw this scene, they exclaimed in admiration. Ordinary Warlock alchemists need to handle components and materials by hand. Only Grandmaster Alchemists can handle heavy things as if they were light, and use magic power to manipulate various components and materials to refine secret treasures. Bai Yuxian's beautiful eyes shimmered, and she said with a sweet smile, "Amazing." Zhao Tai snorted coldly and transmitted his voice to Bai Yuxian, "It's nothing amazing. His technique is far inferior to mine." Bai Yuxian smiled and said nothing. 2 hours later, a huge sword-type secret treasure appeared on the table. Yang Feng pressed a mid-grade magic crystal into the groove of the sword-type secret treasure. The runes on the sword-type secret treasure lit up one by one, and a frightening fluctuation of power slowly diffused from the sword-type secret treasure. "It's done." Yang Feng grabbed the sword and waved it, and a violent flame flickered on the sword. Zhao Tai said coldly, "Zhao Fan, you passed the Tier 5 Alchemist certification." Yang Feng responded with a faint smile, "Thank you, Grandmaster Zhao Tai." As a glorious Dawn Warlock, Yang Feng's true body has reached the Tier 7 Alchemist standard, which is a level higher than Zhao Tai's. It is only natural that he became a Tier 5 Alchemist. A fragrance wafting from her, Bai Yuxian stepped forward and said with a smile, "Hello, Zhao Fan, I am Bai Yuxian. May I ask where you are working now?" Yang Feng replied with a shy smile, "I have been studying alchemy alone at home." The majority of warlocks were otakus, holed up in their homes or castles for decades, centuries, and even thousands of years. When Bai Yuxian heard this, she guessed that Yang Feng is the kind of alchemist who stays at home and practices cultivation alone. After discovering that there are no resources, he went out to look for resources. The Alchemist Guild also gives stipends to warlocks who register with the Alchemist Guild. The stipend for a Tier 5 alchemist is 100 low-grade magic crystals every month. For an ordinary wealthy family like Lan Wuxia, 100 low-grade magic crystals is already a huge sum of money. After all, ordinary wealthy families like Lan Wuxia use magic stones as a unit of family wealth. A top-grade magic stone can be exchanged for 1 million low-grade magic stones, while 100 top-grade magic stones can be exchanged for 1 low-grade magic crystal. Bai Yuxian said with a sweet smile, "Are you interested in joining the White Daffodil Group and becoming our exclusive alchemist? Our group can pay you 3,000 low-grade magic crystals every month and provide sufficient funds for your research projects." The White Daffodil Group is a business group established by Bai Yuxian, which specializes in developing all kinds of civilian secret treasures and earning all kinds of cultivation resources. As one of the most outstanding supreme geniuses of the Bai family, Bai Yuxian gets a huge amount of cultivation resources every month. However, the family's cultivation resources have to be supplied to the whole family, after all. Bai Yuxian has to have her own private channels to earn resources. Yang Feng smiled apologetically and said resolutely, "I'm very sorry, beautiful Miss Bai Yuxian, but I have decided to join the Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division." The Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division is recognized as the #1 force in alchemy in the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Secret Treasure Division gathers the Great Cloud Dynasty's top alchemists as well as countless precious materials on refining secret treasures. The purpose of Yang Feng's Flesh Golem avatar is to infiltrate the Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division and collect materials on refining top secret treasures. According to legend, the Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division has obtained many top alchemy techniques of the 7th Warlock Dynasty's Magic Note Dynasty, which not even the 10 great sects and 8 great families have mastered. Attracted by the Magic Note Dynasty's top alchemy techniques, many Grandmaster alchemists were recruited by the Great Cloud Dynasty and joined the Secret Treasure Division. Bai Yuxian's beautiful eyes turned slightly, and she said with a smile, "Secret Treasure Division? I have a few friends in the Secret Treasure Division. I can ask them to help you join the Secret Treasure Division." The Secret Treasure Division is a place where the Great Cloud Dynasty's top alchemists gather. Any random staff member is a level 1 alchemist or above. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to join the Secret Treasure Division. But Yang Feng is a level 5 alchemist, the Secret Treasure Division will be happy to recruit such a talent. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Thank you very much." Under Bai Yuxian's recommendation, after a series of tests, Yang Feng smoothly joined the Secret Treasure Division. As soon as he entered the Secret Treasure Division, Yang Feng used the level 4 optical computer to frantically collect all kinds of secret treasure refining methods. At the same time, he quietly displayed his talent in alchemy and promoted his status in the Secret Treasure Division. Time passed, and a year went by in the blink of an eye. A top-notch white magic chariot stopped in front of the White Oak Villa complex, and a peerless and beautiful warlock alighted from the white magic chariot. It is Murong Yuling. Shortly after the white magic chariot stopped, a yellow magic chariot also stopped. A handsome man in a white shirt alighted from the yellow magic chariot, exuding a charming temperament. The handsome man glanced at the villa, frowned slightly, and said to Murong Yuling, "Yuling, what's the point of a mere Secret Treasure Division director's birthday party? Come with me to the Brilliant Light Banquet." At the Brilliant Light Banquet, celebrities, Moonlight 7 stars, Glorious Sun 7 stars, and other transcendent ranked powerhouses will attend the banquet. That's where you should be. Mingling with these ordinary people will only lower your style. Shintu Feng, the director of the Secret Treasure Division you mentioned, is a good friend of mine. What I want to attend is his birthday party. Please go to the Brilliant Light Banquet alone. There was a flash of disgust in Murong Yuling's beautiful eyes, but she still smiled politely and strode into the villa. Shintu Feng's handsome face sank, his eyes shimmered with a vicious glint, and he strode after her. "Little bitch, you dare to disobey me, you're really reckless." Once I get my hands on you, you'll be in for a treat. Chapter 660. On the spacious lawn of the villa, there were many tables with all sorts of delicious food and drinks on them. The food and drinks have been enchanted with magic. They are extremely delicious. If they were placed on Earth, they would be able to insta-kill the food made by countless chefs. In the villa, there are students of advanced warlock academies dressed full of youthful vigor. They are Lan Chuxia's friends who like to attend parties. During the year that Yang Feng sneaked into Secret Treasure Division, he displayed his talent in alchemy. At the same time, he got to know many advanced Warlock Academy students through Lan Chuxia and became ordinary friends with them. This is why so many people were invited to his fictitious birthday party. Murong Yuling. That's the superstar Murong Yuling. Oh my god, am I seeing things? That's Murong Yuling. I'm a big fan of hers. As soon as Murong Yuling stepped into the villa, the eyes of the Advanced Warlock Academy students lit up, and they issued screams of excitement and rushed towards Murong Yuling. For these Advanced Warlock Academy students, Great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight 7 Stars and Glorious Sun 7 Stars are bigwigs that are too far away from them. Many people have never heard of Moonlight 7 Stars and Glorious Sun 7 Stars because those bigwigs are too far away from their lives. But Murong Yuling, the popular singer in Cloud Province, is a superstar that all young people know. Murong Yuling smiled faintly as she touched an artifact ring on her hand. Rays of white light spread out in all directions. Enveloped by the white light, the Advanced Warlock Academy students felt their heads cool, and they recovered from their fanaticism. At the same time, they felt a cold force nourishing them, and they felt very comfortable. The calm ring that Zhao Fan gave me is really good. Murong Yuling said with a sweet smile, "Hello everyone, I am Murong Yuling, a good friend of Zhao Fan's." It turns out that Big Sister Yuling is a friend of Uncle Zhao Fan. Uncle Zhao Fan is really lucky. Big Sister Yuling, can I have an autograph? Big Sister Yuling, I don't have a writing board. Sign on my clothes. The Advanced Warlock College students calmed down, but were still very excited. Murong Yuling was a superstar who was popular in the entire Cloud State. Furthermore, her influence had started to spread from the Cloud State to the other big states. To be able to get her signature, it's enough for those Advanced Warlock Academy's students to show off in front of the other students. Alright. One by one. Murong Yuling smiled slightly, then took out a pen and began to sign for the Advanced Warlock College students. Everyone, make way. I'm the birthday boy today. I'll snatch your big sister Yuling away. Yang Feng smiled heartily and strode over. The secret treasure on his body shone brightly, and an invisible force gently separated the Advanced Warlock College students. He came to Murong Yuling's side, took her hand, and walked away from the students. Amazing! Not only did he woo our campus belle, but he also woo the superstar of our Yunzhou. What a badass! Amazing! He's really an expert. I must take him as my master. Learn alchemy? Wrong, it's learning how to pick up girls. When the Advanced Warlock College students saw Yang Feng pull Murong Yuling away, they showed looks of excitement, worship, and jealousy. For the Advanced Warlock College students, a superstar like Murong Yuling was more unreachable than transcendent rank powerhouses like Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Dawn Warlocks. She was a goddess among goddesses. For such a goddess to be taken away by Yang Feng, it naturally made the Advanced Warlock College students envious. Murong Yuling's pretty face was also dyed with a touch of redness. Being intimate with a man in such a public place would have no small impact on her career as a star, yet she didn't struggle free from Yang Feng's big hand. Let go of your hand, boy, or else you won't have a hand anymore. Along with a cold voice, Shintu Feng came in with an ashen face. His eyes were as sharp as blades as he stared at the hand held by Yang Feng and Murong Yuling, and a flash of killing intent flashed past his eyes. Yang Feng frowned slightly, then pointed outside and said coldly, "Who are you?" I don't think I invited you. You're not welcome here, so please curl up and leave. The eyes of the advanced Warlock College students focused on Shintu Feng, and they issued chuckles at the same time. Shintu Feng said with a cold smile, I am Shintu Feng, a direct descendant of the Shintu family of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 great families. Shintu family. Is it that Shintu family? The Shintu family of the 8 great families? When the students of advanced Warlock Academies heard this, their faces changed dramatically, and they looked at Shintu Feng with fear in their eyes. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the 10 great sects and the 8 great families were the most powerful warlock groups in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Their fame was illustrious, their experts were as common as clouds, and geniuses came forth in large numbers. Any warlock studying in the Great Cloud Dynasty would have heard of the names of these 18 terrifying forces. The most talented warlocks would basically be recruited by the 10 great sects and 8 great families. Compared with the geniuses cultivated by the 10 great sects and 8 great families, the advanced Warlock College students were dregs. Lu Ming was already a very outstanding genius in Nanjiang Advanced Warlock College, but he couldn't even compare to an outer sect disciple of the Battle Demonic sect. The gap between them could be imagined. Shintu Feng was a direct descendant of the Shintu family of the 8 great families. Even if he was just a waste, he still wasn't an existence that ordinary Starry Sky warlocks could contend against. I know that you're a minor supervisor of Secret Treasure Division and a level 5 alchemist. But in front of the Shintu family, you're nothing. Kneel down and lick my shoes clean of dust, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll cripple your hands and make you an armless person. Shintu Feng showed a cruel smile and clapped his hands. The void twisted, and 2 Starry Sky warlocks dressed in black walked out of the void. They were Shintu Feng's bodyguards. The tremendous spirit force of the 2 Starry Sky warlocks locked on Yang Feng, and they revealed cruel smiles. The Great Cloud Dynasty had strict laws. Even the Shintu family didn't dare to kill people at will. But if Shintu Feng crippled Yang Feng, then as long as he paid a certain price, he could escape punishment with the help of the Shintu family, as long as no one was killed. When the students saw the 2 Starry Sky warlocks in black, their faces changed dramatically, and they quickly dispersed. Once the power of a battle between Starry Sky warlocks spread, the aftermath could even seriously injure level 1 warlocks. Soon, only Lan Chuxia and Murong Yuling were left beside Yang Feng. Face pale, Murong Yuling clenched her white teeth and hesitated for a while before saying in a trembling voice, "You win. Shintu Feng, I'll go with you." There was a flash of displeasure in Shintu Feng's eyes, and then he showed a cruel smile. "No, I won't allow you to go with him." Yang Feng took a step forward and blocked in front of Murong Yuling. He glanced at Shintu Feng's group of 3, and his eyes shimmered coldly. He took out a communications box, pressed a few buttons, and said, "Police? This is White Oak Villa District 3-409. Several people forced their way into my villa. I suspect that they are robbers. Please come here and deal with them immediately. There is a great warlock and 2 Starry Sky warlocks among them." Furious, Shintu Feng roared, "They dare to call the police. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Go. Cripple his hands." The eyes of the 2 Starry Sky warlocks in black flashed with killing intent, and they erupted with Starry Sky warlock rank might in a flash. Their bodies blurred, and they appeared in front of Yang Feng and extended their hands towards him. The speed of the 2 Starry Sky warlocks was so fast that before Lan Chuxia and Murong Yuling could react, the 2 Starry Sky warlocks appeared in front of Yang Feng. In the next moment, Moonlight Warlock rank aura seeped out of Yang Feng, and a 6-meter-tall, gorilla-like modified Vajra robot suddenly appeared, grabbed the 2 Starry Sky warlocks like chicks, and squeezed hard. With a crisp sound, the life force field protecting the 2 Starry Sky warlocks shattered, and the Vajra battle robot instantly crushed them into minced meat. Shintu Feng's face turned pale, a look of despair on his face, and he exclaimed in a trembling voice, this is a moonlight warlock, you're actually a moonlight warlock. Once a moonlight warlock entered the realm of transcendence. Every moonlight warlock was a transcendent rank powerhouse. Except for peerless geniuses who formed a virtual world, no matter how talented the rest of the Starry Sky warlocks were, they were not the opponent of a moonlight warlock. Any moonlight warlock had a very lofty status in the Great Cloud Dynasty, and the status of a level 5 alchemist rank moonlight warlock was even higher. Moonlight warlock. He turned out to be a moonlight warlock. Uncle Zhao Fan turned out to be a moonlight warlock. How is that possible? The students of advanced warlock academies looked at Yang Feng, dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. Once you stepped into the moonlight warlock realm, you would become a transcendent. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, moonlight warlocks were important talents. When they entered the army, they would become generals. Students of ordinary advanced warlock academies had no chance to come into contact with moonlight warlock rank experts. Chapter 661. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, ordinary people who couldn't practice cultivation belonged to a major class. From level 1 warlock to Starry Sky warlock, there was another major class. From moonlight warlock to moonlight warlock, there was another major class. In the eyes of ordinary advanced warlock college students, moonlight warlocks were elusive experts in martial arts novels. Any moonlight warlock was qualified to establish a sect of their own. Once established, countless warlocks would flock to them. It should be noted that in ordinary advanced warlock colleges, the strongest powerhouses were only Starry Sky warlocks. Lan Chuxia and Murong Yuling looked at Yang Feng in surprise, unable to believe this fact. They all knew that Yang Feng was very strong, but they never thought that he would be a moonlight warlock. Face ashen, Shintu Feng knelt on the ground, snot and tears flowed down his face, and he pleaded, "Senior, I know I was wrong. I won't disturb Murong Yuling in the future. For the sake of the Shintu family, please spare my life. Since you want to cripple my hands, then I'll cripple your hands." Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and 2 rays flew out of his hands and slammed into Shintu Feng's arms. Shintu Feng's arms exploded, and countless fragments flew out, and then disappeared. He screamed like a pig being butchered. Yang Feng said coldly, "Get out." Shintu Feng gritted his teeth and rolled on the ground, rolling out in circles. After Yang Feng drove Shintu Feng out, he smiled at the advanced warlock college students and said, "Let's continue the party." The party continued, but the students of advanced warlock academies looked at Yang Feng with a trace of awe in their eyes. After the party ended, Yang Feng received many dating invitations from youthful girls. As soon as Shintu Feng escaped from the villa, his eyes flashed with resentment, and he roared wildly in his heart, "Damn you, damn Zhao Fan. You dare to destroy my hands. You and I are irreconcilable. I'll kill you." The Great Cloud Dynasty's healing secret methods have matured. Unless it is a warlock monarch, Holy Spirit warlock, or warlock emperor, even if a large part of an infinity warlock's body is destroyed, they can be completely restored through alchemy, healing secret methods, and healing secret treasures. On Earth, Shintu Feng's hands were destroyed. But in the Great Cloud Dynasty, as long as he went to the hospital and spent hundreds of thousands of magic stones, he could be completely cured. But even so, Shintu Feng was still full of killing intent towards Yang Feng, because after so many years, this was the first time someone dared to treat him like this. Shintu Feng silently chanted an incantation, and a communication magic box lit up. An impatient voice came from the other side, "Shintu Feng, what do you want? Hurry up and tell me, don't waste my time." Shintu Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Big brother, my hands were crippled by someone. Ah Lei and Ah Hu were also killed. You have to avenge me." Very quickly, Shintu Feng added fuel to the fire and told Shintu Xiong everything that had happened. Shintu Xiong uttered coldly, "You fool, to provoke a moonlight warlock of Secret Treasure Division, you're courting death. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was still a little afraid of our Shinto clan. You fool, you would have already been killed by him. I understand. Next, don't provoke the other party. In the imperial court, there are many people who harbor malice towards the 8 great families. Don't give them anything to use against you, understand? Shinto Feng could only swallow his anger and say, yes. Big brother. The Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court has just quelled the 10 great sects. At the same time, it was eyeing the 8 great families covetously. In the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, there were many people eyeing the 8 great families covetously. Although the children of the 8 great families still had great power, but they couldn't run amok like before. In a research room of the Secret Treasure Division's headquarters, Shinto Xiong closed the communication magic box. His eyes shimmered with killing intent, and quasi-moonlight warlock rank life force pervaded his body. Zhao Fan, a trifling moonlight warlock dares to attack a member of our Shinto clan, what a reckless thing. Shinto Xiong silently recited an incantation, waved his hand, and touched a cylindrical crystal pillar, and countless missions ejected from the crystal pillar. All of a sudden, Shinto Xiong's eyes congealed, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Found it, Zhao Fan, you're really lucky. This time, you're dead. In addition to refining all kinds of secret treasures, Secret Treasure Division's warlocks will also accept some dangerous missions, such as maintaining some special large secret treasures in some special places. Shinto Xiong found the most dangerous mission and assigned it to Yang Feng. Follow Major General Yu Tianling to the Red Rock subcontinent and maintain the large secret treasure planar lighthouse. Why did I receive this kind of mission? Did the Shinto family take action? As soon as Yang Feng returned to Secret Treasure Division, he received a mission assignment notice. When he saw the sudden mission notice, he frowned slightly and sank into contemplation. Yu Tianling is the younger sister of Marshal Yu Yi, one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals. She is a bright world warlock rank powerhouse. Yu Tianling must have a special mission to go to the Red Rock subcontinent. According to Yang Feng's original plan, his true body will quietly improve his strength, while his avatar will sneak into Secret Treasure Division to steal alchemy information. He doesn't want to get involved in Bright World Warlock rank missions. However, since Secret Treasure Division has issued a mission, it will be hard for him to refuse. Even if I have to go, I have to get enough benefits. Yang Feng weighed it again and again, and then walked towards the Secret Treasure Division's minister's office. It didn't take long for the entire Secret Treasure Division to know that Yang Feng broke through and became a Moonlight Warlock. After a test, he was promoted to a Grand Master Alchemist from a level 5 alchemist. Since the candidate for the mission Shinto Xiong forced him to assign was already determined, Yang Feng couldn't refuse it. However, the minister also promised that after Yang Feng completes the mission, he can enter Secret Treasure Division's core database to read some top alchemy information. A few days later, Yang Feng and 300 level 4 alchemists of Secret Treasure Division boarded a huge pink airship full of a luxurious aura. What a beautiful airship! This is General Yu Tianling's private airship, the Tianling. It's really beautiful. If only I could have such an airship. A beautiful moonlight warlock with a single ponytail, a petite figure, and a strong scholarly aura looked at the 10,000-meter-long giant airship with envy in her eyes. A somewhat dull, ordinary-looking male moonlight warlock said, Jiang Mei, the Tianling is a level 8 secret treasure. If operated by 6 bright world warlocks, it can even contend against an infinity warlock. We have no chance of obtaining such a secret treasure. Jiang Mei snorted coldly, and her eyes shimmered with displeasure. Zhang Tai, you're disappointing me. I just thought about it casually. Can't I even think about it? Humph. You blockhead. The leaders of Secret Treasure Division's mission this time are Jiang Mei, Zhang Tai, and Yang Feng's avatar Zhao Fan. Yang Feng has no interest in arranging the 300 level 4 alchemists. After handing over the authority to Jiang Mei and Zhang Tai, he began to stroll around. Walking around the Tianling, Yang Feng's tremendous soul force permeated the airship and scanned its structure. At the same time, he used the power of the level 4 optical computer to quickly analyze the airship's information. All of a sudden, Yang Feng turned his head and looked towards the entrance of the Tianling. He saw a beautiful woman with short black hair, a tall and curvaceous figure, dressed in a black battle suit, exuding a wild charm, and a cold and elegant temperament walk over. Behind the beautiful woman, there are 10 people, 2 of whom are glorious sun warlocks and the other 8 are moonlight warlocks. When the beautiful woman arrived in front of the people from Secret Treasure Division, she said with a faint smile, "I am Yu Tianling." "Hello, everyone from Secret Treasure Division." Zhang Tai looked at Yu Tianling with a flash of excitement in his eyes, and he stuck out his chest and said, "Hello, Major General. I am Zhang Tai, and these 2 are Jiang Mei and Zhao Fan. Leave the maintenance of secret treasures to us." "Okay." Yu Tianling smiled and said flatly, "Rain." With a flash of light, a blonde high elf with a voluptuous figure, pointed ears, and moonlight warlock rank cultivation base appeared beside Yu Tianling and said respectfully, "Master, I'm here. If you need anything on the Tianling, don't hesitate to mention it to her. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." Yu Tianling's politeness revealed a faint estrangement, and then she turned around and walked towards the depths of the Tianling. The 2 glorious sun warlocks and the 8 moonlight warlocks followed behind Yu Tianling, showing no intention of getting in touch with Yang Feng and his party. Many of the combat warlocks on the front lines don't have a good impression of the research warlocks who specialize in alchemy. For the combat warlocks, the comrades and companions who fight alongside them can be trusted. They look down on the research warlocks who hide in the rear and refine secret treasures. Rain responded with a polite smile, "Hello, I am the butler of the Tianling. If you need anything, don't hesitate to mention it to me. There are some areas on the Tianling that are restricted to the master. I hope you won't wander around." Rain quickly listed out the areas on the Tianling that Yang Feng and his party are not allowed to enter. A month later, the level 8 secret treasure Tianling landed on a huge airship yard in the Red Rock subcontinent. Chapter 662. A beautiful woman with short black hair, a delicate appearance, and a capable temperament dressed in a special military uniform of the Great Cloud Dynasty walked up to Yang Feng and company with a courteous smile on her face. "Hello, my name is Lu Wei. As you probably already know, your mission is to maintain the large secret treasure planar lighthouse. Please come with me, I will take you to the planar lighthouse." Yang Feng frowned and said, "I am Zhao Fan, the chief engineer of the maintenance of the planar lighthouse. The planar lighthouse is one of the most important secret treasures that maintain a planar passageway. As far as I know, there is no planar passageway in the Red Rock subcontinent in the Imperial Court. For the current Yang Feng's avatar, the Bright World Warlock rank mission is extremely dangerous. If he is not careful, he may die. In that case, he will have to give up the identity of Zhao Fan. This will be detrimental to his plan to infiltrate the upper echelon of the Secret Treasure Division." Lu Wei said with a smile, "In the Red Rock subcontinent, there is a planar passageway leading to another plane from the Magic Note Dynasty era. The planar passageway hasn't been destroyed, but sealed. Not long ago, our people undid the seal on the planar path, and have already successfully passed through the planar path and entered another plane." When the warlocks present heard that, their eyes lit up, and they revealed looks of excitement. The Great Cloud Dynasty controls many planar passageways, which lead to different planes. It is because of the large amount of resources obtained from different planes that human warlocks have achieved great development. If a new planar passageway leading to another plane is successfully established, the Great Cloud Dynasty will be able to gain tremendous benefits from this new planar passageway. Yang Feng calmly pointed to the core of the problem. What plane does this planar passageway lead to? Even Major General Yu Tianling was alarmed. With the strength of the Tsangji Plains human warlocks, there is little difficulty in conquering planes below grade 6. Once the other Plane Development Division's army arrives, they can easily quell planes below grade 6. Although Yang Feng wiped out many elites of the other Plane Development Division in the Andrak Plane, but in the past few years, the Imperial Court has already replenished the lost elites. Although it wasn't as strong as before, it was still a piece of cake for it to suppress a plane below the 6th tier. For a bright world warlock like Yu Tianling to take action in person, it's clear that the planar passageway leads to isn't simple. Lu Wei said, that planar path leads to one of the 36 primary material planes, the God-Blood Plane. God-Blood Plane. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. The God-Blood Plane was one of the 36 primary planes, and the rulers of the God-Blood Plane were high-ranking blood breeds. In God-Blood Plane, kindred are divided into junior vampires, intermediate vampires, advanced vampires, junior kindred, level 1 warlocks, intermediate kindred, advanced kindred, pure-blood kindred, kindred barons, kindred viscounts, moonlight warlocks, kindred earls, kindred marquises, kindred dukes, infinity warlocks, kindred grand princes, kindred true ancestors. In God-Blood Plane, 9 kindred true ancestors have been born. Among them, the first kindred true ancestor was a warlock emperor-ranked powerhouse who survived from the Arch-God era or even earlier. In the second warlock dynasty era, the Taboo Lord once went to God-Blood Plane, defeated the first kindred true ancestor, and won a drop of primordial true ancestor blood from him. After the era of the second warlock dynasty, the first kindred true ancestor disappeared without a trace, never to be heard from again. After the collapse of the 8th warlock dynasty, the kindred true ancestors are said to have disappeared from God-Blood Plane. However, there are still 6 warlock monarch-ranked kindred grand princes alive in God-Blood Plane. This is definitely the most dangerous plane. However, God-Blood Plane is also a plane with the most abundant resources. High-ranked kindred's blood meridians could create a blood meridian warlock family. Moreover, human warlocks have many secret treasures that can capture high-level kindred and refine them into precious elixirs that can enhance the soul aptitude of warlocks. According to legend, primordial true ancestor blood is a peerless treasure that can break through the God-man boundary and enable warlocks to advance to level 9 soul aptitude. The blood of the other 8 true ancestors also has divine chi that can enable human warlocks to break through the God-man boundary and promote to level 8 soul aptitude. But apart from the second warlock emperor Taboo Lord, no one has one primordial true ancestor blood from the first kindred true ancestor. Most of the powerhouses who challenge the kindred true ancestors have become their food. Yu Tianling's attempt to open the sealed planar passageway surprised everyone. In the Cangji plane, the strongest human warlocks are only infinity warlocks. By relying on Empyrean-grade secret treasures handed down from the 8 warlock dynasties and sealing most of the planar passageways, they can dominate the Cangji plane. Among the 36 primary material planes, powerful planes such as the Evil God plane and the Demonist plane always want to open a planar passageway leading to the Cangji plane. They are much stronger than Cangji plane's human warlocks. God-Blood plane has far more top powerhouses than Cangji plane. To rashly open a planar passageway with Cangji plane's strength is simply courting death. Once God-Blood plane's kindred powerhouses can enter Cangji plane through a stable planar passageway, then except for the major forces with holy-grade secret treasures and Empyrean-grade secret treasures, the rest of Cangji plane's human warlocks will become food for God-Blood plane's high-level kindred. Zhang Tai asked coldly, a gloomy expression on his face, "Why do you want to open a planar passageway leading to God-Blood plane? That's too dangerous. If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, we won't help you open a planar passageway. If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, we won't help you open a planar passageway." Li Wei responded, "This planar passageway uses Magic Note Dynasty's top planar transmigration technology. Through this planar passageway, people can be teleported to different locations at will. Unless the other party wrests control of the planar passageway from Cangji plane, they won't be able to use it. We, on the other hand, can get a lot of resources from God-Blood plane through the planar passageway. When she said this, the warlocks of Secret Treasure Division showed a look of sudden realization. The planar passageway that can freely control the entrance and exit of a plane is Magic Note Dynasty's top planar transmigration technology. With this technology, the planar passageway can be used as a passageway between two planes. Just through planar trade, you can gain tremendous wealth. A queer shade streaked past Zhang Tai's eyes. Yang Feng's thoughts stirred, and he looked at Zhang Tai calmly, so that's how it is. No wonder Yu Tianling came here. She must have come here to guard the planar passageway and prevent others from competing for it. Other forces are keeping a close eye on Infinity Warlocks, which is why they sent a Bright World Warlock to guard the Red Rock subcontinent. Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred. Should I send someone here to fight for this planar passageway? After Shizu technology was promoted to level 4, the fighting strength of the 4th generation battle robots skyrocketed to a terrifying level. If an ordinary Moonlight Warlock isn't on guard, they will be chopped into countless pieces by a Type 2 Undying in a breath of time. Of course, if a Moonlight Warlock enchanted with various defensive spells, they can abuse a Type 2 Undying like a dog. Even if it is a glorious Sun Warlock, unless it is a heaven-defying powerhouse who formed a virtual world like Nangong Wumi, thousands of 4th generation battle robots can kill a glorious Sun Warlock. With the countless powerful battle robots coupled with the Blazing Angel Alexia and the Ligui province's Bright World Warlocks, Yang Feng's forces are already comparable to the forces of the Battle Demon sect and the other 10 great sects in Cangji Plain. After a moment of thought, Yang Feng chose to give up. No, it doesn't make sense. Even if I snatch it, I won't be able to hold it. Currently, the strongest force in Cangji Plain is the Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court. The Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court has a deep foundation and is guarded by Empyrean-grade secret treasures. If a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse dares to go to the Cloud Capital, they will be suppressed by the countless powerhouses in the Cloud Capital using Empyrean-grade secret treasures. Under Li Wei's lead, Yang Feng and his party entered a fortress covered in a powerful magic barrier. In the center of the fortress, there is a 100-meter-tall planar lighthouse engraved with countless mysterious runes. The function of the planar lighthouse is to manipulate the planar passageway to open in different planes of God Blood Plane. At the same time, it prevents God Blood Plane's powerhouses from entering Cangji Plain through the planar passageway. With the planar passageway, Cangji Plain's human warlocks will always be on the offensive side without having to worry about being devoured by the powerhouses of other planes. During the Magic Note Dynasty era, many such planar passageways were established in Cangji Plain. After the collapse of Magic Note Dynasty, the powerhouses of other planes joined forces to attack Cangji Plain and destroyed the planar passageways, causing the human warlock civilization to regress substantially. As soon as the hundreds of Secret Treasure Division's warlocks entered the planar lighthouse, they began to make various adjustments. Many of Great Cloud Dynasty's alchemy techniques were inherited from Magic Note Dynasty. With the adjustments of hundreds of Secret Treasure Division's warlocks, the planar lighthouse was fully restored in just a week. Inside the planar lighthouse, Zhang Tai, one of the 3 chief engineers of Secret Treasure Division, announced excitedly, initiating the final adjustment. Start the planar lighthouse. The planar lighthouse flashed, countless runes shone, and a 30-meter-tall bronze gate appeared in the void and slowly opened, revealing a planar passageway leading to God Blood Plane. The planar passageway is extremely stable. Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can travel to other planes via the planar passageway. Chapter 663. Yu Tianling looked at the planar passageway that appeared out of thin air and showed a satisfied smile. Before the planar lighthouse was completely repaired, she could only open an unstable planar passageway. The unstable planar passageway could only transport great warlocks to God Blood Plane. Now that the planar lighthouse has been repaired, a complete planar passageway has appeared. As long as there are enough magic crystals, even Infinity Warlocks can easily travel between the 2 planes through a complete planar passageway. The value of a complete planar passageway can be imagined. In the entire Great Cloud Dynasty, there are no more than 30 complete planar passageways like this, and most of them lead to Grade 3 and Grade 4 planes. The Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court only has 3 complete planar passageways leading to the 36 primary material planes. This is the 4th one. The planar passageway leading to the Fesua plane controlled by the Battle Demon sect is unstable. At most, it can only send Bright World Warlocks to the Fesua plane. It is completely different from a complete planar passageway. As soon as the complete planar passageway appeared, a blood moon suddenly appeared in the sky, endless darkness enveloped the earth, and the blood moon radiated bloody light. A dense swarm of Blood Clan experts flew out of the blood moon and flew in the direction of the planar lighthouse. A handsome man with pale skin that looks like he hasn't seen the sun all year round, yet his figure is of golden proportions, and his eyes radiate a bewitching red light under the blood moon. A pair of bat wings unique to kindred spread open on his back and said with a graceful smile, "You Tianling, you've worked hard. Thank you for repairing the planar lighthouse. From today on, this planar passageway belongs to us kindred." Waves of powerful blood energy that were comparable to that of gods and demons flew over from the distance. One after another, powerful and terrifying members of the blood race flew out from the blood moon. Every member of the blood race that was comparable to gods and demons was handsome and beautiful. At the same time, they gave off a terrifying charm that could make people fall in love with them at first sight. Red Rock Fortress has already activated a formidable magic barrier. But there are still many human warlocks who are charmed by the handsome kindred powerhouses in the sky, revealing looks of admiration in their eyes, and even forgetting the relationship between friend and foe. In the Tsangji Plain, kindred experts were hidden in many places. They didn't even need to use spells, they could easily use their charm to confuse many human warlocks, making them willing to become their blood feed and provide them with blood. There are even pinnacle human warlocks who like to keep beautiful kindred powerhouses in captivity and treat them as beautiful pets. Within Red Rock Fortress, a human warlock looked at the kindred powerhouses floating in the sky with a dignified look in his eyes. The number of vampires flying out of the blood moon had already exceeded 500,000. Although most of them were vampires and blood clan cannon fodder below the rank of nobility, their massive numbers and the continuous flow of blood clan powerhouses already had the power to threaten the Red Rock Fortress. Yu Tianling smiled coldly and ordered coldly, "Marquis Josephine, it's far from enough for you to capture the Red Rock Fortress. You're just throwing away your life in vain. Go." The warlock towers atop the Red Rock Fortress shone brightly, and dazzling offensive spells swept towards the kindred powerhouses. Bombarded by the offensive spells, the vampires and blood clan powerhouses without rank of nobility exploded. Many kindred turned into countless bats and tried to escape. But under the bombardment of various spells, they were still crushed and killed. The recovery ability of kindred is extremely tyrannical. As long as the head isn't cut off and the heart isn't pierced, ordinary vampires can slowly recover no matter how serious their injuries are. As for pureblood kindred, as long as their true blood isn't destroyed, even if their head is crushed or their heart is pierced, they can consume blood energy to quickly regenerate. They are a very difficult enemy to deal with. However, Yu Tianling is a general of the Tsangji Plain. She has rich combat experience, and the warriors under her command are elite warlocks who have experienced countless battles. The spells fired from the Warlock Pagoda were all fire-attributed spells. The power of countless fire-attributed spells superimposed, turning the area into a sea of fire. Burned by the endless flames, countless kindred powerhouses were turned into ashes. Because their pure blood was burned and purified, the pureblood kindred screamed and died one after another. "Die!" A count of the blood clan shouted and waved his hand. An enormous amount of blood energy turned into a blood flame that descended from the sky and enveloped the countless fire spells, forcibly suppressing them. Powerful kindred powerhouses with rank of nobility urged their blood energy to frantically bombard the defensive barrier of the Red Rock Fortress. Kindred powerhouses at the Viscount rank and above are comparable to transcendent rank powerhouses. Every time they attack the defensive barrier of the Red Rock Fortress, ripples will be set off on the barrier. 2 glorious Sun Warlocks and 8 Moonlight Warlocks behind Yu Tianling suddenly flew out, cast secret methods, and engaged the kindred Viscount rank powerhouses and above. The 2 glorious Sun Warlocks and the 8 Moonlight Warlocks are equipped with many powerful secret treasures. By relying on the power of the secret treasures, they forcibly resist the kindred transcendent rank powerhouses who outnumber them by double. At the same time, they vaguely have the upper hand. Red light flashed on Yu Tianling, and a gorgeous red armor engraved with phoenixes and formed from countless runes appeared on her delicate body. At the same time, a spear engraved with countless runes appeared in her hand. An infinity warlock rank aura spread from Yu Tianling and spread in all directions. When Marquis Joseph saw the 2 secret treasures on Yu Tianling, his face suddenly changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in admiration, "Holy grade secret treasure Feng Huang holy armor, holy grade secret treasure Feng Huang spear." Only the 5th Warlock Dynasty's Yu family with Feng Huang bloodline can operate these 2 secret treasures, yet they appear on you. Yu Tianling, it seems that you are the number 1 expert of your Yu family, an existence far surpassing your sister Yu Yan. Die! Yu Tianling's beautiful eyes burned with raging flames. Without saying a word, as if she has turned into a Feng Huang capable of burning everything, she stabbed towards Marquis Joseph. Red light flashed in Marquis Joseph's eyes, and he erupted with pinnacle bright world warlock rank power. A copious amount of blood energy gushed out and formed bloody runes. The blood-colored runes stacked on top of each other, forming a 9-layered blood-colored hexagram defensive boundary that blocked in front of Marquis Josephine. The 9-layered bloody hexagram barrier is the strongest barrier Marquis Josephine has mastered. Even if it is a junior infinity warlock, it will take 2 spells to break the barrier. When Yu Tianling's incarnation of the fire Feng Huang slammed into the bloody hexagram barrier, the barrier twisted and collapsed, unable to stop the fire Feng Huang. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he inhaled a breath of cold air. Amazing, this is Yu Tianling? She clearly hasn't formed a virtual world, yet she still possesses such frightening combat power. The 2 holy grade secret treasures are really extraordinary. In this state, I'm afraid that Alexia may not be her opponent before she equips the ruler armor. Yang Feng just glanced at the 9-layered bloody hexagram, and the level 4 optical computer carried out trillions of calculations and analyses, allowing him to understand that even the blazing angel Alexia would need to attack more than 10 times to break the barrier of the bloody hexagram. Yu Tianling's incarnation of the fire Feng Huang smashed the 9-layered bloody hexagram barrier with a single strike. This kind of power is far beyond the limits of what a bright world warlock can display. Stop! At this moment, a fierce roar came from the blood moon, infinity warlock rank aura gushed out, and countless blood flames formed a giant hand that blocked in front of Marquis Joseph and slammed towards Yu Tianling. When Yu Tianling's incarnation of the fire Feng Huang stabbed into the giant hand formed from blood flames, she pierced through it, appeared in front of Marquis Joseph, and stabbed her spear into him. A copious amount of flames gushed out of Marquis Josephine, causing him to issue miserable screams. A heart burning with scarlet flames flew out of Marquis Josephine's body and flew toward the blood moon. An arrow condensed from countless blood energy fell from the sky and shot towards Yu Tianling. Yu Tianling brandished the Feng Huang spear in her hand and slammed it into the blood energy arrow along with flames. 2 supreme forces exploded, and Yu Tianling fell from the sky and slammed into the ground like a meteor, blasted open a huge hole in the ground, and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Even though Yu Tianling possesses destructive power beyond that of a junior infinity warlock thanks to the Feng Huang holy armor and the Feng Huang spear, but after all, she isn't an infinity warlock. In terms of power control and combat sense, she is far from the opponent of a true infinity warlock. Inside the blood moon, a handsome kindred youngster with an arrogant look on his face blurred, appeared behind a moonlight warlock subordinated to Yu Tianling, and stabbed with his hand. In just one breath of time, the moonlight warlock lost all his blood at a speed visible to the naked eye and turned into a mummy. The kindred youngster tossed aside the moonlight warlock subordinated to Yu Tianling and showed a cruel smile. What delicious blood! The blood of human warlocks above the moonlight warlock rank is really delicious. Hello everyone, I am Grand Duke Antimo. Chapter 664. Yang Feng looked at the kindred Grand Duke Antimo in the sky and frowned. This is bad. A Grand Duke rank true blood kindred can contend against an infinity warlock. The two holy grade secret treasures Fenghuang Holy Armor and Fenghuang Spear are extremely powerful. However, Yu Tianling only has advanced Bright World Warlock rank cultivation base, which is not enough to handle these two holy grade secret treasures. If Yu Tianling used these two secret treasures to deal with Antimo, she might have been able to seriously injure or even defeat him. But she erupted with her power and seriously injured Joseph, who was just a step away from dying. After erupting with her power, Yu Tianling's remaining power was clearly not enough to fight Grand Duke Antimo. Grand Duke Antimo clearly used Marquis Joseph to consume most of Yu Tianling's power, and then emerged from the darkness. Furthermore, he didn't have the demeanor of a powerhouse. As soon as he attacked, he killed a moonlight warlock subordinated to Yu Tianling. With the death of a moonlight warlock subordinated to Yu Tianling, the remaining two glorious sun warlocks and 7 moonlight warlocks were in jeopardy under the siege of the kindred transcendent rank powerhouses. Antimo spread the fingers of a hand, and Marquis Joseph's heart flew into his hand. A copious amount of blood energy poured into it and forced out the Fenghuang flames. After the Fenghuang flames were forced out, Marquis Joseph's heart quickly distorted, and he changed back into his human form. His breathing was weak, and he only exuded moonlight warlock rank aura. Antimo tossed a scarlet blood essence into Marquis Joseph's mouth. When Marquis Joseph swallowed the scarlet blood essence, fearsome blood energy pervaded his body, and his strength rose steadily. He quickly recovered to the junior Bright World Warlock realm from the Moonlight Warlock realm. Yang Feng looked up at the sky with a dignified look in his eyes. Amazing, this is the terror of true blood kindred. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as there is enough blood essence, you can quickly recover your strength. The recovery ability of true blood kindred in God blood plane is far greater than that of fiends, elves, dragons, and other extraordinary life forms. As long as there was enough blood essence, most injuries could be quickly healed, and most of the combat power could be restored in a very short period of time. When Marquis Joseph recovered most of his strength, he gave Yu Tianling a resentful look, then blurred into motion, appeared in front of the 2 glorious sun warlocks and the 7 moonlight warlocks, and attacked the 9 human warlocks. Antimo took a step forward and an afterimage appeared in front of Yu Tianling, completely blocking her retreat to Red Rock Fortress. Antimo stared at Yu Tianling with a burning look in his eyes and smiled elegantly. Yu Tianling, I admire you very much. Your aptitude far surpasses your sister's. Come with me and be my woman. I can bestow upon you the true blood of our blood race, allowing you to become a member of our true blood race. You will become an immortal existence that can exist for eternity. This is also the ultimate pursuit of you human warlocks, isn't it? Yu Tianling smiled coldly and pointed out the fallacy, unaging and immortal. Eternal existence. That sounds great. Unfortunately, even if you become a true blood race kindred, it is still impossible to become an immortal existence. The life force of your kindred is indeed far greater than that of humans. Unfortunately, it is also a huge flaw. Otherwise, why would your first true ancestor stay in God blood plane and never set foot in Sangji plane? The first true ancestor of the kindred is a recognized warlock emperor rank powerhouse. According to legend, he has existed since the Arch-God era. He is one of the oldest antiques. He had always stayed in the God blood plane and had never left. In the era of the 7 great warlock dynasties, the 7 great warlock emperors shook the world and conquered God blood plane. Taboo Lord once defeated the first true ancestor and obtained a drop of true ancestor blood. After the other 6 warlock emperors ascended the throne, as soon as their armies arrived at God blood plane, the true ancestors and grand princes of God blood plane disappeared one by one, leaving God blood plane to the human warlocks. Once a human warlock dynasty collapses, kindred powerhouses will emerge from every corner, attack Zhangji Plain, and accelerate the collapse of the human warlock dynasty. In any case, the first true ancestor of the kindred is hidden in the darkness. Apart from his defeat at the hands of Taboo Lord, there is no record of him. There are countless supreme geniuses among human warlocks. Through various experiments on captured kindred, they have long since analyzed that kindred are not immortal existences. They do have a longer lifespan than humans. But like humans, they will age, their soul will decay, and they will die. You are really beautiful and smart. Unfortunately, you are too smart. I can only turn you into my food. With a regretful smile, Antimo spread his fingers and an earth-shattering blood flame gushed out, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. As if it had turned into a world shrouded in blood flames, it swept towards Yu Tianling. The earth-shattering blood flame is terrifyingly corrosive. Even if it is an infinity warlock, they will be burned to ashes by the blood flame. Yu Tianling silently recited an incantation, and a huge Fenghuang flew out of the Fenghuang spear and released countless Fenghuang flames that revolved around her. When the blood flame crushed down, the Fenghuang flames shrunk to the extreme, as if they will collapse at any time. Suddenly, the void split open, and an infinity warlock rank breath erupted, and dark Fenghuang fire, which looks like it can devour everything, flew out and shot towards Antimo like a meteor. Shrouded by dark Fenghuang fire, Marshal Yu Yan, one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, dressed in the Monarch-grade secret treasure Dark Fenghuang armor and holding the Monarch-grade secret treasure Dark Fenghuang spear, exuding terrifying might, stabbed towards Antimo. With the blessing of the 2 Monarch-grade secret treasures, even if it is an infinity warlock who formed a virtual world, their virtual world will be pierced, and then they will be seriously injured. Antimo's face twisted, and he cried out, "Marshal Yu! It's her! Why is she here?" At this moment, Antimo's power is firmly restrained by Yu Tianling, and he can't spare any power to resist Yu Yan's fearsome blow. "I lied to you." At the moment when Antimo was about to be stabbed, a queer look suddenly appeared on his face, and he sneered. From Antimo's shadow, a black figure suddenly flew out and infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power spread, and a 100-meter tall devil with a ferocious face and a pair of horns on his head suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Yu Yan with a shield made of countless skulls in his hand. Yu Yan's spear stabbed onto the enormous shield that was covered in countless skulls, causing numerous skulls to explode from within the enormous shield. 18 skulls exploded in succession before they were blocked by the enormous shield. The 100-meter tall devil with a pair of horns on the head showed a ferocious smile. "Yu Yan, we meet again." Yu Yan's eyes flashed with frigid killing intent, and she pointed the dark Fenghuang spear at the devil and said coldly, "Fan it. Get out of the way, or today will be the day you die." The Archdevil Fanad is an infinity warlock rank archdevil who has been lurking in the Zhangji Plain for a long time. He has fought Yu Yan more than a dozen times, and each time, he was defeated. There were even a few times when he was almost killed by Yu Yan. Marshal Yu Yan is one of the strongest among the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals. With 2 monarch-grade secret treasures, she doesn't lose out to infinity warlocks who formed a virtual world in terms of battle prowess. The Archdevil Fanad said with a cold smile, "Yu Yan, I'm not your opponent. However, I'm not the only one here." A fierce aura gushed out, and an undying Hellion Imperial Warlock exuding a fierce aura walked out and stared at Yu Yan with a ferocious smile. "Yu Yan, today is the place where you and your sister will die together. When I capture you two alive, I'll make you regret being born by your mother." When Yu Yan saw the 2 infinity warlocks, her pupils constricted slightly. True blood kindred, archdevils, and hellions are far stronger than human powerhouses of the same rank. With 2 monarch-grade secret treasures, Yu Yan isn't afraid even if she has to fight 1 against 2. To fight 1 against 3 is already beyond the limits of her ability. Gasper, go to hell. Yu Yen let out a fierce roar as the incomparably violent black phoenix flames revolved around her body, as if it had turned into a black pillar of flames. A dignified gleam streaked past the eyes of the two Infinity Warlocks Fanad and Gasper, and they stimulated their bloodline innate abilities, and powerful defensive spells enveloped them. Martial Yu Yen is a fearsome existence ranked in the top 3 among the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 martials. If they are careless, Fanad and Gasper may even be in danger of being killed. Yu Yen flapped the wings on her back, and black Fenghuang flames formed arrows that barreled towards Fanad and Gasper like black feathers of light. Fanad waved his hand, and a copious amount of demonic chi gushed out. The space in the area filled with demonic chi on his right hand collapsed. When the countless black feathers of light shot into the collapsed space, they shattered and collapsed in an instant. Shrouded in Hellion chi, Gasper punched out 10,000 times in an instant, and fist after images shattered the countless black Fenghuang flames. At this moment, Yu Yan's figure blurred, and she appeared behind Antimo and stabbed with her spear towards the true blood kindred Grand Duke Antimo. Antimo's face suddenly changed dramatically, and his body shattered into a mist of blood, and he teleported 10 kilometers away. Yu Yen grabbed Yu Tianling, and then blurred, and the two sisters appeared in Red Rock Fortress. Chapter 665. Only 5 of Yu Tianling's transcendent rank subordinates escaped back to the barrier of Red Rock Fortress. Within the barrier of Red Rock Fortress, all human warlocks looked at the 3 Infinity Warlock rank other race powerhouses in the sky with fear in their eyes. Once Yu Yen entered the Red Crag stronghold, the power of the Red Crag stronghold's defensive barrier immediately skyrocketed. A brand new defensive barrier suddenly appeared and enveloped the entire stronghold. Antimo glanced at Red Rock Fortress and said with a cold smile, "Interesting. Marshal Yu, the barrier of Red Rock Fortress should be able to withstand the attacks of 5 Infinity Warlocks for 10 days without being destroyed. 10 days is enough time for Great Cloud Dynasty to mobilize enough powerful forces to encircle and annihilate us." Yu Yen said coldly, "That's right. Since you already know, it's not too late to leave now. I have already reported everything that happened here to the Imperial Court. Within 3 days, the Imperial Court's army will come here and kill you all." Antimo smiled and exposed the truth that Yu Yen is trying to hide. There's no need for 3 days. So long as the Heaven Watch Eye is used, powerhouses that can suppress us will arrive within an hour. Yu Yen frowned slightly, and an unclear premonition welled up inside her. A cold ray flashed in Antimo's eyes, and he roared, "However, it won't take us 3 days to destroy the barrier of Red Rock Fortress. Barrier, break for me." The eyes of Zhang Tai, who has unknowingly moved behind Yang Feng and Jiang Mei, flashed fiercely, and he pressed with his hand, and a tremendous amount of life force entered the bracelets on his hands. 2 black blades shot out from Zhang Tai's bracelets and instantly slashed at the back of Yang Feng and Jiang Mei, killing them with one strike. Almost at the same time, Zhang Tai silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a magic ray entered the planar lighthouse. Countless runes lit up on the planar lighthouse, and a strange passage appeared in the void leading directly to the inside of Red Rock Fortress. "Damn it!" Yu Yan's pretty face flickered. Staring at Zhang Tai, she flicked a finger, and a resplendent black Fenghuang arrow shot towards Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai smiled coldly and stimulated the power of the planar lighthouse, and planar passageways formed in front of him leading to different places. The black Fenghuang arrow Yu Yen shot out entered the void and blasted into the deepest part of the planar passageway. The 3 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses smiled coldly, then their figures fluttered, and they entered the planar passageway and entered the boundary of Red Rock Fortress. If the 3 Infinity Warlocks joined forces to attack from the inside of Red Rock Fortress, they could directly break the barrier of Rock Fortress. As soon as the 3 Infinity Warlocks entered the planar passageway, the planar lighthouse radiated strange light, and a terrifying force erupted in the planar passageway, and then the planar passageway split into 3, each leading to a different place. One of the planar passageways disappeared in an instant, and kindred Grand Duke Antimo appeared alone in Red Rock Fortress. Overjoyed, Yu Yan and Yu Tianling frantically urged their power to fight Antimo. Antimo's face fell, and he roared furiously, "Zhang Tai, what are you doing?" Overjoyed, the sisters Yu Yan and Yu Tianling frantically urged their power to fight Antimo. The situation where the non-humankind was sure to win was turned around in an unbelievable way. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tai was dumbfounded, hurriedly explained, "I didn't do anything. I did it." A black light flashed and pierced Zhang Tai's head, causing it to explode. Red and white matter sputtered over the ground. Standing atop the planar lighthouse, Yang Feng, who should have died, chanted an incantation and freely operated the planar lighthouse. Antimo's whole body was covered in raging blood flames as he used all his strength to cast a charm spell and transmit his voice, "Zhao Fan, let Fanad and Gasper come in. I can swear by the Styx oath that once we capture these 2 women and abolish their power, I will give them to you as your concubines. At the same time, I will consume my true blood to transform you into a greater aristocrat of the true blood race and make you the king of more than 1 billion humans." Yang Feng refused righteously, "I am a man of the imperial court in life and a ghost of the imperial court in death. Antimo, you lowly other races will never make me betray the imperial court." Yu Yan stabbed Antimo with her spear and opened a huge hole. At the same time, she shouted majestically, "Well said, Zhao Fan, hold on. As long as you hold on, the Yu family will take care of all the resources you need to promote to a bright world warlock. This battle concerns the fate of the Yu family. If the 2 pillars of the Yu family, Yu Yan and Yu Tianling, are wiped out here, then the status of the Yu family in the Great Cloud Dynasty will plummet. In contrast, although the resources consumed by a bright world warlock rank cultivator is a lot, but it is still within the range of the Infinity Warlock Yu Yan. Marshal Yu, don't worry, they're dead for sure." Yang Feng smiled and waved his hand, and a beam of light entered the planar lighthouse, and planar passageways suddenly appeared and connected with Fanad and Gasper's planar passageways, forming a large maze leading to God Blood Plane. Fanad and Gasper are trapped in the planar passageway, unable to advance or retreat. With their Infinity Warlock rank strength, they can smash the planar passageway. However, when the planar passageway collapses, the spatial tearing force will tear them to pieces in an instant. Besieged by Yu Yan and Yu Tianling, Antimo is covered in surging blood flames, yet he still can't resist the stab of the black Feng Huang spear. Every time he is stabbed, he utters a miserable scream, and his life origin is weakened by a fraction. Even though he keeps devouring blood essence, he is still on the verge of death, as if he may be engulfed by countless flames at any time and turn into ashes. Persevering for about half an hour, Antimo unleashed various escape secret methods in an attempt to escape. However, Red Rock Fortress has activated a powerful barrier. Whenever he is halfway through his escape, he will be blocked by the barrier, and then Yu Yan and Yu Tianling will catch up to him. Standing on the planar lighthouse, Yang Feng operated this large secret treasure to trap the 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Fanad and Gasper. Outside the Red Rock Fort, the Blood Clan experts were frantically attacking the defensive boundary of the fort as if they had gone mad. However, they were unable to break through the terrifying defensive boundary. There's really an unexpected factor. Within Red Rock Fortress, a man hidden in the darkness frowned slightly, took out a communications box, and said coldly, "Do it." The Warlock Towers in Red Rock Fortress instantly erupted with world-shaking explosions, and the terrifying explosions blasted the Warlock Towers away. The barrier enveloping the Red Rock Fort was blasted into pieces. The energy required for a large secret treasure like the planar lighthouse comes from the Warlock Towers in Red Rock Fortress. Now that the Warlock Towers have been blown to pieces, unable to maintain the planar passageways released by the planar lighthouse, they collapsed one after another. Inside the planar passageway, the two infinity warlocks Fanad and Gasper showed ferocious smiles, their eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and they took a deep look at Yang Feng. Damn it! There's actually a mole. Who the hell wants to kill them? With a thought, Yang Feng recited an incantation and pointed at the planar lighthouse. A planar passageway appeared behind Yu Yan and Yu Tianling. Run! Without looking back, Yang Feng plunged into another planar passageway that appeared beside him and fled towards God Blood Plane. 3 infinity warlocks plus countless kindred powerhouses can kill Yu Yan and company before Great Cloud Dynasty's reinforcements arrive. Yang Feng didn't want this avatar to die here, so he promptly chose to escape. Yu Yan is worthy of being one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals. She made a gesture, and then flew towards the planar passageway with Yu Tianling. God Blood Plane is the base of true blood kindred, and it is full of dangers. But even so, God Blood Plane is extremely vast. As long as Yu Yan, who is proficient in countless warlock secret methods, is determined to hide, she will be able to hide. Antimo, Fanad, and Gasper, the 3 other race infinity warlocks are not the opponents of human warlocks in Zhangji Plane. Yet, they still hide because Zhangji Plane is too vast. As long as they don't act rashly, it will be difficult to find their traces. You want to leave? Not so easy. Antimo glared at Yu Yan and Yu Tianling with resentment, and then spat out a drop of true blood that he regards as important as his life. The drop of true blood suddenly flew out and turned into 2 blurry soul runes that appeared behind Yu Yan and Yu Tianling in an instant and imprinted themselves on them. Go to hell. At the moment when the planar passageway blurred, Fanad issued a sullen roar, his body blurred, and he appeared in front of a glorious sun warlock. With a wave of his hand, the head of the glorious sun warlock appeared in his hand. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and a blurry soul aura flew out of the glorious sun warlock's body and entered his mouth. Gasper's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of another glorious sun warlock. With a wave of his right hand, a glorious sun core and a heart appeared in his hand. The eyes of the glorious sun warlock lost all light, and he turned into a corpse. Gasper tore the corpse to pieces, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it. The demon clan loved to devour the strong among the humans the most. That way, they could obtain more power. This was also the reason why human warlocks were killing the Hellions everywhere. Chapter 666. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in a strange land. It seems like the whole world is full of a repulsive force, making him look out of place. If a transcendent rank powerhouse rashly enters another world, they will trigger the suppression of that world. The suppression of that world is the main reason why other transcendent rank powerhouses don't dare to rashly go to other worlds. Only great warlock rank powerhouses won't suffer any repulsive force or suppression when they enter a different world. That's because no matter how they fight, great warlock rank powerhouses can't harm a world's origin force. When Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses and above fight, their power may harm a world's origin force. This is God Blood Plane, one of the 36 primary material planes. This plane was once conquered by Zhangji Plane. I can simulate the fluctuations of this world's life forms and integrate into it. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and gold runes flew out, circled around him, and changed the fluctuations of power inside him into true blood kindred fluctuations of power. The repulsive force of the world disappeared at once. Planes conquered by human warlocks have all kinds of information on how to integrate into that plane. This is one of the greatest advantages of human warlocks. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he quickly analyzed, being able to come to God Blood Plane is a great harvest. Now that I'm here, all I need to do is find a place to settle down and install a top-grade warp gate. That way, I can open a path to the God Blood Plane. Next, I have to find a way to infiltrate the true blood kindred and become a part of them. Each of the 36 primary material planes has infinity warlocks or even stronger powerhouses. When the 8th Warlock dynasty collapsed, most of the planar passageways leading to the 36 primary material planes were destroyed by human warlocks. That's because once there is a stable planar passageway leading to the 36 primary material planes, the entire Tsangji plane may fall into the control of other races. After the collapse of the 8th Warlock dynasty, countless human warlocks fought fiercely with the other races that invaded Tsangji plane, and both sides suffered losses. Countless other race powerhouses and human warlocks have died, which led to the decline of the Tsangji plane's powerhouses, with the strongest being only infinity warlocks. Relying on the power of several Empyrean-grade secret treasures, the Tsangji plane's human warlocks barely managed to protect the Tsangji plane from being controlled by other races. If the other races mastered a stable planar passageway, they might become the rulers of the Tsangji plane. At that time, under the leadership of the Time Lord, humans killed, banished, sealed, and drove away countless archgods, and finally controlled the entire Tsangji plane. Then, under the leadership of the 7 warlock emperors, the worlds recognized the human race as one of the strongest races in the worlds. If humans can become the master of the Tsangji plane, then other powerful races may also become the master of the Tsangji plane. That was the reason why the 8 great warlock dynasties collapsed so quickly. Destiny algorithm. Under the guidance of fate, let me go to a place suitable for me to hide. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and cast the spell, Destiny algorithm, and wisps of fate aura diffused from him and formed an arrow pointing northwest. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he walked northwest. After walking for about 4 kilometers, Yang Feng entered a dense forest. He had just entered the dense forest, when a level, for extraordinary life form fire demonic tiger pounced out of the tall underbrush and shot towards Yang Feng lightning fast. In God Blood Plain, in addition to the cities where true blood kindred lived, there were also many powerful extraordinary life forms in the wilderness. Really? You're too weak. Get down. Yang Feng glanced at the fire demonic tiger with a frigid gaze, then released the true blood kindred innate spell, Superior Might, and glared at the fire demonic tiger. The fiery demonic tiger's body trembled slightly, and its eyes revealed a look of fear. It prostrated itself on the ground, shivering in submission. The true blood kindred innate spell, Superior Might, was the same as God's divine might and demons' demonic might. It was the suppression of superior life forms over inferior life forms. What Yang Feng imitated was the superior might of a true blood kindred viscount. It was comparable to the terrifying might of a transcendent rank powerhouse. The fire demonic tiger was just a trifling level, for extraordinary life form. It couldn't withstand the superior might of a kindred viscount rank kindred. Yang Feng jumped lightly, directly jumped onto the fire demonic tiger's back, and continued to ride the fire demonic tiger towards the northwest direction. After walking for about 50 kilometers, a huge city with a 30-meter-tall city wall appeared before Yang Feng's eyes. The city wall was extremely dilapidated, and it hadn't been blessed by any spells. Yang Feng swept the huge city with a glance and quickly made an assessment. Without warlock pagodas or spells, this city wall can at most defend against enemies below the level 1 warlock rank. It's meaningless against true experts. On the Tsangji plain, almost all of the slightly larger cities had warlock pagodas and countless spells blessed their city walls. Once the defensive barrier of the Red Rock Fortress was activated, it could withstand the siege of 3 infinity warlocks. From this, it could be seen how powerful the human cities on the Tsangji plain were. As soon as Yang Feng entered the huge city, he saw that there were people of various races in the city. There were humans, beastmen, elves, fiends, and even devils. The source of power of true blood kindred was the true blood inside them. By absorbing the blood of different experts, the true blood inside them could become stronger and more energetic. It was because of this that true blood kindred captured many beings of other races and brought them to God Blood Plain over a long period of time, forming a scene of many races living together. In fact, Due to the frequent contact between the 36 primary material planes and the Tsangji plane's human warlocks, apart from the lofty Sandra plane dominated by the high elves, the rest of the planes more or less had species that weren't born on the plane. Yang Feng took a closer look and saw that the humans were dressed in rags, their eyes were lifeless, and they had collars around their necks representing their status as slaves. The beast men, elves, fiends, and devils, on the other hand, were the leaders. They often beat and cursed the humans at the slightest provocation. For true blood kindred, the stronger the master of the blood they drank, the more delicious the blood will be, and the faster their strength will increase. If humans didn't practice cultivation, their physique wouldn't compare to that of other races. Naturally, their status couldn't compare to that of beast men, elves, fiends, devils, and other extraordinary life forms that were born with formidable strength. When the beast men, elves, and fiends saw Yang Feng riding a fire demonic tiger, their eyes revealed apprehension and they retreated, not daring to approach him. In God Blood Plane, only bigwigs among true blood kindred were qualified to ride a powerful extraordinary life form like the fire demonic tiger. This is. When Yang Feng passed by an iron cage, his heart suddenly stirred slightly and he felt a trace of the power of fate throbbing. He stopped at once and looked towards the iron cage. Inside the iron cage was a human lowly of about 11 or 12 years old. The human lowly was dressed in a tattered jumpsuit and had a head full of beautiful, yet dusty, long silver hair. She was curled up in a corner of the iron cage, looking like a helpless cub. A foxman beast man squeezed a smile on his face, stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sir, this is a human cub I've just caught. With a bit of nurturing, she'll be a top-notch virgin. Her blood is bound to be the most delicious virgin blood. She'll be yours for just one intermediate blood coin." Blood coins were the currency circulated among kindred. They were refined from the blood essence of life forms of Viscount-rank true blood kindred from other races. Low-ranked vampires could temper their blood meridians and evolve by absorbing blood coins. With enough blood coins, vampires would be able to break through the bottleneck and become blood kindred. And those blood kindred could only evolve into true blood kindred after absorbing enough blood coins of mid-level and above. In God Blood Plane, as long as a person of any race accumulated enough blood coins, they could ask a true blood kindred to transform them into a vampire. Then, step by step, they would eventually evolve into a true blood kindred. This was the only path of evolution for the many races of God Blood Plane. In the God Blood Plane, everyone was proud of being transformed into a vampire. But true blood kindred wouldn't easily transform people into vampires, because once everyone became a vampire, it would be very difficult for them to find food. "Lowly thing, it's your honor to offer her to me. Yet you still dare to ask me for blood coins, you're courting death." Yang Feng imitated the arrogant, indifferent, and cruel tone of Viscount-rank true blood kindred and glared at the foxman beast-man. The face of the foxman beast-man suddenly twisted, and he bled from his facial orifices. A copious amount of blood flew out of his body, condensed in the void, and formed the intermediate blood coin. "This is a blood coin for you, take it." Yang Feng smiled coldly. A simulated blood energy flashed past, and the blood coin flew to the corpse of the foxman beast-man. The cage imprisoning the silver-haired lowly was opened. Yang Feng stared at the silver-haired lowly, and his voice was full of arrogance unique to true blood kindred. "Come out. From today on, I am your master." The silver-haired lowly slowly stood up. She had a pair of ruby-like beautiful eyes that gave her a mysterious and dangerous feeling. Chapter 667. Yang Feng took a closer look at the silver-haired lowly and praised, "What a beautiful embryo. Take care of her for a few years, and she will definitely become an outstanding beauty." The silver-haired Lolita had snow-white and delicate skin. She had a pair of beautiful ruby-like eyes. She was petite and slender, and her facial features were exquisite. Even though she was stained with a lot of dust, her beautiful outline could still be vaguely seen. The only pity was that she only had 2 small bumps in front of her body. Compared to many mature Western Lolitas, she was far inferior. Yang Feng stared at the silver-haired loli and said in an arrogant tone, "From today on, you are called Regina, and you are mine. Do you understand?" With a numb look in her eyes, Regina responded in a tender and sweet voice, "Yes, sir. I will work hard to become Sir's food." In God Blood Plane, the only value ordinary humans have is to become food for vampires and kindred. This is how their children and grandchildren are educated. They are taught that becoming food and toys for vampires and kindred is their only mission. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and tapped Regina's forehead with his index finger, and a powerful soul force enveloped her. Intermediate level, 8 soul aptitude. Yang Feng's eyelids twitched, and the pride unique to true blood kindred on his face almost collapsed. Yang Feng has only seen one level, 8 soul aptitude genius, Shi Shui. Apart from her, Yang Feng has never seen another peerless genius born with a level 8 soul aptitude. Regina actually has an intermediate level 8 soul aptitude. Her soul aptitude is second only to Shi Shui. She is the most outstanding warlock genius Yang Feng has ever seen. If Regina was born in Sangji Plain, then once people learn that she has such a terrifying soul aptitude, countless major forces will send experts to fight over her. If a genius with an intermediate level 8 soul aptitude doesn't form a virtual world and increase the difficulty of breaking through the bottleneck, then as long as they have the right secret method and enough cultivation resources, they will have no problem promoting to a bright world warlock. Even the promotion to an infinity warlock will be far easier than other warlocks. Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian, the two strongest geniuses of the Battle Demon sect who formed a virtual world, have been stuck in the quasi-infinity warlock realm, unable to break through. In the end, their soul aptitude advanced to inferior level 8, and they were able to break through with great difficulty and advance to the infinity warlock realm. The importance of soul aptitude was evident. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. The fate algorithm is indeed a peerless secret method to grasp the power of fate. Just with it, I've made a fortune on this trip to God Blood Plane. Regina looked at the mysterious smile on Yang Feng's face, hesitated for a moment, and then extended her small hands, grabbed Yang Feng's big hands, and pressed them against her small chest. What's going on? Yang Feng was taken aback, and stormy waves set off in his heart. Blood energy surged, and his right hand was covered in a layer of grease, and he easily broke free from Regina's little hand. As if a helpless puppy about to be abandoned by its owner, Regina stared at Yang Feng with her beautiful ruby-like eyes and implored bitterly, "Master, did I not do enough? I will work hard in the future, please don't abandon me. I will study hard in the future." Yang Feng pinched Regina's chin and said with the arrogance of a true blood kindred, "Idiot, wait 7 years for this kind of thing. What you have to do now is to study hard, grow, and become more beautiful. In the future, I will consider making you my descendant." Regina nodded seriously, "MHM. I will work hard." Following a series of afterimages, a 1.76 tall pureblood kindred girl dressed in a black leather jacket, with long, golden hair coiled up, a sexy figure, twin peaks nearly bursting out of her clothes, and a bewitching appearance exuding a strong charm appeared in front of Yang Feng. Behind the pure-blood kindred girl, there are more than 20 good-looking vampires of various races. Marina winked coquettishly at Yang Feng and said with a bewitching smile, "Your Highness Viscount, I am Marina, a subordinate of the Great Viscount Duccio, the city master of Oran City. The Great Viscount Duccio would like to invite you to our castle for a gathering." When Marina smiled, the beast-men, elves, and fiends around her became slightly absent-minded. Captivated by her natural charm, they could hardly move their eyes away from her and revealed looks of infatuation. Kindred also possessed the innate ability of natural charm, which is pure charm, not a spell, and cannot be broken. The charm of pure blood kindred and above kindred girls is not inferior to that of succubi of the abyss. Yang Feng took a deep look at Marina and said with a smile, "Okay. In the center of Oran City, there is a vast manor with beautiful scenery. In the manor, vampires and kindred powerhouses called cannon fodder can be seen everywhere. In the manor, there are handsome men and beautiful women everywhere. There is not a single ordinary or ugly creature. In the center of the manor, there is a huge castle full of European medieval style. This huge castle is the residence of Viscount Duccio. As soon as he entered the huge castle, Yang Feng keenly sensed the powerful auras vaguely exuding from the huge castle. Yang Feng scanned with his soul force and quickly made an analysis: 2 kindred barons and 12 pure blood kindred. Among god blood plains kindred, transcendent rank kindred were at the top of the food chain. They were very difficult to be born, and their numbers were small. The area where Oran City is located is very remote. It is already amazing to have a kindred viscount and 2 kindred barons here. Yang Feng vaguely guessed that all the resources in this area should be supplied to the kindred viscount, which is why his servants are so few and so weak. Hello, I am Viscount Duccio, a descendant of the great 6th true ancestor. Viscount from afar, how do I address you? Inside a beautiful palace, a handsome man with short blonde hair and a sunny appearance exuding a strong charm stood up from a dozen-plus beautiful women of different races, greeted Yang Feng enthusiastically, and introduced himself. Yang Feng responded gracefully and courteously, I am Anderson, a descendant of the great 7th true ancestor. It's a pleasure to meet you, Viscount Duccio. Among kindred, true blood kindred with titles of nobility communicate with each other on an equal footing. They rarely reveal the arrogance inscribed in their bones. Viscount Duccio invited enthusiastically, you came at the right time. I have just cultivated delicious blood food. How about we have a cup of afternoon tea and have a good chat? Yang Feng showed a courteous smile, okay. Duccio clapped his hands, and a number of scantily clad vampire beauties appeared. They carried out a long table and served all kinds of delicious food and fruits of extraordinary plants. God blood plains true blood kindred can live without sucking the blood of intelligent life forms. However, true blood kindred who don't suck blood will be in a weak state for a long time, and it will be difficult for them to improve their strength. They will only be able to exert 30% of their full strength. Therefore, very few people don't suck blood. However, in addition to sucking blood, they can also enjoy other delicacies wantonly. Before long, 6 14 or 15-year-old beast man, elven, demon, human, dragonborn, and ogre girls walked in. The 6 girls still had a childish aura on their faces, but all of them had extremely sexy figures. Their breasts were bulging, as if they were about to burst out of their clothes. At the same time, their appearances were top-notch beauties, and they had a pure, sexy, and childish aura. Standing next to Yang Feng, Regina looked at the bulging chests of the 6 girls, and then looked at her barren chest, and her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly and clouded with a layer of haze. Duccio pointed towards the 6 girls and said with a proud smile, these 6 girls are the best blood food I've recently cultivated. They're only 16 years old, not only are they virgins, but each of them possess the strength of a level 2 warlock. Their blood is absolutely delicious. You are my honored guest, so pick 3 of them that you like first. Then I'll do as you say. Yang Feng pointed to the human, dragonborn, and elven girls and said arrogantly, the 3 of you, come here. The 3 girls came over, a fragrance wafting from them. There is excitement and fear in their beautiful eyes. Duccio smiled slightly. He grabbed the beautiful Fox Clan girl beside him and held her in his arms. He opened his incomparably ferocious fangs and fiercely bit down on the beautiful Fox Clan girl's neck. The beautiful Foxman girl screamed, her eyes suddenly blurred, and she fell into a state of excitement. Next, her body twitched slightly, and as if all the water in her body disappeared, she turned into a mummy. Vampires would secrete a special liquid when they were feeding, causing the prey to feel as if they were in heaven and wanting to die. Many prey will even take the initiative to become the blood food of kindred for the feeling of ecstasy. The beautiful girls of the Ghost Clan and the Demon Clan shuddered as they stared at Du Qiao with fear in their eyes. Du Qiao tossed the mummy of the beautiful Foxman girl aside and showed a gentlemanly smile to Yang Feng, saying, "Oh no, it's too delicious. If I wasn't careful, I would have sucked her dry. The hot blood of beautiful virgins is really intoxicating. Viscount Anderson, why haven't you tasted it yet? Do you think they are not delicious enough?" Chapter 668. Yang Feng smiled and looked at the elven girl. There was a flash of fear in the eyes of the elven girl, and a fragrance wafted out from her. She hugged Yang Feng and tilted her head slightly, revealing her snow-white neck. Yang Feng opened his mouth, exposed his disguised fangs, bit the elven girl's neck, and injected a kindred-like hallucinogen into her body. The elven girl's beautiful eyes suddenly revealed a trace of blurriness, her delicate body was dyed with a layer of red, and she fell into a state of ecstasy. After absorbing a portion of the elven girl's blood and storing it, Yang Feng put the elven girl down. She fell into Yang Feng's arms and gasped for air, her mind in a state of confusion. When the human and dragonborn girls saw this, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Becoming a true blood kindred's blood feed doesn't necessarily mean death. It depends on who the true blood kindred is. If it is a cruel true blood kindred, then the blood feed will be tortured to death. Du Qiao asked curiously, "The great sixth true ancestor has issued a true ancestor decree ordering us to encircle the Cangji Plains human warlocks. Viscount Anderson, are you here to participate in the encirclement of the human warlocks as well?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "The great seventh true ancestor has indeed issued a true ancestor decree. However, I know myself. The human warlocks from the Cangji Plain are much stronger than me. Even if I find them, I'm not their opponent. I don't want to meet them at all." Du Qiao's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he uttered unhurriedly, "That's right, an Infinity Warlock and a Bright World Warlock are said to have seriously injured Grand Duke Antimo. If we go against such powerhouses, we'll just be throwing our lives away. However, true ancestor decrees cannot be violated. It is said that the sixth true ancestor likes the pair of sisters very much. Whoever can capture them alive will be given a drop of Grand Prince True Blood." When he heard that, Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he exclaimed in admiration, "A drop of Grand Prince True Blood, how generous." True blood kindred Grand Princes are human warlock monarch rank existences. Every vampire prince only had 9 drops of true blood and a large amount of ordinary blood in their bodies. As long as there was enough blood energy, a vampire prince could produce an almost limitless amount of ordinary blood. However, there were only 9 drops of true blood, and no more. Each drop of true blood contained 1/9 of a vampire prince's power. Under normal circumstances, a vampire prince would need several thousand years to condense a second drop of true blood after losing 1 drop. That drop of kindred Grand Prince True Blood was enough to enable a kindred viscount like Du Qiao to evolve into a kindred earl and possess glorious dawn warlock rank strength as well as the potential to advance to a kindred marquis. The true blood was the source of the vampire prince's power, and they would never hand over their true blood to others. Even the true ancestor of vampires didn't have many drops of the true blood of vampire princes. The true blood of a prince is naturally excellent. Unfortunately, the 2 human warlocks were too strong. We don't stand a chance at all. I think the blood of a viscount is a great tonic for me. It will make me stronger." Du Qiao smiled coldly, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the dragonborn and the human girl. Countless blood-colored runes appeared on the dragonborn and the human girl. Their eyes lost their luster, they issued miserable screams, and their bodies exploded in an instant. A copious amount of blood condensed into blood-colored runes that barreled towards Yang Feng. The blood of the elven girl stored in Yang Feng's teeth trembled and turned into countless insect-like runes, trying to break through the vessel that sealed them. Runes diffused from Yang Feng, bound him like chains, and sealed his power. His face fell at once, and he cried out, Soul Lock Blood Poison, you used this most vicious spell developed by human warlocks to deal with your compatriots. You bastard. You're worse than a pig or a dog. How many of our compatriots have you killed with this vicious spell? Duccio showed a ferocious smile, stared at Yang Feng as if he was staring at a tonic, and said with a ferocious smile, compatriots? Anderson, you're really stupid. In this world, only you are the most important. The rest of them are just stepping stones for us to move forward. I was able to become a kindred viscount from an ordinary vampire in just 300 years because I devoured the blood of countless people. Only by devouring the blood of our compatriots is the fastest way for us kindred to evolve. This is the original sin of our race. Human warlocks need to practice various secret methods, use various elixirs to strengthen themselves, and use countless resources to evolve. Even though Yang Feng has the resources of the entire Ligui province, but he still needs to practice cultivation to continue to evolve. Kindred, on the other hand, are different. As long as they can devour the true blood of a higher level kindred, they can evolve quickly. This also caused the blood breeds of the god blood plane to fight and kill each other. Of course, among kindred, a higher level kindred of the same bloodline has absolute authority over a lower level kindred. As Duccio is a kindred viscount of the 6th true ancestor bloodline, a kindred earl of the 6th true ancestor bloodline has absolute authority over him. He must obey an order from an earl of the 6th true ancestor bloodline. Only by promoting to a kindred grand duke can this absolute authority be greatly weakened. Although kindred grand princes of the same bloodline can also give orders to kindred grand dukes of the same bloodline, but the kindred grand dukes may not completely obey the orders. Yang Feng suddenly revealed an extremely strange smile, that makes sense. Thank you. I also want to catch a Viscount True Blood kindred and absorb his true blood. You're the one. The void distorted, and 5 Type 2 void assassins suddenly appeared and slashed at Duccio. An afterimage flashed, and Duccio's body disintegrated. A tremendous amount of blood energy suddenly gushed out, and his disintegrated body turned into countless bats that flew in all directions. 10 Type 3 frost manipulators suddenly flew out, and a copious amount of white frozen gas shot out from their freezing units and swept in all directions. Under the white freezing air, countless bats turned into ice cubes and were directly frozen by the freezing air. An incomparably powerful wave of blood energy erupted from the bats, causing the ice cubes to be blasted away. 6 Type 2 sealers suddenly flew out and fired countless sealing light that slammed into the bats, sealing and suppressing them one by one. In just a dozen plus breaths of time, the kindred Viscount Duccio, whose strength is infinitely close to that of a glorious Dawn Warlock, was suppressed and sealed by the battle robots. Streaks of afterimages flashed by as the void assassins silently hunted down the powerful pure-blooded kindred in the castle. In less than a day, the entire Oran city had changed to a new master without a sound. In a secret room in the deepest part of the castle, there is a top-grade warp gate installed. With a flash of light, Yang Feng's true body walked out of the top-grade warp gate. Yang Feng's flesh golem avatar quickly handed Duccio's sealed bats to his true body. Yang Feng took a look at Duccio and said regretfully, a Viscount rank true blood kindred, what a pity. It would be great if it was a Grand Duke rank true blood kindred or above. Once the bloodline of a complete Viscount rank true blood kindred is extracted, it can create a Moonlight Warlock rank bloodline warlock family. For ordinary warlocks, their bloodline is an astronomical price. However, for Yang Feng, Duccio's Viscount rank bloodline is of little use in improving his strength. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out and floated in the air. Chains formed from countless runes flew out of the true God Empyrean imprint and stabbed into the bats Duccio has transformed into. The bats that Duccio had turned into wriggled strangely, struggling desperately. In the end, they collapsed one by one, turning into blood-red mist that flew out of the seal, condensing into 5 drops of demonic true blood that gave off a blood-red light. Young Feng used a lot of resources to refine another flesh golem and swallowed the 5 drops of bewitching true blood exuding bloody light. The flesh golem quickly twisted and turned into a Viscount rank true blood kindred identical to Duccio. The corners of Yang Feng's true body's mouth rose slightly. Very well, from today on, I am the city master of Oran City, Viscount Duccio. Yang Feng's true body smiled at Regina standing behind his avatar and uttered, "Regina, follow me." Regina shrank back and looked at Yang Feng's avatar with a pleading look in her eyes. Yang Feng's avatar smiled, blurred, and changed back to Yang Feng's original appearance. I am him, and he is me. To be precise, he is the real me. I am just an avatar of his. This is my true appearance. Regina, following him is the same as following me. Regina glanced at the 2 Yang Feng avatars, and then obediently walked towards Yang Feng's true body. I understand. Yang Feng's Xiaofan avatar left together with Yang Feng's true body and Regina, leaving behind only a Viscount rank true blood kindred avatar that looks exactly like Duccio and exudes Duccio's soul aura. Yang Feng sensed his new avatar, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. The conversion rate is still too low. This body only has half of Duccio's fighting strength, which is only slightly stronger than that of a junior Moonlight Warlock. The strength of its soul is pitifully weak, only slightly stronger than that of a quasi-Moonlight Warlock. However, Duccio has always liked to play the pig to eat the tiger. The strength he displayed is only at the junior Moonlight Warlock rank, which is enough. Chapter 669. Viscount Duccio wasn't strong, and the flesh golem Yang Feng refined from 5 drops of his true blood was even weaker, only possessing junior Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base. However, with the identity of Viscount Duccio as a cover, Yang Feng could walk freely in God Blood Plane and reap all kinds of benefits. Yang Feng mobilized a lot of resources and the blood of powerhouses from Ligui province and gave them to his kindred avatar to devour. After Yang Feng's kindred avatar absorbed countless resources and devoured the blood of powerhouses, its cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. It didn't take long for it to recover Viscount Duccio's strength in his heyday. One night, Yang Feng's kindred avatar was playing with dozens of gorgeous female vampires in the castle. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended from the sky. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and waved his hand, saying, "Step down." The dozens of gorgeous female vampires quickly retreated. "Duccio, your toys are really good. How about giving me 20 of them?" A handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes exuding charm smiled and walked out of the distorted void and came to in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng showed an impeccable smile and said, "Pizzino, if you give me 2 drops of true blood, I can give you 20 of them." The handsome young man in front of Yang Feng was called Pizzino, and he was a viscount of the 6th true ancestor bloodline. Pizzino shook his head and uttered with a smile, "True blood? If you are willing to give me a drop of your true blood, I can give you 10,000 beautiful vampires, and all of them are virgins." Although God Blood Plane couldn't compare to Tsangji Plane, but it was still a huge plane. The number of intelligent life forms was calculated in the hundreds of millions. Yang Feng's avatar Viscount Duccio controlled 53 large cities with a population of more than 1 million and a population of more than 50 million. This way, he could easily cultivate 6 delicious virgin blood food. Pizzino controlled more than 100 large cities with a population of more than 1 million and a population of more than 100 million. The resources he could mobilize were more than double that of Duccio. Naturally, he could easily get many beautiful vampires. Yang Feng said, "Pizzino, what are you doing here? Apart from some frozen virgin blood, I don't have anything else to entertain you." To vampires, steaming hot blood full of vitality and fragrance was the best delicacy. The low-level vampires could only drink the blood extracted from the blood eaters in advance. Drawing blood appropriately was not harmful to the human body, but beneficial instead. In order to have enough blood, the blood race would not excessively draw blood from their prey. They would only draw blood from different intelligent lifeforms at regular intervals. Pizzino licked his lips and revealed an excited smile. Frozen virgin blood? You're really cold. I remember that you seem to have carefully cultivated a batch of delicious and delicate blood food. How about we have a good meal? Duccio's ability to nurture blood food was top-notch even among the true blood race. That was why many vampires came because of its fame and were secretly eaten by it. Yang Feng uttered lightly, true blood, or Grand Duke blood coins. Pizzino sighed slightly, and then revealed a serious look on his face. What a miser. Grand Duke Gogno has summoned us to serve under him and search for the 2 human warlocks who have infiltrated our plane. Grand Duke Gogno was one of the 7 Grand Dukes subordinated to the 6th true ancestor as well as the Lord directly under Duccio and Pizzino. They had to obey Grand Duke Gogno's summons. There was no room for refusal. Even if Grand Duke Gogno ordered Duccio and Pizzino to die, the 2 of them could not resist. They could only kill themselves. Unless they could practice cultivation until the Infinity Warlock rank, true blood kindred would be able to break the shackles of their bloodline and truly become masters of their own destiny. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said, "This is the worst news I've ever heard. By the way, since the 2 human warlocks came from the Zhangji Plain, they must have great hidden abilities. Isn't Grand Duke Gogno's order to search for them like looking for a needle in a haystack?" Pizzino sighed slightly. Reportedly, Grand Duke Antimo, who is lurking in the Zhangji Plain, used a drop of true blood to cast a blood-soul curse on them. As long as he used the blood-soul compass, he would be able to sense their presence within a 10,000-kilometer radius. Grand Duke Gogno has led people to fight them several times. Many people have died, and they have been seriously injured. However, they still managed to escape. Pizzino is well aware that Grand Duke Gogno is using them as cannon fodder. As long as they find traces of the Yu family's sisters, they will be killed by the Yu family's sisters immediately. Their deaths will be used by Grand Duke Gogno to hunt for information on the Yu family's sisters. True blood kindred viscounts are much easier to be born than human moonlight warlocks. Only kindred marquises and kindred grand dukes are harder to be born than human bright world warlocks and infinity warlocks. As for kindred true ancestors, from the arch-god era to the present, only 9 have been born. In each era, the number of human Holy Spirit warlocks far exceeds 9. This is the biggest difference between the 2 races. For the sake of a drop of kindred Grand Prince true blood, Grand Duke Gogno is clearly desperate. He is even willing to use a precious fighting force like kindred viscounts as cannon fodder. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said, "Didn't the other Grand Dukes and Grand Princes take action? If they did, the 2 human warlocks shouldn't be able to escape." Pizzino said meaningfully, "There is only 1 drop of kindred Grand Prince true blood. A drop of kindred Grand Prince true blood can even tempt kindred Grand Prince's rank powerhouses. However, even the 6th true ancestor can only take out 1 drop of kindred Grand Prince true blood. The drop of kindred Grand Prince true blood has driven countless kindred powerhouses crazy. At the same time, the kindred Grand Dukes who have the ability to capture the Yu family's sisters have different thoughts. Many kindred Grand Dukes have been stuck at a bottleneck since tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, unable to evolve into a kindred Grand Prince. A drop of kindred Grand Prince true blood can increase their chances of advancing by 5%. Naturally, they will go crazy for it. Yang Feng and Pizzino discussed for a while, but to no avail. They could only respond to Grand Duke Gogno's summon and go to Snow Night City. Snow Night City was the place where Grand Duke Gogno lived. It was not an ordinary city, but a star that Grand Duke Gogno had plucked and then refined into a star that floated in the god blood plane with great alchemy. Snow Night City has a population of 13.5 billion, of which all are handsome men and beautiful women. Once an ugly person is born, they will be directly banished from Snow Night City and thrown into the surface world. To the people of Grand Duke Gogno, Snow Night City was like heaven, a holy land that they yearned for even in their dreams. Everyone takes pride in being able to enter Snow Night City. God Blood Plains kindred aren't good at alchemy. Grand Duke Gogno was already a pinnacle kindred Grand Duke more than 100,000 years ago. During that long period of time, he captured a top alchemy grandmaster from Tsangji Plain and spent nearly 10,000 years to build Snow Night City. In Snow Night City, Grand Duke Gogno has a 30% chance of suppressing even a kindred Grand Prince. Even if he can't suppress the kindred Grand Prince, he can still defeat the kindred Grand Prince. This is the power of secret treasures and human alchemy. Kindred, fiends, dragons, elves, devils, and other races are born with formidable power. Their power is far superior to that of human warlocks of the same rank. Even if human warlocks are implanted with their bloodline, but compared to their true bodies, there is still a large gap in strength. It is thanks to the power of alchemy that human warlocks have developed all kinds of formidable secret treasures that they are able to defeat other powerful races one by one. Grand Duke Gogno was also unable to break through, so he took a different path and spent countless resources and energy to build that city of Snow Night. As soon as Yang Feng entered Snow Night City, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "What a beautiful city!" Snow Night City is a city with spacious streets and high-rise buildings full of artistic aura. Luxury magic sports cars can be seen everywhere on the streets. It is much more beautiful than many large human cities in Tsangji Plain. Snow Night City is filled with formidable life magic energy. Clearly, there is a special secret treasure to maintain the concentration of life magic energy in Snow Night City. On the streets of Snow Night City, there are countless handsome men and beautiful women. Their complexions are ruddy and their eyes are spirited, completely different from the people in other cities in God Blood Plain. Pizzino uttered with a smile, His Majesty the Grand Duke spent 10,000 years to build Snow Night City. The Grand Princes are very envious of this Snow Night City. Yang Feng smiled, and countless nano-robots as fine as dust particles flew out of his hand and disappeared into Snow Night City. At the same time, he quietly followed Pizzino towards the center of Snow Night City. In the center of Snow Night City, there is a huge castle. The huge castle is the center of Snow Night City, the residence of Grand Duke Gogno. Yang Feng entered the huge castle, came to a hall, and saw hundreds of kindred viscounts gathered in the hall. Yang Feng mused, hundreds of kindred viscounts, the number of moonlight warlocks subordinated to Grand Duke Gogno is much greater than that of Battle Demon Sect. Chapter 670. Not long after, a tall, handsome man walked out from the side of the hall. He looked very young, but his eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life. He sat directly on the throne in the hall. From Ducio's memories, Yang Feng learned that the handsome man is Grand Duke Gogno, who has 3 kindred marquises, 13 kindred earls, and hundreds of kindred viscounts under his command. You should already be aware of the reason why I summoned you here. Now I order you to go to the Magadan region immediately and search for traces of the 2 human warlocks. After you find them, do your best to send an alarm signal, and then do your best to stop them. Grand Duke Gogno glanced coldly at the many kindred powerhouses below, and his eyes radiated bewitching red bloody light, and strange blood energy spread from all directions and enveloped Yang Feng and company. Yes. Your Majesty. Swept by the bloody red light, the true blood inside the hundreds of moonlight warlock-rank kindred viscounts trembled, and they lowered their heads and responded respectfully. Even Yang Feng, who has been prepared for this, couldn't resist the control of the true blood inside him, and couldn't help but respond respectfully. Grand Duke Gogno uttered coldly, "Go." Yes. Your Majesty. Along with flashes of bloody light, Yang Feng and the other kindred viscounts turned into streams of light and flew out of Snow Night City towards the Magadan region. The nanomachines scattered by Yang Feng in Snow Night City are absorbing Snow Night City's energy and proliferating quietly. 100 level, 4 optical computers performed frantic calculations and analyzed the structure and runes of Snow Night City. The computing power of a level 4 optical computer is already comparable to that of a bright world warlock. The computing power and analytical ability of 100 level 4 optical computers has already surpassed that of an ordinary infinity warlock. As Yang Feng continued to enrich the Shizu database and load all kinds of warlock knowledge into the database, the level 4 optical computers could carry out all kinds of analysis and deductions just like warlocks. They were equivalent to transcendent rank warlock brains that had warlock knowledge but never needed to rest. Now let's test how powerful the Order of the Kindred Grand Duke is. Disobedience. As soon as Yang Feng flew out of Snow Night City, he began to experiment. His first choice was to fly outside the Magadan region. Yang Feng had just moved when his expression turned absent-minded. When he came to his senses, he found that he had already flown a long distance towards the Magadan region. I can't disobey orders. The true blood in my body will make me automatically obey his orders. What about overtly complying but covertly opposing? I can slow down my flying speed. Yang Feng's heart stirred slightly, and his speed became as slow as a snail. By the time he reached the Magadan region, it would be a few months later. After flying at a slow speed for a dozen seconds, Yang Feng suddenly became absent-minded. When he woke up, he found that his speed had increased by a large margin. According to his self-assessment, he could maintain the most powerful speed when he reached the Magadan region. As expected, his orders cannot be disobeyed. This is the shackles of true blood. The greatest curse of the true blood race. Powerful existences were always difficult to restrain. The true blood race possessed the true blood shackles that allowed them to form a blood race world with distinct ranks. With the 9 true ancestors as the source of the bloodlines, there were a total of 9 bloodlines in God blood plane. Thanks to the true blood shackles, the true blood race powerhouses of the 9 bloodlines formed a powerful and fearless kindred army. They fought with Zhangji Plains human warlocks countless times and defeated them many times. If it weren't for the true blood shackles, God blood plains kindred would have been defeated by humans God knows how many times. After all, the true blood race powerhouses with transcendent rank strength are also afraid of death. Without an absolute order, they won't attack humans fearlessly. Instead, they will scatter in disarray when they are defeated. After experimenting for a while, Yang Feng came to a conclusion. However, there are limitations to this order. I only need to do my best to complete the order. I don't have to risk my life to complete the mission. As soon as Yang Feng flew to the Magadan region, he lazily took out the blood-soul compass and activated it, and 3 specks of light appeared on the blood-soul compass. One of the specks of light represents Yang Feng, while the other 2 specks of light radiate dazzling bloody light. They clearly represent the 2 powerhouses Yu Tianling and Yu Yen. Yang Feng frowned slightly and revealed a bitter smile. Damn it, I hit the jackpot. The blood-soul compass searches for the enemy by receiving the fluctuations released by the true blood imprint of the target. While locking onto the enemy's position, the enemy will also perceive it. When Yang Feng sensed a fearsome aura, he immediately shouted, "Don't kill me. I'm friends with Zhao Fan. I'm here to save you." The void distorted, and Yu Tianling suddenly appeared behind Yang Feng and patted him with her lily-white hand, and countless runes entered Yang Feng's body and sealed his power. Yang Feng hurriedly said, "You can't destroy the blood-soul compass. Once the blood-soul compass is destroyed, Grand Duke Gogno will notice anything unusual. His true body will come to this place and continue to hunt you down." Yu Tianling stopped destroying the blood-soul compass. Looking at Yang Feng with a vigilant expression, she silently recited an incantation and pointed at him, and a series of detection spells fell on Yang Feng, proving that he is telling the truth. Unless he has a special-like god armament or secret treasure, a mere kindred viscount cannot resist the detection spells of the bright world warlock rank Yu Tianling. Yu Tianling frowned slightly and asked, "Zhao Fan, why did he help us?" Apart from close friends and partners, few warlocks will help others for no reason. Most warlocks believe in the principle of equivalent exchange. Yang Feng's thoughts stirred, and he fabricated a lie, because he fell in love with you at first sight. When he first saw you, he was deeply fascinated by you. It is for this reason that he contacted me to help you regardless of everything. Yu Tianling frowned slightly. Yang Feng's appearance flashed in her mind, and she uttered coldly, "But I don't like him." Yu Tianling likes battle warlocks who fight on the front lines and have formidable battle prowess. As for alchemists like Zhao Fan who fight in the rear, she looks down on them. Although all battle warlocks understand that without the support of alchemists, their strength will be reduced by at least half. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "You can tell him that to his face. I just want to know, do you need my help?" "No, it should be mutual help. I also need your help." "Let's hear it." An incomparably sweet voice sounded from behind Yang Feng. He suddenly felt a chill welling up inside him. He looked back and saw Yu Yan standing behind him with a smile on her face. He didn't notice her at all. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with dignity. "Amazing, so this is an Infinity Warlock. If I was her enemy, I would have been killed by her before I could sense her presence. Alexia isn't her opponent either. That's one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals for you." Although the strength of Yang Feng's kindred avatar is far inferior to that of his true body, but it is still a Moonlight Warlock ranked powerhouse, and its perception is far superior to that of ordinary Moonlight Warlocks. For someone as tyrannical as him not to perceive Yu Yan's existence, he once again experienced the strength of Infinity Warlocks. In the west of Magadan region, a kindred viscount took out the blood-soul compass and operated it. His face fell at once, and he roared, "They are here." That vampire viscount had just let out a furious roar when the space around him began to warp and isolate all sound. Yu Yan appeared behind the kindred viscount in a flash and easily stabbed the black Feng Huang spear in her hand into his body, and violent black Feng Huang flames gushed out and engulfed the kindred viscount. At the same time, the black Feng Huang flames burned the blood-soul compass in the kindred viscount's hand to ashes. "Found you." Countless sanguine lights flew out from the blood-soul compass in the hands of the vampire viscounts in the Magadan district. They flickered in the void and condensed into a blood-colored teleportation door. From the blood-colored teleportation door came Grand Duke Gogno's malevolent and tyrannical laughter. Marquis Levon, Marquis Rania, and Marquis Ricullo, subordinates of Grand Duke Gogno, flew to in front of the bloody portal. Bloody threads flew out of the hundreds of kindred viscounts and poured into the 3 marquises, enabling them to exude wisps of kindred Grand Duke fluctuations of power. Even if Yu Yan and Yu Tianling go all out, they won't be able to break the formation formed by the 3 marquises and the hundreds of kindred viscounts in a short time. Yu Yan condensed a pair of black Feng Huang wings, flapped them wildly, and fled into the distance, accompanied by violent black Feng Huang flames. Yu Tianling's figure fluttered, and she followed Yu Yan and flew towards Viscount Duccio's territory. A fearsome aura gushed out of the bloody portal. Grand Duke Gogno's figure fluttered, and he flew out of the bloody portal and locked his eyes on Yu Yan and her sister thousands of kilometers away. "Marshal Yu, since you've come to our god-blood plane, let me properly entertain you." Grand Duke Gogno smiled ferociously, then spread the bat wings behind him, blurred into motion, and turned into a terrifying bloody ray flying towards the sisters. As soon as Yu Yan entered god-blood plane, she went through a series of battles. Although she didn't seem to be injured on the surface, but in fact, she has suffered countless injuries. Besides, she didn't have time to heal her injuries here. Although she operated a secret method, but her flying speed was still far slower than that of Grand Duke Gogno. Chapter 671. Yu Yan scanned him with her soul force, and then her face sank at once. So fast. How can he be so fast? As expected of one of the 3 kindred Grand Dukes most likely to be promoted to Grand Prince. Just as there are strong and weak human Infinity Warlocks, kindred Grand Dukes are also divided into grades. Grand Duke Gogno is the most powerful kindred Grand Duke. At her peak, Yu Yan with 2 monarch-grade secret treasures may be able to defeat Grand Duke Gogno. After several fierce battles, Yu Yan, who hasn't recovered at all, is not a match for Grand Duke Gogno. Damn it, we can't go on like this. We'll be killed before we even reach our destination. Now, I can only trust him. Yu Yan gritted her teeth, silently recited an incantation, and spewed out a mouthful of blood essence. Black flames rose from her body and turned into a pair of burning black Fenghuang wings. Yu Tianling's beautiful eyes shimmered with determination, and she spewed out a mouthful of blood essence that turned into a pair of Fenghuang wings. The black Fenghuang wings and the Fenghuang wings intertwined and triggered a resonance. Countless flames instantly enveloped Yu Yan and Yu Tianling, and the flames around them formed a lifelike Fenghuang. The Fenghuang flapped its wings, and countless flames surged. In an instant, it has already flown 10,000 kilometers away. Amazing, as expected of one of the great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, Marshal Yu. No wonder the great 6th true ancestor was tempted by them. Unfortunately, this is God Blood Plain. Since you've come here, you can only surrender. Grand Duke Gogno glanced at the fire Fenghuang, smiled slightly, and then turned into a stream of bloody light and flew towards Yu Yan and them. He is well aware that the secret method Yu Yan and Yu Tianling cast together consumes a lot of energy, and can't be used for long. By the time the secret method disappears, Yu Yan and Yu Tianling's flying speed will only be slower. Although Yu Yan and Yu Tianling have studied the law of space, but Infinity Warlocks can easily affect space. Only Infinity Warlocks who have evolved the essence of space with the law of space as their path can use the law of space in front of a powerhouse like Grand Duke Gogno to freely travel through space and teleport far away. If Yu Yan and Yu Tianling used space magic in front of Grand Duke Gogno and teleported far away, they would be easily injured by Grand Duke Gogno's space power and might even be teleported to him. When facing old freak rank Infinity Warlocks, no one will use spatial spells to escape. Only when used to deal with some astral beasts with low intelligence and Infinity Warlock rank monsters among fierce beasts will people use spatial spells to escape. Those existences with low intelligence simply did not know how to use the power of space to attack and defend. The 3 powerhouses quickly flew out of the Magadan region. After passing through the territories of several kindred viscounts, they entered the territory of Viscount Duccio. Grand Duke Gogno and the Yu sisters were getting closer and closer. An uninterrupted Thunder Dragon mountain range appeared before the 3 of them. The Yu sisters plunged into the Thunder Dragon mountain range without hesitation, where countless dangerous extraordinary creatures lived. Seeing through the intentions of the Yu sisters at a glance, Grand Duke Gogno said with a cold smile, "How foolish. It's no use. Although those extraordinary life forms are extremely dangerous to others, but for powerhouses of our rank, they are nothing but ants. There are countless powerful extraordinary life forms living in the Thunder Dragon mountain range. Even kindred earls are in danger of dying if they enter the Thunder Dragon mountain range. But Gogno is a kindred Grand Duke, an Infinity Warlock rank existence. Given time, he can slaughter all the life forms in the Thunder Dragon mountain range by himself. Even the most powerful extraordinary life form in the Thunder Dragon mountain range, the Aurora Thunder Dragon, can easily kill it." The Yu sisters' figures flashed, and they went into a cave at once. "Break!" Grand Duke Gogno roared and pointed at the cave. A red beam of light smashed into the huge cave like a divine punishment, turning the 1,000-meter-tall mountain into dust. 2 rays of light flashed past. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Yu sisters flew towards another mountain range. There are countless caves in the Thunder Dragon mountain range. Like gophers, the Yu sisters drilled into any hole they saw. When Grand Duke Gogno attacked, he blasted a mountain range into pieces. Rumbling sounds echoed incessantly in the Thunder Dragon mountain range. Sensing Grand Duke Gogno's terrifying aura, countless extraordinary life forms fled into the distance. There are also some fearless extraordinary life forms that attacked Grand Duke Gogno. But as soon as they appeared, their blood was completely extracted and absorbed by Grand Duke Gogno, becoming his nutrients. True blood kindred powerhouses have a terrifying talent, that is, blood manipulation. Without the protection of secret treasures or spells, low-level creatures with insufficient strength would have all of their blood sucked dry once they got close to the true blood vampire, becoming nutrients for the true blood vampire. In front of Grand Duke Gogno, as long as extraordinary life forms below the Starry Sky Warlock rank appear, they will have their blood drained. For him, group battles don't have much effect. Grand Duke Gogno looked at the U-sisters fleeing in the distance and frowned. How annoying. Are they trying to consume my power? I've indeed consumed 5% of my power. God Blood Plane is one of the 36 primary material planes. The density of objects on this plane is very high and very solid. Even with Grand Duke Gogno's strength, it takes a lot of blood energy to destroy a mountain range. Such an attack is too inefficient. Grand Duke Gogno's heart stirred, and he changed his fighting style. He turned into a bloody ray and flew towards the U-sisters like a shadow. Within a dozen breaths of time, Grand Duke Gogno strangely appeared behind Yu Yen, pointed with a finger, and a blood arrow stabbed towards Yu Yen. Yu Yen turned around and stabbed out with her spear. Like a poisonous dragon, it stabbed into the blood flame arrow. Two violent forces erupted in a flash. Yu Yen was sent flying, spewed a mouthful of blood, and fell towards a cave. Grand Duke Gogno's body swayed slightly, and he turned into a bloody light that shot towards Yu Yen. He was locked in a fierce battle with Yu Yen. Both sides fought and fled at the same time. Yu Yan's injuries increased little by little, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Grand Duke Gogno's fighting style is extremely ruthless. He doesn't give Yu Yen a chance to go all out. Instead, he keeps moving around, entangling Yu Yen with his frightening mobility. At the same time, he uses his frightening recovery ability to consume Yu Yan's life force. Yu Yen is a peerless powerhouse ranked in the top 3 of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals. If she goes all out, even a kindred Grand Prince rank powerhouse will be seriously injured by her. Grand Duke Gogno doesn't want to perish together with Yu Yen. Therefore, his fighting style is to exchange injury for injury. Under Grand Duke Gogno's shameless attacks, Yu Yan's injuries are getting more and more serious, and her aura is getting weaker and weaker. After fighting for hundreds of rounds and piercing through dozens of mountains, Yu Yen forced Grand Duke Gogno to retreat with her spear, and then her figure blurred, and she jumped into a cave. Grand Duke Gogno smiled coldly. His figure flickered, and he flew into the cave like a shadow. She finally took the bait. Open fire. Young Feng, who is hiding in a corner and watching silently, showed a smile and ordered coldly. The blazing sun battlestar's main artillery hidden in the cave flashed, and a resplendent beam shot out and engulfed Grand Duke Gogno in an instant. Damn it! I fell into a trap. Feeling the threat of death, Grand Duke Gogno's blood energy gushed out and formed one blood-colored barrier after another in front of him. When the blazing sun battlestar's main artillery beam slammed into the blood-colored barrier, the barrier collapsed in an instant, and Grand Duke Gogno was engulfed by the fearsome beam in an instant. After the light from the main cannon of the scorching sun interstellar battleship disappeared, Grand Duke Gogno also disappeared. Only 8 drops of bright red blood were left floating in the void, forming a small defensive barrier. A black silhouette flashed. Blazing Angel Alexia descended from the sky, wielding the Blazing Angel sword as she slashed down on the barrier. Terrifying fallen angel flames burned the barrier. Kindred Grand Duke True Blood, it's mine. Yang Feng's true body, who has been hiding in the incarnation of Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming, took a step forward, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with a finger. The true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out, and countless rune chains flew out and stabbed towards the barrier. Zhan Hongtao and Yang Feng's Bright World Warlock subordinates in Ligui province attacked one after another and bombarded Grand Duke Gogno's final barrier with various spells. Under the bombardment, the barrier of Grand Duke Gogno's 8 drops of true blood shattered, and the countless chains that emerged from the true God Empyrean imprint stabbed into the 8 drops of true blood and sealed them one by one. Kindred Grand Duke True Blood is an ingredient for refining the best elixirs, and it is a top material that can only be found by chance. After absorbing and refining the 8 drops of Grand Duke Gogno's True Blood, Alexia, Zhan Hongtao, and many other pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses can break through and promote to Infinity Warlocks in one fell swoop. If Yang Feng absorbs the 8 drops of Grand Duke Gogno's True Blood and refines them into a top elixir, he can break through the bottleneck and promote to a Bright World Warlock in one fell swoop. Yang Feng put away the 8 drops of True Blood and said to the Yu sisters with a smile, "Hello, Marshal Yu, I am Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 672. Yu Yan didn't disarm herself and remained vigilant. She calmly looked at the Ligui province's experts and said with a smile, "I'm Yu Yan, this is my younger sister, Yu Tianling. It's nice to meet you, young master of Undying Mountain, Lei Ming. Every Infinity Warlock is a moving treasure trove. Once human warlocks practiced cultivation to the Moonlight Warlock rank, they would be transcendent rank powerhouses. Every part of their body was a most precious alchemy material." Yu Yan and her sister were already seriously injured. They were very worried that Yang Feng would hit them while they were down and turn hostile. "We shouldn't stay here for long. We'll take our leave first. We'll meet again if fate allows it." Yang Feng took a deep look at the Yu sisters, smiled slightly, turned around, and retreated into the crowd of powerhouses. Yu Yan is one of the great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, and her combat power is astonishing. If she goes all out, more than half of the Bright World Warlocks Yang Feng brought from the Ligui province will die. Yang Feng doesn't want to lose all the Bright World Warlocks he subdued in the Ligui province in order to kill an Infinity Warlock. Grand Duke Gogno had taken the full brunt of the blast from the main cannon of the Scorching Sun battleship, but he was still alive. Yang Feng mobilized the entire Ligui province's experts to besiege him, and only then was he able to suppress him. Even though Yu Yan was seriously injured, Yang Feng wasn't willing to fight her to the death without a conflict of interest. Yu Yan's eyes flickered. "Please wait a moment, we need your help, young master Lei Ming." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Then, what price are you willing to pay? We have already helped you deal with Duke Gogno, otherwise you would have fallen into his hands. Now, you owe us a big favor." Yu Yan's eyes flickered with a shrewd light. She smiled and said, "No, even if you don't make a move. We can also escape from his hands. Of course, he would have to pay a certain price. I acted as bait to help you ambush and kill him, allowing you to obtain 8 drops of true blood from a vampire Grand Duke. In fact, you owe me a favor." Yang Feng smiled and took a few steps back. "Marshal Yu, if you say that, it's too insincere. If you insist on your opinion, we have nothing to talk about." Alexia, who is equipped with the ruler armor, blocked in front of Yang Feng. But now that Yu Yan has been seriously injured, even with Yu Tianling by her side, the two of them are not the opponents of Yang Feng's subordinates. However, now that Yu Yan has been seriously injured one after another, even with Yu Tianling by her side, the two of them together are not the opponents of Yang Feng's subordinates. Yu Tianling bowed slightly and said, "We indeed owe you a big favor this time. Thank you for saving me." Yu Tianling said, "Please help us leave God Blood Plane. We can pay you the godhead of a mid-level divine power rank god. The godhead contains the law of contracts." Yang Yu's Yan Feng said, "Shan, and Feng Yu Zhu. Is. I Yu, Yan, Yu. You and Yu, Yang God Yu is. In Feisua Plain, Yang Feng's god clone has grasped the divine authority of war, massacre, death, and shadow. He doesn't need the law of Yan Feng's Yan Feng. For gods, it's not that the more laws they master, the better, but the purer the law, the better. In Feisua Plain, strong divine force rank gods often only master 1 or 2 laws and 1 or 2 divine authorities. Yu Yan took a deep look at Yang Feng and asked coldly, "What do you want?" Yang Feng responded with a smile, "I hope that the two of you can join Undying Mountain, become my subordinates, and serve me." There was a flash of contempt in Yu Yan's beautiful eyes, and she sneered, "You're just a glorious dawn warlock, yet you want to recruit us as your subordinates. Do you think that's possible?" Yu Yan is an infinity warlock, standing at the apex of Tsangji Plain's human warlocks. She is also a proud and arrogant female warlock. If a Holy Spirit warlock came to recruit her, she might be happy to serve the other party. But Yang Feng is just a glorious dawn warlock. He isn't on the list of people she is willing to serve. If you change your mind and want to serve me, then crush this crystal. If that's the case, crush this crystal and I'll come and save you. However, be careful. If you are captured by a kindred Grand Prince rank powerhouse or above, then you won't be able to be saved. Crush the crystal, and don't expect me to come and save you. In that case, goodbye. Yang Feng smiled, threw a crystal towards Yu Yan, and then flew towards a cave with the Ligui province's powerhouses. Inside the cave, there is a top-grade warp gate. It is through the top-grade warp gate that Yang Feng can easily mobilize the Ligui province's top powerhouses to besiege Grand Duke Gogno. Their auras have disappeared. What's going on? A wisp of curiosity and fear flashed past Yu Yan's beautiful eyes as she looked at the strange cave. She wanted to fly into the cave that was set up with a defensive barrier to take a closer look, but when she thought of the might of the boundless main cannon of the Blazing Sun interstellar battleship, a trace of a chill surged in her heart. The power of the Blazing Sun battlestar's main artillery can seriously injure an infinity warlock. Even if a warlock monarch rank powerhouse is hit, they will be injured. With Yu Yan's current strength, once she is hit by the Blazing Sun battlestar's main artillery, she will most likely be killed. Even if she isn't killed, she will be crippled. The Blazing Sun battlestar's main artillery that ambushed Grand Duke Gogno only brushed past Yu Yan, but she already sensed its terrifying power. Yu Tianling frowned slightly and said, "Big sister, let's go." Since he left without any worries, there must be some other means. Even if we go, it won't work. We'll offend him for nothing. There was a flash of anger in Yu Yan's beautiful eyes, and she clenched her white teeth and said solemnly, "That guy is the most abominable man I have ever seen. When I return to the Tsangji Plain, I must teach him a lesson. Let's go." Yu Yan took out 12+ bottles of top elixirs, drank them, and recovered a trace of her vitality. Then, she cast a secret method and took Yu Tianling away. Ligui Province, in a secret room, Yang Feng's true body holding the 8 drops of Grand Duke Gogno's true blood sank into his thoughts. These 8 drops of kindred true blood are indeed rare treasures. But it's still a bit difficult for me to break through to the Infinity Warlock realm. If I give them to my kindred avatar, I can give birth to a kindred Grand Duke. Let my kindred avatar use them to inherit Grand Duke Gogno's inheritance. Yang Feng's true body is a human warlock, and the core secret method he cultivates is the secret method Primal Chaos imperishable body created by the Taboo Lord in his later years. The essence of the law he condenses is the essence of Devour, which has nothing to do with blood energy. His kindred avatar, on the other hand, is a true blood kindred, and can perfectly absorb most of Grand Duke Gogno's power. If Yang Feng's true body uses the kindred true blood, it will waste a lot of power. Originally, this wouldn't be a big deal, but Grand Duke Gogno is a kindred Grand Duke with a huge territory and countless people. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Feng chose to let his kindred avatar absorb the power of the kindred Grand Duke's true blood. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the 8 drops of kindred true blood, and the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Countless rune chains flew out from the true God Empyrean imprint and stabbed towards the drop of kindred true blood. The drop of kindred true blood struggled and vaguely revealed Grand Duke Gogno's soul. Grand Duke Gogno said in a tempting voice, "Human warlock, I am Grand Duke Gogno. I have more than 1 trillion people and endless resources under my command. Please let me live. I am willing to give you endless resources so that you can smoothly promote to an infinity warlock. Your words are indeed very tempting. Unfortunately, I don't have a method to control infinity warlocks. I can only ask you to go die." Yang Feng smiled coldly and poked Grand Duke Gogno with his finger, and countless runes erupted and erased Grand Duke Gogno's remnant soul. Then, he flicked his finger and flicked the drop of true blood into the mouth of his kindred avatar. When Yang Feng's kindred avatar swallowed the drop of Grand Duke rank true blood, the blood in his body boiled, endless power seeped out of him, and he evolved into a kindred earl with ease. Yang Feng looked at his kindred avatar enviously, and then continued to purify the second drop of true blood. The evolution of these other races is really fast. Compared to human warlocks, it's much faster. After Yang Feng's kindred avatar swallowed the second drop of true blood, it broke through and promoted to a kindred marquis in one fell swoop. Immediately afterward, Yang Feng's kindred avatar swallowed another 5 drops of true blood, and then broke through and promoted to a kindred Grand Duke in one fell swoop. After devouring the last drop of true blood, Yang Feng's kindred avatar became a kindred Grand Duke comparable to an intermediate infinity warlock rank powerhouse. The evolution speed of the kindred avatar makes Yang Feng jealous. This is the fearsomeness of kindred evolution. As long as they had the powerful true blood of the upper-class blood race, they would be able to evolve rapidly and reach the heavens in a single step. This is one of their strongest racial talents. Yang Feng looked at the kindred avatar with intermediate infinity warlock rank strength and sighed regretfully. Even if it is a kindred body, it still wastes a lot of true blood's power. Grand Duke Gogno's power isn't limited to this. What a pity. Grand Duke Gogno is a quasi-warlock monarch rank existence. Without using any secret treasures, he can already rival Yu Yan. If Yu Yan didn't have the 2 monarch-grade secret treasures, she wouldn't be his opponent. Chapter 673. Although Yang Feng's kindred avatar possesses intermediate infinity warlock rank strength, but its fighting strength is only slightly higher than that of Alexia equipped with the ruler armor. Yang Feng looked at his kindred avatar and raised the corners of his mouth. However, as long as I create a powerful enough secret treasure for this kindred avatar, it should be able to become the most outstanding among kindred Grand Dukes in terms of fighting strength. Now it's time to carry out the next step of the plan. Yang Feng's kindred avatar showed an excited smile and stepped into the top-grade warp gate. Snow Night City's center Snow Night Castle is the center that controls the entire Snow Night City as well as the residence of Grand Duke Gogno. A blood-colored ray flew into Snow Night City and flew towards Snow Night Castle. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A series of alarms resounded in the Snow Night Castle. Powerful barriers suddenly rose and enveloped the entire Snow Night Castle. A beautiful kindred countess with blonde hair, blue eyes, and big breasts stood on the other side of the barrier, saluted Yang Feng, and said respectfully, "Sir, I am Pina. This is Grand Duke Gogno's Snow Night City. Grand Duke Gogno is not here at the moment. Please leave. If you have anything to say to the Grand Duke, we can convey it to him for you." As long as a kindred Grand Duke is willing to part with the power of his blood, he can easily create a kindred family. Although the kindred countess is the most favored woman of Grand Duke Gogno, but she doesn't dare to slight another kindred Grand Duke. Grand Duke Gogno has died. From today on, I, Duccio, am the new master of Snow Night City. Open the barrier and welcome your new master, this is an order. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and Grand Duke rank berserk blood energy seeped out of him and shrouded Snow Night Castle. He took a deep look at Pina and launched the kindred innate bloodline command. When Pina was glared at by Yang Feng, the true blood inside her manipulated her to shout loudly, "Open the gate, open the barrier and welcome our new master." When Grand Duke Gogno was still alive, he would cast a spell and leave a blood imprint in the bodies of his subordinates. This way, other Grand Dukes of the same bloodline would not be able to order their subordinates. Now that Grand Duke Gogno was devoured by Yang Feng's kindred avatar, the bloodline brand inside Grand Duke Gogno's subordinates collapsed. His subordinates cannot resist the orders of Yang Feng, who is also a bloodline descendant of the sixth true ancestor. The magic barrier around Snow Knight Castle collapsed at once, and transcendent rank auras flew out and knelt in front of Yang Feng, saying respectfully, "Greetings, Great Grand Duke Duccio." "Very good. From now on, you are my, Duccio's, subordinates." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a ball of blood condensed in his hand and suddenly bloomed, turned into bloody rays of light, flew towards Pina and the other subordinates of Grand Duke Gogno, and branded them with Yang Feng's blood brand. Unless Yang Feng is killed, or a true ancestor rank kindred takes action, it is impossible to erase the blood brand of the kindred subordinates. After Yang Feng subdued Grand Duke Gogno's subordinates, he issued an order for all true blood kindred in Snow Knight City to come to Snow Knight Castle and swear allegiance to him. Then, he openly branded them with a bloodline brand. After taking control of Snow Knight City, Yang Feng went directly to Grand Duke Gogno's treasury. Snow Knight City is a secret treasure that Grand Duke Gogno spent 10,000 years and countless resources to refine. Once Snow Knight City's magic restrictions are fully activated, even kindred Grand Princes can be defeated. This is the safest place, so Grand Duke Gogno's treasury is located in Snow Knight City. This is Grand Duke Gogno's treasury. Sure enough, my choice was not wrong. As soon as Yang Feng entered Grand Duke Gogno's treasury, he saw that there are countless treasures from different planes, which radiate dazzling light. Suddenly attracted by divine force fluctuations, Yang Feng looked in that direction, and was slightly startled, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Godhead, 1 strong divine force rank Godhead, 2 intermediate divine force rank Godheads, 10 weak divine force rank Godheads, 30 feeble divine force rank Godheads, and 100 demigod rank Godheads. Did this old freak slaughter a pantheon's god? On the Feisua plane, the elves only have 1 strong divine force rank and 2 intermediate divine force rank gods. The fact that Grand Duke Gogno had so many godhoods here was simply shocking. Fortunately, I brought the powerhouses of the Ligui province. Otherwise, if I hadn't killed him, I would have been the one to die. Yang Feng looked at the corpses and treasures of devils, dragons, giants, high elves, and other races in the treasury, and felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He rejoiced. Grand Duke Gogno is a quasi-warlock monarch rank existence. He is an old freak who has lived for more than 100,000 years. During that long period of time, who knows how many troublesome enemies he has killed. This time, he didn't expect Yang Feng to be eyeing him covetously, which is why he was plotted against by Yang Feng. Before he could display his strength, he was killed. In a head-on confrontation, even if all of Yang Feng's subordinates join forces with the Yu sisters, they may not be Grand Duke Gogno's opponent. When Yang Feng saw a black heart engraved with countless mysterious runes, his eyes lit up at once, and he revealed a look of excitement. This is a fallen angel heart, an infinity warlock rank blazing angel heart. With this fallen angel heart and enough dark force, I can create an infinity warlock rank fallen angel. A fallen angel that belongs to me. The life center of human warlocks is located in the core of their soul. The life center of kindred is located in the true blood inside them. The life center of fallen angels is located in the heart of fallen angels. It is easy to kill a fallen angel, but it is extremely difficult to obtain a complete fallen angel heart. Fallen angels often self-destruct and they are at a disadvantage in battle. An infinity warlock rank blazing angel heart is extremely rare. Yang Feng quickly regained his calm. However, to create an infinity warlock rank blazing angel, I need to create a fallen angel pool first. Moreover, a fallen angel pool that can give birth to infinity warlock rank fallen angels. The resources required are too much. The fallen angel pool is a treasure that gives birth to fallen angels. At the same time, it is a place where fallen angels, who have fought until only a fallen angel heart remains, can restore their fleshly body. Even if an Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel only has a fallen angel heart left, as long as the fallen angel heart returns to the fallen angel pool, they can quickly restore their fleshly body and restore their full fighting strength. This is the terror of a fallen angel legion. If the fallen angel pool isn't destroyed, fallen angels are like cockroaches that can't be killed. If they are seriously injured and roll into the fallen angel pool, they can restore their full strength. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said indifferently through a communications box, "Alexia, come here." Shortly after, with a flash of black light, Alexia appeared behind Yang Feng. "Greetings, my lord." Yang Feng tossed the fallen angel heart in his hand and said lightly, "If you devour this fallen angel heart, can you advance to an Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel?" Alexia, who has always been indifferent, looked at the fallen angel heart in Yang Feng's hand with a scorching shade in her beautiful eyes, and her breathing became a little short. "I can." Yang Feng tossed the fallen angel heart to Alexia. "Then it's yours." There was a flash of excitement in Alexia's beautiful eyes, and she suppressed her excitement and uttered, "My lord, if you build a fallen angel pool, inject enough dark force, and use this fallen angel heart, you can get an Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel." "Are you sure that you want to give me this fallen angel heart?" Yang Feng responded with a faint smile, "I know. However, you have followed me for so long and made great contributions. A mere fallen angel's heart was nothing at all. As long as you are willing to serve me wholeheartedly, I won't treat you unfairly." Alexia knelt on one knee in front of Yang Feng, a solemn expression on her face, and made an oath, "Yes. Alexia hereby swears that I will dedicate my body and mind to you, my lord." Prior to this, Alexia only obeyed and served Yang Feng because she couldn't resist the shackles of the soul brand. But after accepting the fallen angel heart, she truly recognized Yang Feng as her master. Alexia swallowed the fallen angel's heart without hesitation, and a powerful devouring force spread from her body. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, countless high-grade magic crystals suddenly flew out and released a copious amount of life magic energy that entered Alexia. Countless threads formed from dark force suddenly flew out and formed a dark cocoon around Alexia. Wisps of Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power pulsed slowly inside the dark cocoon. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Giving up on absorbing true blood is really the right choice. In this way, I will soon have 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses at my command. If Yang Feng absorbed the elixir made from Grand Duke Gogno's true blood, he would at most speed up his breakthrough to the Bright World Warlock realm. But if he let his avatar absorb Grand Duke Gogno's true blood, Yang Feng would get 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Moreover, the huge resources in Grand Duke Gogno's treasury can bring Yang Feng's power to a higher level. Chapter 674. Yang Feng looked at Grand Duke Gogno's treasury with admiration in his eyes. What a huge treasury. If the resources here can be fully utilized, then a warlock group comparable to the Tsangji Plains 10 great sects can be created. Grand Duke Gogno was a quasi-great Grand Duke rank kindred Grand Duke. Tens of thousands of years ago, he reached a bottleneck and was shackled by bloodline, unable to advance any further. He had no intention of nurturing another Grand Duke either. As such, he had accumulated countless resources in his treasury, all of which were the spoils of war he had fought all over the place. Kindred Grand Dukes were equal beings. They only obeyed the true ancestor of the same bloodline. Even kindred Grand Princes couldn't order them. It was for this reason that Grand Duke Gogno didn't cultivate another kindred Grand Duke. This is a monarch-grade secret treasure. In the deepest part of the treasury, there is a huge pool of blood covering an area of thousands of square kilometers. In the center of the huge pool of blood, there is a sword engraved with countless blood-colored runes suspended in the air, and wisps of blood energy diffuse from the blood-colored sword. As soon as Yang Feng saw the sword, his heart stirred, and he made a judgment. Yang Feng looked at the sword suspended in the blood pool with a dignified look in his eyes. Kindred experts aren't good at forging. This sword should be a secret treasure refined by a human grandmaster alchemist of the Zhangji Plain using their alchemy knowledge to help Grand Duke Gogno refine it. Fortunately, this secret treasure hasn't taken shape yet. Otherwise, it would be a joke to besiege him. The blood energy of kindred, the darkness force of fallen angels, and the life energy of human warlocks were completely different types of energy. Except for some secret treasures that could be used for energy, kindred couldn't use the secret treasures developed by human warlocks. Without the use of secret treasures, kindred experts could contend against human warlocks. They looked down on human alchemy, and there was no atmosphere of studying alchemy among kindred. Therefore, God Blood Plains True Blood kindred had very few alchemists exclusive to kindred, and very few secret treasures that kindred could use. Most of the alchemy created by humans targeted the life energy inside human warlocks to strengthen and resonate with them. The blood energy of True Blood kindred was completely different from the life energy of human warlocks. If one wanted to study the exclusive secret treasure of the vampires, they would need countless alchemists to conduct deductions. Although Gogno's strength was world-shaking, his talent in alchemy was mediocre. He could use countless precious materials to refine a level 8 secret treasure exclusive to the Blood Clan, but it was useless. He could destroy a level 8 treasure with a wave of his hand. The monarch-grade secret treasure was obviously far beyond Grand Duke Gogno's ability. It was a monarch-grade secret treasure embryo that he captured from the Zhangji Plain and spent countless materials and time to refine under the guidance of an alchemist grandmaster. Once Grand Duke Gogno possessed a king-grade secret treasure, his combat power would be comparable to a weaker vampire prince. That king-grade secret treasure could also be his final trump card. God's blood, devil's blood, angel's blood, dragon's blood. Ancient God's blood. For the sake of refining this king-grade secret treasure, Gogno really went all out. Unfortunately, even after his death, the monarch-grade secret treasure wasn't successfully refined. Now that the materials are here, immediately deduce and analyze the secret treasure's refinement method. Let's see if we can refine the monarch-grade secret treasure as soon as possible. Yang Feng gave an order, and 100 level, for optical computers quickly set up models and began to analyze the monarch-grade secret treasure using the knowledge in the database. The monarch-grade secret treasure had no effect on Yang Feng's true body, but Yang Feng's kindred avatar was a kindred Grand Duke. He could fully exert the terrifying power of the monarch-grade secret treasure. Secret Treasure City number 5765 has a kindred bloodline warlock who once refined a kindred secret treasure exclusive to the Blood Clan. 7-star Tower number 3476 has a theoretical conjecture on the refinement of kindred secret treasures. Countless pieces of information related to kindred secret treasures quickly flashed in the level 4 optical computers, and then combined with Shizu technology to model and analyze them. With the current data, it is impossible to analyze this monarch-grade secret treasure using the Zhangji Plains alchemy. However, with Shizu technology, without changing the blood energy strengthening method, a brand new monarch-grade secret treasure can be refined. Here is the list of materials. A few hours later, a line of information jumped out from an optical computer. Yang Feng looked at the list of materials, and his eyelids twitched. The brand new monarch-grade secret treasure required almost half of the rare resources, godheads, dragon crystals, devil cores, and so on in Grand Duke Gogno's treasury. Yang Feng's thoughts stirred, and he said decisively, "Then take the plan. Refine the monarch-grade secret treasure for me at once." Grand Duke Gogno's territory has more than 1 trillion people, which is much more than the number of humans ruled by the Feisua Plains human gods. At the same time, although the resources provided by the territory are far inferior to those of a greater province, but they are still amazing. Besides, they are full of kindred characteristics, and are more than enough to support the cultivation of 3 infinity warlocks. The reason why Grand Duke Gogno can occupy such a huge territory is that he is a quasi-warlock monarch rank existence. Even kindred grand princes are somewhat apprehensive of him. Without enough strength, Yang Feng would not be able to hold such a large territory. Not long after, all kinds of robots swarmed in and entered the treasury. Like transformers, they quickly transformed into all kinds of instruments. A machine covered with countless tentacles suddenly flew out. The tentacles had countless tiny probes on them. They quickly approached the blood-red sword and began to analyze it further. In the world of warlocks, there are countless strange phenomena. Secret treasures with spirituality may even evolve into extraordinary life forms, and they can even practice cultivation and evolve independently. That scarlet sword was the embryo of a king-grade secret treasure. Even so, Xiao Qian needed to be extremely careful to successfully refine it. 10 days later, the news that Yang Feng's avatar Duchio occupied Snow Night City spread throughout God Blood Plain. Countless kindred bigwigs learned that a minor kindred viscount subordinated to Grand Duke Gogno got lucky and became a kindred Grand Duke in a single bound. Grand Duke Gogno, however, died. God Blood Plain, in an ancient and vicissitudes of life castle, a very young man dressed in aristocratic attire with kindred unique looks is holding a beautiful elven girl in his arms, forming a very beautiful picture. The only thing that spoiled this beautiful scene was the 2 bloody holes on the elven girl's neck. Blood was slowly flowing out of the 2 bloody holes. Grand Duke Gogno died, and then Grand Duke Duchio appeared. What a coincidence. This Duchio isn't simple, to be able to devour Grand Duke Gogno. This scheming is really amazing. However, such a guy who rose to the top in a single bound is not qualified to inherit Grand Duke Gogno's territory. The corners of the beautiful man's mouth rose into a sinister smile, and fluctuations of blood energy, which are only slightly inferior to those of Grand Duke Gogno, diffused from him. In a manner in the God Blood Plain, a beautiful woman with long blonde hair and a sexy figure was wearing a swimsuit and sunglasses as she reclined on a beach chair. In front of her, there is a boundless sea. The boundless sea strangely superimposed on the manor that covers an area of hundreds of square kilometers, forming a strange scene that ordinary people cannot imagine. A bloody ray entered the body of the beautiful blonde woman. The corners of her mouth rose into a smile, and she said in a low voice, "Grand Duke Duchio?" Interesting, a trifling kindred viscount was able to become a kindred Grand Duke in a single bound and occupy the treasury of that old fellow Gogno. His scheming is really amazing. I just don't know if he can really defend his own territory. Snow Night City, in the Snow Night Castle, in a luxurious palace. A fragrance wafting from her, Pina stepped into the palace. At a glance, she saw Yang Feng's kindred avatar sitting on the throne, with a dozen-plus beautiful women on his left and right, playing and flirting with him. As soon as Pina entered the palace, she saluted Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Yang Feng handed a beautiful dragonborn girl a fruit 100 times sweeter than lychees to him, and then asked casually, "What's the matter? Speak." Pina replied with a bitter expression, "Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania have sided with Grand Duke Charlie. Marquis Riccolo's attitude is unclear. Of the remaining 13 earls, 10 have been roped in by Grand Duke Charlie. The attitude of the other 3 earls is unclear. The 382 kindred viscounts who originally belonged to Grand Duke Gogno have also been roped in by the other Grand Dukes. Now we can only control Snow Night City. A fine bird chose a good tree to nest in. Most Grand Dukes evolved step by step to become a vampire duke. After becoming a Grand Duke, they would have countless experts at their disposal and occupy a large territory. At the same time, Pina glanced at Yang Feng, and there was an obscure flash of dissatisfaction in her beautiful eyes. At the beginning, after Yang Feng occupied Snow Night City, he was like a mouse that jumped into a rice jar. Every day, he flirted and played with the beautiful women of different races in Snow Night City, never taking a step out of Snow Night City. This gave the other kindred Grand Dukes the opportunity to recruit the kindred powerhouses who belonged to Grand Duke Gogno. If it weren't for Yang Feng's bloodline Brand, Pina and the other kindred in Snow Night City would have already sided with other Grand Dukes. Chapter 675. Yang Feng said indifferently, "I see. Okay, if there's nothing else, you can take your leave." There was a flash of disappointment in Pina's eyes, and she sighed faintly and said respectfully, "Yes. Your Majesty." At this moment, a beautiful human girl kneeling in front of Yang Feng clenched her silver teeth, looked up at Yang Feng, and said, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Yang Feng said indifferently, "Speak." The beautiful human girl said respectfully, "Your Majesty, it is our great honor that you dote on us. However, Your Majesty, please put the state first. Only when the state is at peace and you are healthy can we live a good life. Your Majesty, please spare some of your attention and consider the affairs of the country. In God Blood Plain, a force controlled by a kindred Grand Duke is a kindred kingdom. Kindred Grand Dukes are aloof kings who dominate everything. Kindred Marquises, kindred Earls, and kindred Viscounts are greater aristocrats in the kingdom. Every year, kindred Marquises, Earls, and Viscounts must offer a large amount of resources to kindred Grand Dukes. The wealth in Grand Duke Gogno's treasury can produce several infinity warlocks. It is a tremendous amount of wealth provided by the kindred Marquises, kindred Earls, and kindred Viscounts for tens of thousands of years. If it wasn't for the secret treasure Snow Night City, Grand Duke Gogno's wealth would only be greater. The stronger a kindred kingdom is, the more dignity the kindred kingdom has in front of people of other states. Yang Feng asked with a smile, "What's your name?" The beautiful human girl replied, "My name is Carrie." Yang Feng asked curiously, "Not bad. Have you learned how to manage a state?" Carrie replied confidently, "Yes. I have not only learned all kinds of dance, singing, and the common language of the 7 plains, but also learned how to manage a state." Carrie and the dozen-plus beautiful young girls of different races around Yang Feng are top-blood food that Grand Duke Gogno's subordinates have spent countless resources to cultivate. For existences like Grand Duke Gogno, their taste is very picky. The blood food must not only be beautiful virgins, but also have outstanding temperament and knowledge. It was just like when human nobles ate, not only did they want the food to be delicious, but they also had strict requirements for the food's aesthetics. Carrie and the other beautiful virgins were the cream of the crop chosen from 100 million beauties, and had received the best training. If they were placed on earth, each of them would be the cream of the crop. Yet such a beauty is just food for Grand Duke Gogno. This is the top enjoyment of an infinity warlock rank existence. Interesting. This is a drop of my blood. Drink it and you will become my descendant. Yang Feng extended the finger of his left hand, and a drop of captivating red blood emerged on the finger. The dozen-plus beautiful women of different races beside Yang Feng looked at the drop of bright red blood on Yang Feng's finger and revealed looks of envy and jealousy. In this God-blood plane, only by becoming a true blood breed could one be considered a true elite. As for the beautiful women of different races, no matter how beautiful and outstanding they are, as long as they haven't become a true blood breed, they are just playthings and blood food, not the ruling class of this world. In this God-blood plane, countless handsome men and beautiful women are willing to take the initiative to participate in the various blood food competitions held by true blood kindred in order to become the blood food of a high-level kindred. They do their best to curry favor with the other party, hoping that the other party will transform them into true blood kindred and become a bigwig in God-blood plane. Many true blood kindred are beings who transformed from the blood food of kindred greater aristocrats. Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. Carrie's beautiful eyes shimmered with ecstasy, and she took Yang Feng's finger and greedily absorbed the drop of blood. Yang Feng's clone is a kindred Grand Duke. Even if the drop of blood isn't a true blood kindred, but it still possesses power far beyond that of ordinary true blood kindred. After Carrie swallowed the drop of blood in one gulp, an incomparably huge blood energy enveloped her delicate body. Her beautiful eyes turned crimson, and blood-sucking fangs grew in her mouth. A true blood kindred aura containing a bewitching aura diffused from her delicate body. Feeling the powerful blood energy permeating her body, Carrie wept tears of joy. She knelt in front of Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Thank you for transforming Carrie into a noble true blood kindred, Your Majesty. Carrie will dedicate everything to Your Majesty." Yang Feng was about to say something, when he suddenly raised his eyebrows and sneered, "Since you're here, then come in. It seems that your perception is pretty good, Viscount Duccio." "Oh, no, I should call you Duke Duccio now." Accompanied by a chuckle, an incomparably handsome blood clan Grand Duke in formal attire, exuding a rich noble temperament from head to toe, and eyes that revealed a sense of vicissitudes of life slowly walked in. Two people followed behind the kindred Grand Duke. They are Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania, subordinates of Grand Duke Gogno. Yang Feng glanced at the kindred Grand Duke and said coldly, "You are Grand Duke Charlie? Are you the one who stole my subordinates and annexed my territory?" Marquis Levon snorted coldly and said loudly, "Your territory? That's the territory of Grand Duke Gogno, it doesn't belong to you. Now that Grand Duke Gogno is dead, his territory belongs to the real powerhouses. Grand Duke Charlie is the real master of these territories." Yang Feng said coldly, "Grand Duke Charlie, I'm talking to you. Since when is a dog qualified to participate in a conversation between Grand Dukes?" The eyes of Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania shimmered with anger at once, and they stared at Yang Feng. In the Tsangji Plain, although there is a huge gap between Bright World Warlocks and Infinity Warlocks. However, in front of Infinity Warlocks, Bright World Warlocks still have a very high status. In many sects, Bright World Warlocks are great elders. In the Theology Plane, kindred Grand Dukes have the power to kill the kindred Marquises subordinated to them. A kindred Grand Duke can make a kindred Marquis commit suicide with an order. Therefore, among true blood kindred, the status of kindred Marquises and kindred Grand Dukes are not on the same level. A kindred Grand Duke is the king of a state, while a kindred Marquis is just a subject of the state. A subject with a slightly higher status is not qualified to participate in a conversation between kings. Charlie uttered with a smile, "Levon's words are my words. Besides, they are not my dogs, but my most loyal subjects, my closest confidants, and my friends." After listening to Charlie's words, the eyes of Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania shimmered with emotion, and their loyalty to him increased by a notch. A cold ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he asked coldly, "Charlie, what brings you here? Speak." Charlie glanced at Yang Feng, his eyes shimmered with contempt, and he sneered, "I came to ask you to hand over Grand Duke Gogno's treasury and hand over Snow Night City. This is not a place you can covet. Grand Duke Charlie is only slightly inferior to Grand Duke Gogno. Even among God Blood Plains Infinity Warlocks, he ranks in the top 20. When they heard this, Pina and the other beautiful women of Snow Night City turned pale, and their beautiful eyes revealed traces of fear and despair. Once Yang Feng is defeated and leaves Snow Night City, the status of the beautiful women of Snow Night City will instantly fall to the bottom of society. As if a god overlooking mortals, Yang Feng glanced at Charlie and said indifferently, "Charlie, this is Snow Night City. I'm curious, why did you choose to challenge me here? Don't you know that Snow Night City is the strongest secret treasure refined by Grand Duke Gogno?" Charlie said with a cold smile, "That's right. If Grand Duke Gogno was still alive, Snow Night City would be a terrifying secret treasure. Therefore, when he was still alive, except for a few of his friends and the great sixth true ancestor, no Grand Duke or Grand Prince dared to step into Snow Night City. However, Duccio, how many days have you been in Snow Night City? How much of Snow Night City's power can you control?" "Of course it's," Yang Feng smiled, delayed for a while, and then uttered coldly, 100%. When Yang Feng's words fell, countless runes suddenly appeared in Snow Night City, and an ancient beast that seems to have been sleeping for countless years slowly woke up. In the hall, countless runes suddenly shone with dazzling light. 2 silver rays shot out from the hall and shot towards Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania. In an instant, Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania were hit by the 2 silver rays, and countless runes appeared on their bodies and eroded them frantically. A look of horror on their faces, Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania roared wildly, and tremendous blood energy surged in an attempt to dispel the runes. However, the strange runes eroded them and devoured their power frantically. Marquis Levon screamed in horror, "Your Majesty Grand Duke Charlie, save us." Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania can imagine that once they fall into Yang Feng's hands, they will die without a doubt. Grand Duke Charlie erupted with fearsome blood energy and formed a sea of blood flames that burned and purified the dozens of silver rays barreling towards him. "Not bad, Grand Duke Charlie, you're really strong. I'm right here. As long as you can defeat me, Snow Night City will be yours." Sitting on the throne, Yang Feng smiled coldly and flicked his finger, and a silver ray shone. Marquis Levon exploded in an instant, and 7 drops of Marquis True Blood flew towards Yang Feng and fell into his hand. Chapter 676. Seeing this scene, Marquis Rania screamed in horror, "Grand Duke Charlie, save me." Marquis Rania has a bloodline brand set up by Grand Duke Charlie inside him. Even if he wants to betray Grand Duke Charlie, it is impossible. He can only beg Grand Duke Charlie to save him. Grand Duke Charlie urged blood flames to burn the silver beams and stared at Yang Feng with incredulity in his eyes. "Damn it, how is this possible? How can he take control of Snow Night City in such a short period of time? What's going on?" Snow Night City is a defensive secret treasure that Grand Duke Gogno spent 10,000 years and countless resources and wealth to refine. Even kindred grand princes will be defeated or even quelled and they enter Snow Night City. However, Snow Night City is Grand Duke Gogno's most important trump card. Except for Grand Duke Gogno, even his confidants, the 3 kindred marquises, don't know the mysteries of Snow Night City. For a large secret treasure like Snow Night City, even a kindred Grand Duke will need decades or even 100 years to fully master it. This is why Grand Duke Charlie dared to break into Snow Night City and threaten the newly promoted kindred Grand Duke Yang Feng. Yang Feng has mastered top alchemy in Sangji Plain. The alchemy data of the warlock groups in Ligui province are in his database. Additionally, he has analyzed the alchemy data of the Golem celestial relic site of the Golem lords suppressed by Golem dynasty. His control over various secret treasures far exceeds that of God Blood Plains kindred Grand Dukes. After Yang Feng occupied Snow Night City, he didn't seem to do anything. But in fact, he sent countless battle robots to occupy key locations and take control of Snow Night City. Die. As if a god overlooking the secular world, Yang Feng glanced at Marquis Rania and barked coldly. With a flash of resplendent silver light, Marquis Rania's body exploded in an instant, and 7 drops of true blood Marquis rank true blood flew towards Yang Feng. Without creasing his eyebrows, Grand Duke Charlie stared at Yang Feng's kindred avatar and said solemnly, "Duccio, I admit defeat this time. I will erase the bloodline brand on Grand Duke Gogno's subordinates and return them to you. I'll return all their territories to you. Let me go." Sitting on the throne, Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Sorry. I feel that the true blood in your body is even more attractive to me. There's one thing that you're right about. Only the truly strong could own the territory of Gogno. My strength is still very weak, but as long as I absorb your true blood, I will be able to rival Grand Duke Gogno. So, please fall in this Snow Night City." Pina took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. "So that's how it is." He wanted to show weakness and use this opportunity to lure the other dukes into Snowy Night City. Then, he would use Snowy Night City to suppress and devour them. What a powerful scheme, what a powerful means. If it's him, he might become a greater existence than Grand Duke Gogno. Excitement also flashed in the eyes of the dozen or so beauties from various races beside the throne. In the God Blood Plain, the strong were respected. Compared to the Tsangji Plain, the law of the jungle was crueler and clearer. As the ruler of a kingdom, the stronger Yang Feng was, the more brilliant his means would be. The better the people under his command would live and the more advantageous they would be when interacting with other kingdoms. You want to keep me here with just you? That's impossible. Grand Duke Charlie roared furiously, and countless blood flames surged and formed a blood-colored flame within a meter of him. When the silver rays that could easily suppress a kindred marquis slammed into the blood-colored flame, they collapsed, unable to harm Grand Duke Charlie in the slightest. Sitting still on the throne, Yang Feng uttered with a proud smile, "Blood Flame Origin Realm. Amazing! Grand Duke Charlie, you're indeed much stronger than me. Come on, let's fight fair and square. As long as you can kill me, everything will belong to you." When Grand Duke Charlie heard this, his lungs were about to explode. In this hall, he had to resist the countless silver rays. Every breath he took consumed a tremendous amount of blood energy. To fight Yang Feng in this place was simply courting death. Grand Duke Charlie was an ambitious and ruthless person for no reason. After he quickly made a judgment, his figure fluttered, and he turned into a bloody stream of light that shot towards the outside. When the countless silver rays slammed into Grand Duke Charlie, they were completely blocked by the Blood Flame Origin Realm, unable to harm him in the slightest. To be able to escape from my Snow Night Castle, that's Grand Duke Charlie for you. Unfortunately, this is Snow Night City, a place that can suppress Grand Prince powerhouses. So, die for me. Sitting on the throne, Yang Feng's eyes flickered with countless bloody runes, and a tremendous amount of blood energy entered Snow Night Castle. Above Snow Night City, a tremendous amount of power surged and formed 9 huge bloody pillars in the blink of an eye. The 9 huge bloody pillars intertwined with each other and released endless blood energy that frantically extracted the life force of the more than 10 billion life forms in Snow Night City. The life force of the more than 10 billion life forms in Snow Night City connected with the 9 huge bloody pillars and formed a bloody catalogue engraved with countless runes that seems to contain the power of a world. In the center of the bloody catalogue, there is the eye of an unknown existence. According to legend, the unknown existence from another universe slowly opened its eye, and a green beam shot out from the eye and instantly slammed into Grand Duke Charlie. Under the illumination of the cyan beam of light, Grand Duke Charlie was like a bug stuck in a spider's web, struggling frantically. Under the green beam, the Blood Flame Origin Realm, which has an astonishing defensive power, collapsed inch by inch. Grand Duke Charlie roared wildly, "Duccio, Grand Dukes subordinated to the 6th true ancestor are not allowed to kill each other. You dare to kill me? Aren't you afraid of the 6th true ancestor's punishment? Let me go and spare my life. I'll give you enough compensation." "Let you go? How is that possible? Go to hell." Yang Feng smiled ferociously, and Infinity Warlock rank blood energy boiled and compressed into a 20-meter-long bloody blade that slashed towards Grand Duke Charlie. Grand Duke Charlie, who was doing his best to resist the cyan beam of light falling from the sky, had no power to resist the bloody blade. He could only watch helplessly as the bloody blade cut his body in two. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the green beam broke through Grand Duke Charlie's defenses and engulfed him completely. After the cyan pillar of light disappeared, only 8 drops of captivating Grand Duke True Blood were left in its place. The 8 drops of Grand Duke True Blood trembled slightly, and then suddenly flew towards the huge eyeball in the catalogue. "The offering I offer you is only 1 drop of Grand Duke True Blood. Don't go too far." Yang Feng snorted coldly and extended his hand, and a big hand passed through the void and grabbed the 7 drops of Grand Duke True Blood. Yang Feng stared coldly at the huge eyeball from another universe in the huge catalogue. The huge eyeball emitted bursts of fury, furious that Yang Feng robbed it of its spoils of war. Shrouded by the anger of the huge eyeball, all existences below the true blood kindred in Snow Night City knelt on the ground and shivered in fear. Yang Feng smiled coldly, opened his mouth, and inhaled the 7 drops of Grand Duke Charlie's true blood. With his intermediate Infinity Warlock rank strength, he can already devour Grand Duke Charlie's true blood by himself. When Grand Duke Charlie's true blood was devoured by Yang Feng, a tremendous amount of blood energy entered his body and nourished him, allowing his life essence to evolve and become stronger and stronger. That huge eyeball came from another universe, and it was a strange and incomparably powerful existence. If it came with its true body, it would be able to squish Yang Feng with a finger. However, it only appeared with the help of Snow Night City's power projection. No matter how furious it is, it can only devour the drop of Grand Duke true blood, and then slowly disappear. The 9 incomparably large blood pillars collapsed one by one, and the terrifying power that enveloped Snow Night City also disappeared in an instant. Charlie was killed by him. He took control of Snow Night City. What's going on? Was it a trap set up by that old fox Grand Duke Gogno? Grand Duke True Blood has no effect on Grand Duke Gogno. It shouldn't be a scheme of Grand Duke Gogno. This Duccio is really insidious. Powerful existences hiding tens of thousands of kilometers away are watching everything that happened here through various extraordinary forces. When they saw Charlie being killed by Yang Feng, these powerful existences felt their hearts shake, and they are full of apprehension towards Yang Feng. Kindred Grand Dukes are comparable to Infinity Warlocks and possess undying bodies. As long as their true blood isn't extinguished, they can quickly regenerate. When 2 Kindred Grand Dukes fight, at most, one side will be defeated, while the other side won't be able to kill them. Yu Yan is far stronger than God Blood Plains Kindred Grand Dukes, yet she was still seriously injured by the attacks of the Kindred Grand Dukes. The Kindred Grand Dukes didn't die either. From this, it can be seen how strong the Kindred Grand Dukes are. Since Charlie was killed by Yang Feng, the Kindred Grand Dukes are filled with apprehension and dread towards him, and most of their thoughts of dealing with him dissipated. Convey my order. Attack at once. The territories of Grand Duke Gogno and Grand Duke Charlie are mine. Anyone who blocks my way will die. TSK TSK. After Yang Feng devoured Grand Duke Charlie's true blood, a terrifying blood energy not inferior to that of Grand Duke Gogno soared into the sky and formed a fearsome pillar of blood energy. Chapter 677. My Lord. You are truly the greatest existence. My Lord, I am willing to dedicate everything to you. In Snow Night City, when the more than 10 billion life forms of different races sensed the terrifying blood energy Yang Feng emitted, they prostrated themselves on the ground and praised Yang Feng excitedly, their hearts surging with emotions. In God Blood Plain, the strong are revered. As the ruler of a state, Yang Feng possesses blood energy not inferior to that of Grand Duke Gogno. His power is enough to make everyone revere him. With an order from Yang Feng, he mobilized 300,000 true blood kindred from Snow Night City and formed a kindred army. However, among the 300,000 true blood kindred, there isn't even a single Viscount rank true blood kindred. Viscount rank true blood kindred are transcendent rank powerhouses. They are the power hub that maintains Snow Night City's array that can suppress Infinity Warlocks. They can't be dispatched lightly. Yang Feng's kindred avatar turned into a stream of light and flew towards Scarlet Thorn's city, where Grand Duke Charlie lives. Scarlet Thorn's city is the center of Scarlet Thorn's principality. Unlike Snow Night City, which is a secret treasure refined from a celestial body, it is just an ordinary ancient castle. However, no one dares to behave atrociously here. That's because Scarlet Thorn's city is the residence of Grand Duke Charlie. Grand Duke Charlie is extremely powerful, only slightly inferior to Grand Duke Gogno. Moreover, he is slick and cunning, and has friendly relations with more than a dozen kindred Grand Dukes. His sphere of influence is broader than that of Grand Duke Gogno. A fearsome aura suddenly pervaded above Scarlet Thorn City, and a handsome young man walked out of a distorted space, hovered in the void, and said unhurriedly, "I am Grand Duke Figo, a good friend of Grand Duke Charlie." Grand Duke Charlie died at the hands of Grand Duke Duccio. Now, come out. Kindred Grand Duke rank blood energy erupted from Grand Duke Figo's body and enveloped the Scarlet Thorn City. Tyrannical auras flew out of Scarlet Thorn City, and a total of 9 kindred marquises, 23 kindred earls, and 215 kindred viscounts flew out of Scarlet Thorn City and formed a small group. When the transcendent rank powerhouses in Scarlet Thorn City join forces, they can contend against a kindred Grand Duke for a short period of time. However, only when all the transcendent rank powerhouses act together can they contend against a kindred Grand Duke. A kindred Grand Duke, on the other hand, could cast spells and kill all the God-fiend experts one by one. A young man in the lead with the pinnacle kindred Marquis rank gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle Figo, if we all join you, can you help us kill Duccio?" Figo slightly frowned, bitterly smiled, and slowly sighed, "Charlemagne, Duccio absorbed your father's true blood. He is already stronger than I am." Among the Grand Dukes of the vampires, only Grand Duke Lanner, who was under the 3rd true ancestor, and Grand Duke Acunia, who was under the 7th true ancestor, could rival him. "I can only protect your safety, but it's hard to kill him." Charlemagne was a vampire expert born from the natural union of Grand Duke Charlie and another vampire marquise. He possessed the power of a vampire count after coming of age, and now, he possessed the power of a peak vampire marquis. He could condense the 8th drop of true blood at any moment and become a Grand Duke. In Scarlet Thorn City, apart from Grand Duke Charlie, Marquis Charman was the strongest, and he controlled all the armed forces of Scarlet Thorn City. Figo suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance, only to see a blood-red light flashing in the distance. An incomparably handsome middle-aged man appeared here. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, and a terrifying aura of a kindred Grand Duke spread out, and made an overbearing declaration, "Charlemagne, from today onwards, all of you are under the command of Grand Duke Ramos and Grand Duke Figo. Grand Duke Figo, let's divide it in half." Charlemagne looked up at Figo with a pleading look in his eyes, "Uncle Figo. Once Grand Duke Ramos and Grand Duke Figo divide up the troops, the wealth accumulated by Grand Duke Charlie would also be divided up by the 2 Grand Dukes. Without the wealth accumulated by Grand Duke Charlie, no matter how talented Charlemagne was, it would be difficult for him to break through and promote to a new kindred Grand Duke. Moreover, it was very likely that he would die strangely before becoming a kindred Grand Duke." Figo glanced at Charlemagne, his face indifferent, and he remained silent. Charlemagne's heart sank slightly. He understood Figo's attitude. The wealth left by Grand Duke Charlie was too attractive, and Figo and Ramos had a good relationship with Charlie before. But as soon as he fell, all the friendships vanished into thin air. Moreover, the friendship between them was not enough for them to give up the huge wealth in Scarlet Thorn City. "I don't agree." A ray of blood-red light flashed, and a beautiful woman with a sexy and fiery figure and long golden hair appeared with a sweet smile. As soon as the stunning woman appeared in the void, she faintly confronted Figo and Ramos. She smiled sweetly, and the terrifying aura of a kindred Grand Duke pervaded the air. "The 3 of us will take 1/3 each." Ramos's pupils constricted slightly, and he revealed a graceful smile, "So it's Grand Duke Monia. If it's you, then you are indeed qualified to share it with us. Why don't the 3 of us form an alliance? If someone else comes, then the 3 of us will join forces to defeat him. Grand Duke Charlie's wealth is just right for the 3 of us. If more people come, then there won't be enough." Grand Duke Monia said decisively, "All right." Grand Duke Figo nodded and agreed with Ramos's proposal. "I don't agree with this proposal." With a flash of bloody light, Yang Feng appeared in front of the 3 kindred Grand Dukes and looked loftily at them. When Charmant saw Yang Feng, his eyes turned bloodshot, he issued a beast-like growl, and a berserk-killing intent seeped out of him, Duccio. Without giving Charmant a glance, Yang Feng's gaze wandered around the three kindred Grand Dukes, a leisurely expression on his face. The three kindred Grand Dukes, however, had dignified expressions as they stared at Yang Feng. Originally, when Yang Feng evolved into a kindred Grand Duke and seized the opportunity to occupy Snow Night City, he was just a scheming person in the eyes of the kindred Grand Dukes. But Grand Duke Charlie also died at Yang Feng's hands. Furthermore, Yang Feng devoured 7 drops of Grand Duke Charlie's true blood. Now that Yang Feng's cultivation base was comparable to that of Grand Duke Gogno, no one would despise him anymore. Ramos looked at Yang Feng apprehensively and said, "Since you are here, Grand Duke Duccio, then let's divide the resources equally." The two Grand Dukes Figo and Monia nodded and agreed to the proposal. In terms of cultivation base alone, Yang Feng was the strongest here. Ramos and the other two Grand Dukes didn't want things to go back and forth, which was why they made such a proposal. Charmant's face suddenly turned pale, and his eyes filled with bitterness and anger. The three kindred Grand Dukes Ramos, Figo, and Monia were Charlie's allies when he was alive, and the 4 of them formed an alliance against Grand Duke Gogno. Charlie has just died, yet the 3 former allies have already joined forces with the person who killed him, leaving Charmant bitterly disappointed. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with red light, and he said with a smile, "No, since I killed Grand Duke Charlie. Then all of his wealth will belong to me alone." As soon as he said that, the surrounding atmosphere became tense. The auras of Figo and the other 2 Infinity Warlock-ranked powerhouses resonated subtly. Clearly, they were ready to join forces. Figo's eyes flashed coldly, and he said coldly, "Duccio, even if you devoured Charlie's true blood, your blood energy is still stronger than ours. But after all, you have just promoted to a Grand Duke. Do you really want to be enemies with us? This isn't Snow Night City." Kindred Grand Dukes who rose to the top by devouring the true blood of other kindred Grand Dukes are the weakest existences for a period of time. In God Blood Plane, there was a true blood kindred who was lucky enough to obtain a drop of true blood from a true ancestor and rose to the top in a single bound. Within a short 10 days, he evolved into a kindred Grand Duke. However, shortly after the lucky one was promoted, he was sneak attacked and killed by a true blood kindred Marquis. This made kindred realize that although devouring the true blood of a powerful kindred can give you tremendous power in a short period of time, but it takes a lot of time to control that tremendous power. In our race, the strong are respected. Since no one can convince the other, then let's fight. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with red light, and he drew a monarch-grade secret treasure god blood sword engraved with countless powerful magic cores and dragon crystals, smiled slightly, and slashed out. Berserk blood energy surged out of the king-grade secret treasure, the god's blood sword. It condensed into a terrifying blade that seemed to contain the blood energy of countless races and descended from the sky. The world was dyed blood red. Endless power was devoured by the fearsome blade, which suppressed the void and exuded a tyrannical aura. Monarch-grade secret treasure. Damn it! This is a monarch-grade secret treasure from Grand Duke Gogno's treasury. Figo's complexion changed dramatically, and he roared wildly. Suddenly, a copious amount of violent blood energy erupted and formed a bloody enneagram barrier. Monia, Ramos, and the other 2 kindred Grand Dukes gritted their teeth, spewed out blood energy, and pointed with their fingers, and 2 bloody enneagram barriers suddenly appeared. The terrifying sword blade, which seemed to be able to cut through a world, slashed at the 3 enneagram blood-colored defensive boundaries. One by one, the 3 enneagram defensive boundaries shattered into pieces. Figo and the other 2 were instantly swallowed by the fearsome blade. Chapter 678. Blood-colored rays shone, and Figo and the other 2 kindred Grand Dukes escaped from the blood-colored sword rays in an instant and fled into the distance. Damn it! Duccio, I'll remember this. Duccio, today's matter isn't over. As the three kindred Grand Dukes fled, they uttered vicious words. The power of a monarch-grade secret treasure is too terrifying. Since the three kindred Grand Dukes don't have the slightest confidence in defeating Yang Feng, they wisely chose to flee. In God-Blood Plane, it is very difficult for kindred Grand Dukes to die, because if they see that the situation is unfavorable, they will choose to flee. Yang Feng watched the three kindred Grand Dukes flee, but didn't pursue them. The three kindred Grand Dukes are old freaks who have lived for tens of thousands of years and are proficient in various escape methods. While it is easy to defeat them, it is extremely difficult to kill them. Grand Duke Charlie entered Snow Night City, and was then killed by Yang Feng, who controls Snow Night City, using the power of Snow Night City's secret treasure. In the outside world, even a kindred Grand Prince rank powerhouse would find it difficult to kill a kindred Grand Duke. Marquis Charman's face fell, and he barked, "Run!" The figures of Charlie's kindred transcendent rank powerhouses fluttered, and they turned into streaks of bloody light and flew in different directions. I order everyone to stop at once. Don't move. Yang Feng's eyes radiated blood-red light, and Grand Duke rank fluctuations of blood energy enveloped an area 1,000 kilometers in radius like a sea. The true blood of the kindred viscounts boiled, and they couldn't budge, looks of despair on their faces. The faces of the 23 kindred earls shimmered with a look of struggle, but they still gritted their teeth and flew into the distance. The 9 kindred marquises trembled slightly, and their speed slowed down a little. The more powerful a vampire was, the more resistant they would be to bloodline commands. Marquis rank true blood vampires could resist even Grand Duke rank commands unless they had been branded with a bloodline imprint. Charman, you are indeed Charlie's most outstanding son and the most promising powerhouse to evolve into a kindred Grand Duke. Unfortunately, since we are enemies, then you all have to die. You can be proud of dying to this king-grade secret treasure, the divine blood sword. A fierce ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and pinnacle Grand Duke rank blood energy poured into the god blood sword and swung it. In an instant, the entire world changed, as if it had turned into an endless hell made of divine blood. High elves, devils, angels, demons, giants, dragons, and all sorts of other powerful beings walked out of the theological hell with broken bodies and dripping blood. They carried a thick stench of blood as they pounced on the 9 true blood kindred marquises. The expressions of the 9 true blood marquises changed drastically. They frantically activated all sorts of secret arts to attack the powerful beings. Blood blade! A kindred marquis roared and waved his hands, and 2 bloody blades condensed from compressed blood energy that can even wound infinity warlocks turned into 2 bloody rays that slashed towards a giant. The blood blade is a powerful offensive secret method grasped by kindred. Every time an enemy is slain, all the blood essence of the enemy will be extracted and fed back to the caster. Those true blood race experts could use this technique to fight weaker enemies and become stronger as they fought. They were not afraid of group attacks. When the 50-meter tall giant was slashed by the blood blade, it was instantly split in 2. Got it. There was just a flash of joy in the eyes of the true blood kindred marquis, when the upper body of the 50-meter tall giant suddenly flew out, appeared in front of him, and grabbed him with its huge right hand covered in blood energy and stuffed him into its mouth. Miserable screams came from the giant's mouth, and the fluctuations of power of the true blood kindred marquis disappeared in an instant. After the true blood kindred marquis was killed, the other 7 true blood kindred marquises screamed one after another, and were killed by the strange beings that crawled out of the hell of divine blood. Duccio! I curse you! Charlemagne lasted 3 breaths longer than the last true blood marquis before he was devoured by the hell of divine blood amidst an incomparably shrill scream of agony. Yang Feng shook the god blood sword in his hand, and drops of true blood flew out of the god blood sword and fell into a jade box engraved with countless runes in his hand. Each drop of true blood is priceless. If it is sold in the Great Cloud Dynasty, it will surely cause countless powerhouses to fight over it. A drop of true blood kindred marquis has the potential to turn a warlock into a bright world warlock rank kindred warlock. This kind of treasure was definitely a treasure that could not be bought with money. Of course, a drop of true blood kindred marquis naturally can't turn a warlock into a bright world warlock rank kindred warlock in a single bound. However, it can give a warlock the potential to evolve into a bright world warlock, which is already a treasure that countless warlocks dream of. After Yang Feng killed the 9 true blood kindred marquises, he smiled coldly at the 23 kindred earls who fled 100 kilometers away, and then inserted the god blood sword into its sheath. Then, he spread the fingers of a hand, and bloody light suddenly swept the 23 kindred earls. With a slight tremble, the 23 kindred earls were shattered and turned into drops of true blood. Infinity warlocks are so powerful and fearsome. There is a world of difference between them and glorious sun warlocks. Yang Feng's kindred avatar already possesses quasi-warlock monarch rank cultivation base. As such, there is no suspense in dealing with the kindred earls who are restrained by him. Yang Feng swept the 215 transcendent rank kindred viscounts with his gaze, used a bloodline command, and said coldly, "As for you, go to hell. No. Spare me." The 215 kindred viscounts exploded, and drops of viscount rank kindred true blood flew out of them and entered Yang Feng's hand. These transcendent rank kindred powerhouses were carefully cultivated by Grand Duke Charlie. They are extremely loyal to Grand Duke Charlie and have a sense of belonging. Even if Yang Feng left a kindred brand inside these transcendent rank kindred powerhouses, he can only make them obey his orders. Outside of the command period, these blood-breed powerhouses who hated him must have disobeyed him on the surface but disobeyed him in secret. That was why he chose to kill them all. In any case, with the true blood of the blood tribe, he could easily nurture a group of loyal and devoted subordinates. Yang Feng waved his hand, and thousands of strengthened undyings, void assassins, sealers, and other battle robots flew into the Scarlet Thorn city and occupied various key places. At the same time, countless nano-robots flew into the Scarlet Thorn city as well. Yang Feng used Snow Knight City to kill Grand Duke Charlie. Now, he is worried that others will use this trick on him. Before entering the Scarlet Thorn City, he must confirm whether the Scarlet Thorn City is a powerful defensive secret treasure. As soon as the thousands of 4th-generation battle robots entered the Scarlet Thorn City, they easily wiped out the resistance in the Scarlet Thorn City like a hot knife through butter. After analysis, although the Scarlet Thorn City also has some restrictions unique to Kindred, but they cannot be mentioned in the same breath as Snow Knight City. After confirming that the Scarlet Thorn City poses no threat to him, Yang Feng entered the Scarlet Thorn City and went to Grand Duke Charlie's treasury. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into Grand Duke Charlie's treasury, he saw countless rare resources placed randomly in the treasury, dazzling him. Even if it is an infinity warlock, they will be very excited when they see the wealth in the treasury. Yang Feng took a look at the treasury and said regretfully, "Grand Duke Charlie is far inferior to Grand Duke Gogno. There are countless rare treasures in Grand Duke Charlie's treasury. However, there are no infinity warlock rank fallen angel hearts, strong divine force rank godheads, and other top treasures that are also top treasures for infinity warlocks. In terms of the quantity of resources, the resources in Grand Duke Charlie's treasury may be 3 times that of Grand Duke Gogno's treasury, but the quality of the treasures is less than 1/10 of that of Grand Duke Gogno. This is because in order to achieve a breakthrough, Grand Duke Gogno has participated in many wars, and even participated in the war that destroyed the 8th Warlock dynasty. He fought with the powerhouses of countless races and accumulated countless rare treasures. Grand Duke Charlie is a cunning person and unwilling to take risks in top planar wars, which is why he has accumulated so many resources in his treasury. Top treasures, on the other hand, are very rare. No matter what plane it is, peerless treasures such as Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel Hearts and Strong Divine Force rank Godheads cannot be bought with ordinary magic crystals. Only by bartering with peerless treasures of the same rank can it be possible to exchange for other peerless treasures of the same rank. This is the Myriad Transformations Star Origin Pool. It's really surprising that Grand Duke Charlie has such a good treasure. All of a sudden, Yang Feng's eyes lit up, his body blurred, and he appeared in front of a silver pool. The silver pool seems to have a radius of less than 20 meters. But if you look carefully, you can see that the pool seems to be boundless, with countless specks of starlight shining and forming stars. This is one of the most important secret treasures of the Magic Note dynasty, the Myriad Transformation Star Origin Pool. This, Myriad Transformation Star Source Pool, did not have any offensive or defensive abilities. Its only function was to absorb enough resources to give birth to a complete plane seed. In the Magic Note dynasty era, with the Myriad Transformation Star Origin Pool, the most confident warlock geniuses implanted a plane seed inside them and embarked on the strongest warlock path. Chapter 679. The Myriad Transformation Star Origin Pool is a peerless secret treasure that human warlocks can only dream of. Who knows how many warlock geniuses have to struggle in the astral boundary in order to obtain a plane seed. However, this plane seed isn't of much use to kindred powerhouses. Kindred practice cultivation based entirely on blood energy. Only by constantly absorbing the blood of powerful beings and purifying their true blood can they evolve continuously. Yang Feng mused, the Myriad Transformation Star Origin Pool can allow the most outstanding geniuses under my command to form a small world. However, the number of such geniuses is bound to be limited. Even in the Magic Note dynasty era, the number of warlocks who implanted a semi-plane seed inside them wasn't too high. That's because every warlock who implanted a semi-plane seed inside them consumed a huge amount of resources to step on the strongest warlock path. Additionally, 99% of warlocks who implanted a semi-plane seed inside them stopped at the Bright World Warlock realm, finding it very difficult to break through and promote to the Infinity Warlock realm. There is a huge hurdle for human warlocks from the Bright World Warlock realm to the Infinity Warlock realm, also known as the Life and Death hurdle. Countless Bright World warlocks are stuck at this hurdle, and eventually die of old age. It is 1,000 times more difficult for Bright World warlocks who have formed a small world to transform into an Infinity Warlock than ordinary Bright World warlocks. It is because of this that the number of Infinity Warlocks who have formed a small world is so small. The Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals are all outstanding talents among Infinity Warlocks, but none of them has formed a virtual world. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. This treasure can be used by Shui, and Regina to cultivate them. The resources provided by the Ligui province, the Andrak plain, the Fuso subcontinent, the Feisua plain, and the Turandot subcontinent can support the cultivation of about 30 Infinity Warlocks who have formed a small world. Suddenly, Yang Feng recalled an illusion. Wait a minute, with the Myriad Transformation Star Origin Pool, I can form more small worlds inside me. I remember that the Nine Realms Lord defeated the Star Lord several times. If the Star Lord wasn't proficient in prophecy and didn't get the opportunity to become an emperor, the Nine Realms Lord of the Fourth Warlock Dynasty would have ruled the world. After the collapse of the Third Warlock Dynasty and before the establishment of the Fourth Warlock Dynasty. During that time, the Tsangji Plains human warlocks had produced countless powerful freakish geniuses. Countless geniuses competed for the position of Warlock Emperor. Among the countless geniuses, the one most favored wasn't the Star Lord, but a peerless genius called the Nine Realms Lord. The Lord of the Nine Realms had condensed 9 worlds within his body. The path he walked was the sublimation of the laws of power. As soon as he made his move, the power of 9 complete worlds instantly erupted with the profound meaning of power, suppressing everything. The Lord of the Stars and the Lord of the Nine Realms had fought several times in the past, but he had always been defeated by the Lord of the Nine Realms. In the end, the Star Lord used the power of prophecy to seize the opportunity to proclaim himself an emperor, promote to a warlock emperor, and quell the Nine Realms Lord in one fell swoop. According to legend, when the Lord of the Nine Realms fought against the Lord of the Stars, the Lord of the Nine Realms once had the upper hand. However, in the end, he was still no match for the Lord of the Stars and was brutally suppressed. The Nine Realms Lord was recognized by everyone as a junior warlock emperor rank powerhouse with battle prowess. Of course, it was only when the Star Lord had just promoted to a warlock emperor that the Nine Realms Lord fought the Star Lord and achieved such a result. After the Star Lord reached his peak age, just like other strongest human warlock emperors, wherever he went, transcendence retreated, no one daring to face him head-on. He was recognized as one of the 7 strongest human warlock emperors. Yang Feng willed, check the cultivation method of the Nine Realms Lord. Countless streams of data surged in the optical computer, and all kinds of information in the database were quickly consulted. Soon, a message was sent back: the secret method Nine Realms text cultivated by the Nine Realms Lord is currently in the database. There are only complete volumes 5, 6, and 7, as well as incomplete volumes 4 and 8. The secret method to condense and absorb the 9 worlds is recorded in the 6th volume. The Nine Realms Lord was a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. The Nine Realms text he created could be regarded as an Empyrean grade text. In the Zhangji plane, there are inheritances, but very few people practice them. The 9 semi-plane seeds of the Nine Realms treasure book were already rare treasures in the world. Moreover, once 9 small worlds were condensed in his body, the consumption of the 9 small worlds would be unbearable even for one of the top 10 sects like the Battle Demon sect. At the time, the Nine Realms Lord was born in the Zhangji Plains #1 sect. In order to obtain resources, he destroyed countless sects and plundered the resources of countless planes to cultivate the 9 worlds. The 9 worlds circulate with each other and absorb the surrounding force at all times, which makes him invincible in the same rank and rarely fails. Yang Feng ordered, very well, conduct modeling and analysis. Analyze how the true body should practice cultivation in order to cultivate to perfection. 1000 level, for optical computers operated frantically at once and began to perform deductions. This is equivalent to 10 infinity warlocks performing deductions and analysis day and night. After Yang Feng took over the Scarlet Thorn City, the 300,000 kindred army left Snow Night City and headed for the territory of Grand Duke Gogno and Grand Duke Charlie. Wherever Yang Feng went, not a single kindred dared to contend against him. They all surrendered and became his subordinates. He also annexed the territories of Grand Duke Gogno and Grand Duke Charlie. The kindred Grand Dukes subordinated to the 6th true ancestor kept silent. No one came out to interfere. Yang Feng's kindred avatar not only possesses a cultivation base comparable to that of Grand Duke Gogno, but also wields the monarch-grade secret treasure God Blood Sword, an exclusive kindred secret treasure. Ordinary kindred Grand Dukes cannot contend with him. After Yang Feng annexed the territories of Grand Duke Gogno and Grand Duke Charlie, he stopped expanding and began to stabilize the rule of the 2 territories. When the kindred Grand Dukes saw that Yang Feng knew his limits, they heaved a sigh of relief. Each kindred Grand Duke is an infinity warlock rank existence. Moreover, their recovery ability is extremely tyrannical, and their speed is far superior to that of human warlocks. If such a powerhouse is determined to avoid fighting and specializes in slaughtering the weak, even kindred Grand Princes will find it difficult to stop them. Therefore, the struggles between kindred Grand Dukes are basically limited to a small scale, with very few fights to the death. After Grand Duke Charlie was quelled by Yang Feng in Snow Night City, his territory has become ownerless. The kindred Grand Dukes are unwilling to clash with Yang Feng over this ownerless territory. If Yang Feng continues to attack the territories of other Grand Dukes, it will definitely cause a backlash. In God Blood Plane, although the 9 true ancestors are hiding, but they are still alive, and there are kindred Grand Princes among them. Even though Yang Feng is bold, but he doesn't want to court death and anger the 6th true ancestor. The 6th true ancestor is a Holy Spirit warlock rank existence. If he personally takes action, then even though Yang Feng has Grand Duke Gogno's strength, only death will await him. After Yang Feng annexed the territories of the 2 Grand Dukes, peace was restored in God Blood Plane. 10 days after Yang Feng unified the territories of the two Grand Dukes, in Snow Night Castle's reception hall. The palm of Yang Feng's kindred avatar, who is playing with beautiful women of different races, suddenly heated up and a scarlet rune appeared. The corners of Yang Feng's kindred avatar's mouth rose into a smile. You finally can't take it anymore. In the sky above a mountain range, three figures entangled and collided with each other. In the midst of the collision, endless flames and blood flames fell from the sky and sprinkled on the mountain range below. When the drop of flames fell to the ground, it turned into raging flames that spread in all directions. In the wake of the flames, everything was burned. In the wake of the blood flames, the blood of countless intelligent life forms gushed out and turned into rays of blood light that entered the body of a kindred Grand Duke in the sky. Kindred powerhouses are one of the races in the world that are least afraid of group battles. In battle, they can absorb the blood of low-level intelligent life forms and turn it into pure blood energy that can be used to attack, defend, and recover. They are extremely difficult to deal with. An extremely handsome young man manipulated the incomparably violent blood energy to bombard the U-sisters in waves. At the same time, he said in an extremely elegant manner, "Yu Yan, you should surrender. The great true ancestor has promised that as long as you are willing to surrender, he will spend his power to transform you and your sister into existences on the same level as us. If you continue to resist, then I can only kill you and your sister." 2 holy-grade secret treasures, 2 monarch-grade secret treasures, plus an infinity warlock and a bright world warlock corpse, for me, Grand Duke Toli, this is not a small fortune. At this time, Yu Tianling is covered in wounds, her face is haggard, and she has lost the charm of a peerless beauty. Her aura is extremely weak, and she only exudes junior bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. On the other side, Yu Yan exudes a burnt smell, her eyes are lifeless, but she still clenches her teeth, holds the black Feng Huang spear in her hand tightly, and urges the black Feng Huang fire to burn the blood flames. Yu Yan is well aware that once she and her sister fall into the hands of the kindred true ancestor, their fate will be miserable. Of the 9 true ancestors of the kindred, the 6th true ancestor is a pervert who likes to torture and kill powerful women. Once countless foreign women fell into his hands, they would beg for their lives, but they could neither die nor live. At the time, the 6th true ancestor was seriously injured by a female Holy Spirit warlock in the Zhangji plain, and his male organs were destroyed by a terrifying weapon of the law of karma. Even the 1st true ancestor has no way to heal him, which turned him into a terrifying pervert. Moreover, he likes to torture and kill female warlocks of the Zhangji plain the most. Yu Yan is well aware of this, which is why she gritted her teeth and asked Yang Feng for help. Chapter 680. Grand Duke Toli frowned slightly, and his eyes shimmered with anxiety. How stubborn. None of God Blood Plain's kindred Grand Dukes are willing to go all out against an infinity warlock like Yu Yan. This is why Yu Yan and Yu Tianling have been able to escape again and again. True blood flame transformation. Grand Duke Toli took a deep look at Yu Yan, and countless blood-colored runes suddenly appeared on his body. The sky changed color, and an area 1,000 kilometers in radius was enveloped by blood. The bodies of all life forms within an area 1,000 kilometers in radius shook slightly, and then blood essence was extracted from them, turned into specks of bloody light and entered Grand Duke Toli. Damn it! He's going all out. Yu Yan was startled, and a dignified look streaked past her beautiful eyes. True blood flame transformation is a secret method of kindred. It is triggered by burning the power of one's true blood, and with the kindred as the center, a domain similar to divine domain is formed. Within this domain, all existences below the Moonlight Warlock rank will have their blood essence extracted in an instant and turned into a source of power for the true blood kindred. Within this domain, the strength of the true blood kindred will increase by a level. Black Feng Huang Absolute Thrust. Yu Yan gritted her teeth and held the Black Phoenix Spear in her hand. She used a secret technique to squeeze out the power in her body. Her fit and beautiful body suddenly swelled up, and countless black flames enveloped her, black phoenix spear, causing it to hum continuously. Yu Yan took a step forward, the void rippled, and a black ray appeared in front of Grand Duke Toli, and the spear stabbed towards him lightning fast. Grand Duke Toli clasped his hands together, and violent blood energy gushed out, condensing into a strange, twisted, bloody vortex. When Yu Yan's spear stabbed into the bloody vortex, it pierced through 3/4 of the vortex in an instant. Just as Yu Yan's, black phoenix spear, was about to pierce through the blood-colored vortex, her body swayed slightly, and she turned into a meteor that fell from the sky. She slammed into the ground and created a terrifying hole with a diameter of 100 meters. Yu Yan fell into the center of the huge hole, and a copious amount of blood sprayed out from all over her and dyed her body red. She trembled, unable to budge. "Sis!" Yu Tianling issued a mournful cry, countless flames burned in her body, turned into a flaming phoenix, and stabbed towards Grand Duke Toli. "You're too weak." Grand Duke Toli glanced at Yu Tianling and sneered. He spread his hand and countless rays of bloody light seemingly transformed into a world of endless blood that enveloped Yu Tianling. When Yu Tianling was swept by the endless scarlet world, all the flames on her body were extinguished. A copious amount of strange blood poured into her eyes, ears, throat, and every pore, forming strange scarlet runes. Yu Tianling's beautiful eyes turned white, her delicate body trembled, and her facial features twisted. Strange runes spread on her delicate body. Yu Yan struggled to turn her head and looked towards the void, shouting, "Lei Ming, save my sister. Please. I'll promise you anything." Thunder. Grand Duke Toli was slightly startled and turned to look at the void that Yu Yan was looking at. "No, it's behind me." A warning sign rose in Grand Duke Toli's heart. He turned around and saw a black ray flash in the distance, appear in front of him in the blink of an eye, and slash towards him with a sword shrouded in fallen angel fire. Blood Realm Shield. Runes rose around Grand Duke Toli's body, condensing into a huge blood shield that blocked in front of him. When the sword ray containing fallen angel fire slashed into the huge blood shield, it burned, corroded, and destroyed everything. The huge blood shield was split open, and then the sword ray slashed open a huge wound on Grand Duke Toli. Fallen Angel. A pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel. No, she's even stronger. Is that a secret treasure that human warlocks developed for the Fallen Angel? Wretched human alchemist. Grand Duke Toli's figure fluttered, and he retreated by tens of kilometers. At the same time, he scanned the area with his formidable soul force, and then discovered that the person who attacked him was Alexia equipped with the ruler armor. His face fell at once. After Alexia devoured the Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel heart, she evolved into an intermediate Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel in one fell swoop. After equipping the ruler armor, her battle prowess is comparable to that of a quasi-warlock monarch rank existence. When Grand Duke Toli saw this, he suddenly felt that the situation is far from good. Just as Grand Duke Toli was about to speak, a series of black shadows appeared in front of him, and 7 sword lights stabbed at him from different directions. A look of anger on his face, Grand Duke Toli summoned countless runes and formed a blood shield. When the sword rays pierced through the blood shield, they stabbed into Grand Duke Toli, and violent fallen angel fire enveloped Grand Duke Toli. Damn it! I'll remember you. Damned fallen angel, you're dead. Grand Duke Toli let out a furious roar, then his figure blurred, and he split into 9 blood specks shooting into the distance. Unfortunately, these Infinity Warlocks are all cunning fellows. Unless I can severely wound them at once, it's really difficult to kill them. With a sigh, the void twisted, and Yang Feng's true body walked out of the void and looked in the direction Grand Duke Toli escaped with some regret. Yang Feng and Alexia, who have already come to the vicinity, quietly watched the fight between Yu Yan and Grand Duke Toli. Originally, Yang Feng planned to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack another kindred Grand Duke if Yu Yan and Grand Duke Toli are both injured. However, Yu Yan is too heavily injured. Even though she went all out, she only consumed a bit of Grand Duke Toli's vitality. Although a fallen angel like Alexia has amazing battle prowess, but she doesn't have a powerful enough spell to keep a kindred Grand Duke rank powerhouse here. Yang Feng glanced at Yu Yan and said with a smile, "Marshal Yu, I'm here to save you. According to the agreement, open your soul and let me brand a soul brand." Yu Yan took a deep look at Yang Feng and suddenly asked, "Do you have a planar passageway that can freely travel to and from God Blood Plane?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "That's right. As long as you leave God Blood Plane, you'll be safe." The reason why Yu Yan and Yu Tianling are in such a sorry state is that they were hit by the tracing mark released by the kindred Grand Duke by burning his true blood. Originally, with Yu Yan and Yu Tianling's strength, it would only take them 2 to 3 months to completely purify the tracing mark released by a kindred Grand Duke. However, after they were forced into God Blood Plane, they were chased by kindred Grand Dukes and even kindred Grand Princes. After countless fierce battles, they are in such a sorry state. Yu Yan uttered decisively, "Okay, I can sign a soul contract with you. Moreover, I can tell you the secret of the Archgod's treasure trove. However, you have to let my little sister leave safely." Yu Tianling's pretty face changed, and she shouted, "Big sister. No. Lei Ming, I can sign a soul contract with you. I beg you, let my big sister go." Yu Yan glared at Yu Tianling and shouted sternly, "Shut up." Yu Tianling grew up under Yu Yan's wing. The age gap between the two is more than 100 years. Yu Tianling was practically raised by Yu Yan. The two are somewhat like sisters, but also like mother and daughter. Not daring to resist Yu Yan, Yu Tianling fell silent at once. Yang Feng asked, "What rank is the Archgod's treasure trove?" "It's a treasure trove below the Infinity Warlock rank, needless to say." Yu Yan wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth and said lightly, "The Black Emperor's treasure trove, is this treasure trove enough?" Yang Feng's eyes burst out with scorching light, and he uttered solemnly, "The Black Emperor's treasure trove. If it's true, then it's enough." The Black Emperor was a Warlock Emperor rank existence in the Archgod Age. Like the human 7 Warlock Emperors, he once dominated the Zhangji Plane and suppressed countless powerhouses. Archgods are existences far stronger than humans. According to legend, Archgods are descendants of Eternals and possess Eternals' bloodline. The human race will only give birth to 1 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse in each era. In the Archgod Age, however, there will be several Warlock Emperor rank Archgods at the same time. In the Black Emperor's era, a total of 13 Warlock Emperor rank Archgods were born in the Zhangji Plane. After the rise of the Black Emperor, he slayed 5 Warlock Emperor rank Archgods in a row, subdued the other 8 Warlock Emperor rank Archgods, and founded the Black Emperor Court. The Black Emperor is definitely a terrifying existence on the same level as the human 7 Warlock Emperors. Yu Yan suddenly asked, "Can the Black Emperor's treasure trove be exchanged for our safety?" The scorching light in Yang Feng's eyes converged, and he said flatly, "Even if there is a Black Emperor's treasure trove, it will be extremely dangerous. I may not be able to get my hands on the treasures inside. Compared to the Black Emperor's treasure trove, I think a pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse is more valuable." Yang Feng's true body currently only has a Glorious Dawn Warlock rank cultivation base. The Black Emperor is a peerless overlord who dominated an era. His treasure trove won't be that easy to get his hands on. Compared to the Black Emperor's treasure trove, which is full of dangers and whose benefits are unknown, he is more interested in Yu Yan, one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals. If Yu Yan surrenders, then Yang Feng will have 3 Infinity Warlocks at his disposal, and his power will surpass that of some of the 10 great sects. Yu Yan sighed lightly. With a command in her heart, the soul core that was like a star appeared amidst the extremely dazzling seals, and then all the defenses were removed. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger on Yu Yan's soul, and countless soul runes flew out, coiled around Yu Yan's soul core, slowly penetrated into it, and finally engraved a brand belonging to him inside. Chapter 681. Let's go. Yang Feng pressed a finger on Yu Tianling's head, and grey light shone, and she fainted. After Yu Yan drank a vial of elixir, her strength recovered a little, and she hugged Yu Tianling in her arms. In a valley. Following flashes of light, Yang Feng and company flew to the deepest cave in the valley. Yu Yan looked at the top-grade warp gate, and her eyes flashed with shock. She asked, "What is that?" Yang Feng answered proudly, "This is a warp gate, a top-secret treasure that can traverse 2 planes. The Shizu's warp gate technology is far superior to the Zhangji plane's planar teleportation array technology. Not only can the Shizu's warp gates be mass-produced, but the top warp gates can even freely traverse 2 planes. They are much stronger than the Zhangji plane's planar passageways." Yu Yan's beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic gleam, and she saw the value of the top warp gate at once, a secret treasure that can easily traverse 2 planes. Has the Undying Mountain's alchemy reached this level? No wonder your Undying Mountain can develop so fast. With this heaven-defying secret treasure, your Undying Mountain will become one of the most powerful forces in the future. The existence of the warp gates connected the territories ruled by the Shi clan. Moreover, it could easily mobilize all kinds of combat forces to attack the enemy. And most importantly, each top warp gate that can traverse many planes is equivalent to a stable planar passageway. Yang Feng can resell supplies between several planes and earn huge amounts of resources. Along with flashes of light, the top warp gate set off ripples. Yang Feng and Alexia passed through the warp gate. Yu Yan took a deep look at the warp gate, and then stepped into the warp gate. "We're back in the Zhangji plane." As soon as Yu Yan stepped out of the warp gate, her beautiful eyes shimmered, and she inhaled. Countless life magic energy gathered in an area 1,000 kilometers in radius and formed a huge tornado that rushed towards Yu Yan's cherry lips. Within a dozen breaths of time, Yu Yan, who was on the verge of death, regained her vigor, and her aura quickly became stronger. Yang Feng said, "By the way, Zhao Fan and I are friends. If possible, try to help him climb higher in Secret Treasure Division." Yu Yan casually said, "I understand." Yu Yan is one of the 8 marshals of the Great Cloud Dynasty. She has many friends in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Helping a trifling moonlight warlock climb higher in Secret Treasure Division wasn't a problem. Unless Yang Feng seeks the position of Deputy Division Chief or Division Chief of Secret Treasure Division, she will be powerless. The headquarters of the Secret Treasure Division in Yunjing City. As soon as Yang Feng's avatar Zhao Fan stepped into Secret Treasure Division's headquarters, he attracted countless gazes. Zhou Lan, a beautiful woman wearing a pair of eye-like secret treasures and exuding a scholarly aura, walked up to Yang Feng. "Zhao Fan, Sir Director General invites you over." "The Director General invites you in." "That kid is really lucky. To be invited by the Director General, what a lucky guy." Envious comments came from the Secret Treasure Division. Secret Treasure Division has a Director General, 8 Deputy Division Chiefs, 36 Bureau Chiefs, and 288 Deputy Bureau Chiefs. Among them, the Division Chief Forging Hammer is an Infinity Warlock, one of the strongest Infinity Warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty. If Forging Hammer isn't practicing cultivation, he is forging secret treasures, carrying out all kinds of experiments, and forging all kinds of powerful secret treasures. In fact, it is the 8 Deputy Division Chiefs and 36 Bureau Chiefs who maintain the operation of Secret Treasure Division. However, in Secret Treasure Division, Forging Hammer is a bigwig whose words carry enormous weight. Of the 8 Deputy Division Chiefs, 3 are his disciples, and the other 3 have received a lot of help and guidance from him. Yang Feng nodded and followed Zhou Lan to the depths of Secret Treasure Division. After passing through numerous winding corridors and being verified by countless secret treasures, a huge egg-like hall engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared in front of Yang Feng. Is this another world? As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the huge bird egg hall, he found himself in another world. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight. Yang Feng's Xiaofan avatar is currently a moonlight warlock, a transcendent rank powerhouse. He can easily see scenes thousands of kilometers away. With no end in sight, this means that this world has a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers. A spatial spell was used to transform a star into this shape. To be precise, this should be a virtual divine country. A voice sounded in Yang Feng's ears. His vision blurred, and he appeared in a huge laboratory. In the huge laboratory, there are alchemists, who are rarely seen in the outside world. Each of these alchemists is busy conducting various research and experiments. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man dressed in casual clothes, without the demeanor of a powerhouse, is sitting on a sofa and sizing up Yang Feng leisurely. Under the gaze of the middle-aged man, all of Yang Feng's secrets were exposed, making his blood run cold. This person is definitely an infinity warlock. Moonlight warlocks are already transcendent rank powerhouses, but in front of an infinity warlock, they are still vulnerable. Many infinity warlocks can kill a moonlight warlock with a spell fired from thousands of kilometers away. The majority of female warlocks would choose to use secret methods to make their appearance even more beautiful when practicing cultivation. Male warlocks, on the other hand, will pursue secret methods that are more powerful and can prolong their life. Therefore, beautiful warlocks can be seen everywhere in Great Cloud Dynasty. Male warlocks, like in the ordinary world, have both beautiful and ugly warlocks, and there are also many ordinary-looking warlocks. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and a jade card flew into Yang Feng's hand. I am Forging Hammer. I owe you yen a favor. Zhao Fan, you helped them this time, you did a good job. From today onward, you are my 36th bureau chief. When the alchemists who are engaged in various research heard this, their eyes focused on Yang Feng and revealed looks of envy. One of the 36 bureau chiefs of Secret Treasure Division, that is to step into the upper echelons of Secret Treasure Division and become one of the core figures of the division. Secret Treasure Division is a holy land that all alchemists in Great Cloud Dynasty dream of. In Secret Treasure Division, there are more than 1,000 alchemists above the Moonlight Warlock rank, most of which aren't even deputy bureau chiefs. Most of the bureau chiefs of Secret Treasure Division are glorious sun warlocks. For a trifling Moonlight Warlock like Yang Feng to become a bureau chief of Secret Treasure Division naturally makes everyone envious. Forging Hammer waved his hand carelessly, and his gaze fell on a sphere in his hand. This is the core of Secret Treasure Division. All the most advanced alchemy is developed here. You can enter most of the places with your identity jade card. Okay, you can leave now. Yang Feng looked at the sphere in Forging Hammer's hand, and his heart stirred. This is a third-generation battle robot. Great Cloud Dynasty, what a fast reaction. The Undying Mountain rose to power in the Ligui province, and in a short period of time, it occupied the entire province. Naturally, Great Cloud Dynasty wouldn't just ignore this. On the one hand, they sent people to summon the Ligui province, and on the other hand, they naturally studied the secret treasures of the Ligui province. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. With Great Cloud Dynasty's alchemy, they should be able to research a lot of things. Unfortunately, they can't research the most crucial thing, the matter and energy converter. As long as they can't research it, then they are just doing useless work. One of the core technologies of the Shizu is the superlarge matter and energy converter. As long as there is enough energy, you can convert all kinds of precious and rare materials and refine all kinds of powerful weapons. Great Cloud Dynasty inherited part of Magic Note Dynasty's legacy, and its alchemy is extremely brilliant. With Great Cloud Dynasty's power, it can create more powerful golem secret treasures. However, the resources it requires are tremendous, and it cannot be mass-produced. Yang Feng left the dome world and returned to the office of the Bureau Chief of Secret Treasure Division's headquarters. A beautiful woman with short black hair and a sexy and elegant aura dressed in black came up to Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Director Zhao Fan, I am your secretary, Hiroi. Greetings, please give me some pointers." Yang Feng said lightly, "Tell Shintu Xiong to come see me." Hiroi replied, "Yes. Bureau Chief." Before long, Shintu Xiong entered the room and looked at Yang Feng sitting in the bureau chief's seat with envy in his eyes. Yang Feng glanced at Shintu Xiong and said lightly, "Shintu Xiong, I have a special task for you. There is a problem with the ice field plane's large barrier generator, and it needs to be maintained. Within 3 days, you must go there and maintain the large barrier generator for 100 years. Are there any other questions?" There was a flash of bitterness in Shintu Xiong's eyes, and he gritted his teeth, saluted, and responded loudly, "Yes. Sir Bureau Chief, I promise to complete the task." The ice field plane was a grade 8 plane with extremely barren resources. It was impossible to even break through to the Moonlight Warlock realm. Yang Feng throwing the quasi-Moonlight Warlock Shintu Xiong to the ice field plane was equivalent to exiling him, preventing him from breaking through to the Moonlight Warlock realm within 100 years. Moreover, there were no humanoid life forms in the ice field plane. In other words, Shintu Xiong would have to spend 100 years alone there. Shintu Xiong understood that this was Yang Feng's retaliation, but he didn't dare to say a word. Otherwise, his identity as a member of Secret Treasure Division would be stripped. Chapter 682. Secret Treasure Division was one of the most important departments of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Every year, Secret Treasure Division would produce countless powerful offensive secret treasures. Like the 10 great sects, the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 great families had their own planes, and they constantly explored the astral boundary and colonized other planes. In battles with the aboriginals of other planes, the consumption of secret treasures was enormous. Although the 8 great families also cultivated their own alchemists, but they still lacked secret treasures. They had to purchase secret treasures from Secret Treasure Division in large quantities. Moreover, new alchemy techniques emerged in Secret Treasure Division every year. In order to obtain the latest alchemy techniques from Secret Treasure Division, the 8 great families had to place their own people in Secret Treasure Division. Shintu Xiong was the most talented alchemist of the Shintu family of the 8 great families. With only a quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base, he could already refine level 6 secret treasures. Such an alchemist genius was rare in Secret Treasure Division. Only a place like Secret Treasure Division could give him the nourishment to grow quickly. Once Shintu Xiong disobeyed Yang Feng and was deprived of his identity in Secret Treasure Division, his alchemist path would be severed, and one of the Shintu family's tentacles in Secret Treasure Division would be severed. The reason why the 10 great sects and 8 great families were so powerful was that the descendants they cultivated could be found all over the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. Secret Treasure Division was the department most valued by the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. It was extremely difficult for people from the 8 great families to enter Secret Treasure Division. Shintu Xiong brazenly entered Secret Treasure Division with indisputable strength. Even if Yang Feng retaliated, he could only endure it. Shintu Xiong took a deep look at Yang Feng, resentment flashed in the abyss of his eyes, and he mused, "Zhao Fan, remember this. I will repay you 100-fold for today's humiliation in the future." Yang Feng glanced at Shintu Xiong, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. After cultivating the demonic divine text, Yang Feng could clearly capture the negative force emitted by the human body. As Shintu Xiong was just a quasi-Moonlight Warlock who hadn't promoted to an official Moonlight Warlock, the malice in his heart naturally couldn't escape Yang Feng's notice. A few days later, on a huge airship, Shintu Xiong sat in the luxurious cabin of the airship with 2 foreign race beauties in his arms. His eyes flickered with a venomous light. "Zhao Fan, we must kill him. Otherwise, with him around, even if I return from the ice domain plane, he would still make things difficult for me and banish me to another plane. The Bai clan has already made a move against the 8 great clans. They will definitely be more than happy to see Zhao Fan make a move against me. There is another important reason why Shinto Xiong is so well behaved, that is, the Great Cloud Dynasty's Bai family is getting stronger and stronger, and is attacking the 8 great families from all aspects, eliminating the influence of the 8 great families on the Great Cloud Dynasty. If it was before the 10 great sects were suppressed, Shinto Xiong wouldn't have paid attention to Yang Feng, a puny moonlight warlock with no background. A hint of killing intent flashed past Shinto Xiong's eyes, and he made up his mind. After I stay in the ice domain dimension for a year or 2, I'll apply to the clan to mobilize the experts of the Magic Shadow Hall to get rid of him. The Magic Shadow Hall is a formidable force of the Shinto family that specializes in assassinations, and it is controlled by the Shinto family's patriarch. Even 2 bright world warlocks have fallen at the hands of the Magic Shadow Hall's assassins. The Magic Shadow Hall is a formidable force of the Shinto family in the dark. Suddenly, the huge airship trembled slightly, and a strange force spread inside the huge airship in an instant. The huge airship seems to have come to a standstill, and everyone on board maintained the same posture. A gray aura swept Shinto Xiong, and then all his blood essence disappeared, and he turned into a mummy with a look of horror and despair on his face. The strange force disappeared in an instant, and the airship returned to normal. Ah! Help! When the 2 foreign race slaves Shinto Xiong bought from the slave market saw the mummy of Shinto Xiong, their complexion changed dramatically, and they issued ear-piercing screams of horror. Along with flashes of light, dozens of great warlock rank powerhouses flew out of the airship. A starry sky warlock took a look at Shinto Xiong, his complexion changed dramatically, and he trembled and said, "This is Sir Shinto Xiong." He was insta-killed. The other starry sky warlock said with a bitter expression, "That's too scary." He had actually killed Lord Shinto Xiong without a sound. The person who killed him is definitely a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse. This isn't something we can handle. Moonlight Warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses. A Moonlight Warlock was enough to kill everyone on the airship. When the Warlocks thought of this, a chill welled up inside them. If the person who insta-killed Shinto Xiong had any killing intent, then all the warlocks on the airship would die tragically at his hands. The Shinto family's headquarters. The Shinto family's patriarch, Shinto Mingyao, sat in a study and listened to the report with a gloomy expression. A gloomy expression on his face, Shinto Mingyao uttered coldly, "Who the hell dared to kill 163 direct bloodline descendants of the Shinto family? Have you found out?" Shinto Mingyao's confidant replied respectfully, "Sir Patriarch, the other party did it very cleanly. He killed them almost silently. Furthermore, they acted at the same time. The assassins are all Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses." There was a flash of killing intent in Shinto Mingyao's eyes, and he said solemnly, "No clue is the biggest clue. There are only a few families that can mobilize so many Moonlight Warlocks in such a short period of time. However, they have no reason to act against us. Within the Great Cloud Dynasty, there weren't many forces that could mobilize more than 100 Moonlight Warlocks at the same time. Only the Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court and the 8 great families could mobilize more than 100 Moonlight Warlocks at the same time. The 8 great families were behemoths. If there was any conflict between them, they would resolve it through negotiations and spells. They wouldn't resort to extreme warlike means. This was a blood feud that wouldn't end until one side was dead. All of a sudden, Shinto Mingyao's heart stirred, and he thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be that they acted just to stir up hatred and suspicion between us? A frigid killing intent suddenly rose in Shinto Mingyao's eyes, and he made a decision. "Very well, since you're heartless, then don't blame me for being unjust." Shinto Mingyao didn't suspect Yang Feng at all, because in his opinion, a trifling bureau chief of Secret Treasure Division doesn't have the power to mobilize more than 100 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. After all, even if he was the patriarch of the Shinto family, if he wanted to mobilize more than 100 Moonlight Warlocks for a big operation, he would need to report it to the Great Elder and let the Great Elder make a decision. In the Ligui province's Undying Mountain, in a spacious cultivation room, Yang Feng's true body floated in the air and shone with light, looking like 9 bright suns. A dense swarm of high-grade magic crystals flew into Yang Feng's body and poured into the 9 small worlds inside him. Using the resources of the Ligui province and the treasury of the 2 kindred dukes, Yang Feng has successfully formed 9 small worlds. With 1 small world as the core, the other 8 small worlds revolve around it. The 9 small worlds are frantically devouring massive amounts of power and growing. If Yang Feng hadn't controlled the Ligui province and the 2 kindred dukes' territories, the consumption of the 9 small worlds inside him would have given him a headache. Ding dong. A crisp sound rang, and Yang Feng, who is practicing cultivation, slowly opened his eyes. Pinnacle Glorious Sun Warlock. Only 1 step away from the quasi-bright world Warlock realm. The 9 realms lord is really extraordinary, worthy of being an almost invincible existence who ran amok in the world at the time. If I hadn't met the Star Lord, that era would have been the era of the 9 realms lord. Yang Feng felt the nearly endless power welling up inside him, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. To form the 9 small worlds, Yang Feng needs to consume hundreds of times more resources than ordinary glorious sun warlocks. However, his strength is far greater than that of ordinary glorious sun warlocks. With the support of sufficient resources, the cultivation speed of the 9 realms lord's secret method is much faster than that of other secret methods. For Yang Feng, who has evolved to superior level 8 soul aptitude, the other condition of the 9 realms lord's secret method isn't a problem at all. Yang Feng uttered unhurriedly, for the current me, the Black Emperor's treasure trove is still too dangerous. The urgent matter at hand is to go to Sun God Shrine and accept the baptism of Sun Force. Sun God Shrine is the place where the Sun God race lived in the Arch-God era. Before the Arch-God era and the Black Emperor era, it was the era of the Sun God. The Sun God race gave birth to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, the Sun Emperor. He wielded Sun Force and gave birth to descendants. After they grew up, each of them became a glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse and exuded endless light and heat like the sun. The Solar Divine Palace was the residence of the Solar Emperor, and it was also the place where the Solar Emperor trained his descendants. When the Time Lord rose to power, the human Warlock cultivation system was imperfect. After he promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, he was almost unable to break through. In the end, he entered Sun God Shrine, absorbed Sun Force, and finally advanced to a glorious Sun Warlock. Therefore, the next realm after the Moonlight Warlock realm is named Glorious Sun Warlock. Once a human Warlock enters Sun God Shrine, they can absorb the endless Sun Force contained in Sun God Shrine and form small suns in the small world inside them, making their world more perfect and real. Although human Warlocks can use other treasures to replace this process, but for Yang Feng, entering Sun God Shrine to absorb Sun Force is his best choice. Chapter 683. Sun God Shrine is located in the crack between the astral boundary and the Tsangji plane in a place called the Blazing Sun Space, which is filled with powerful flames. Once a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse enters the Blazing Sun Space, they will easily be burned to ashes. Sun God Shrine is the former residence of the Sun Emperor. It is protected by a powerful magic barrier. Only powerhouses with a special token can enter Sun God Shrine through special channels. The powerful barrier in Sun God Shrine will suppress the power of those who enter below the glorious Sun Warlock rank. Even if it is a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, they will be suppressed to the glorious Sun Warlock rank. The Solar Divine Palace would open once every 100 years. After a while, it would be the opening day of the Solar Divine Palace. The Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court has a special channel and token to enter Sun God Shrine. Bai Yuxian, I want to enter Sun God Shrine. Is my token ready? Yang Feng clicked on the magic phone he developed, found by Wuxian's number, and pressed a button. Blue light shone, and the blue light flying out of the magic phone intertwined and formed Bai Yuxian, looking as if she has descended here in person. Bai Yuxian spoke worriedly, I have prepared the token you want. However, are you sure you want to enter Sun God Shrine? Sun God Shrine is connected to many planes. Every time it appears, there will be many freakish geniuses from other planes who will enter. According to the Bai family's intelligence, many hidden freakish geniuses from other planes will enter Sun God Shrine. Among them, there is no lack of freakish geniuses of the Great Cloud Dynasty's glorious Sun 7 stars. Human warlocks have been exploring the astral boundary for countless years. When a warlock dynasty is at its peak, it will discover countless planes. When a warlock dynasty collapses, there will be many powerful warlock groups that, like the Battle Demon sect, will flee to other planes and hide. After countless years of development, some warlock groups will decline because the planes they migrated to weren't strong enough, while some warlock groups will develop into behemoths whose strength is not inferior to that of the Zhangji Plains human warlocks. Yang Feng said with a confident smile, you don't have to worry about this. Bai Yuxian responded, okay. When you arrive in the cloud capital, I will give you the token. Alright. Yunjing City's glorious dragon airship yard. Almost the entire airship yard had been emptied. Countless staff could be seen busily cleaning the yard. In a corner of the huge airship port, there were 5 girls. Each of them was tender and charming. They were full of vigor and looked extremely beautiful. Any one of them would be an unrivaled beauty if they were on Earth. Poina, a peerless beauty with long blonde hair, black eyes, snow-white skin, and an extremely hot figure, asked curiously, what's going on? What kind of big shot are they welcoming? Why did they summon all of us here? Luo Bingbing, a beautiful woman with a single ponytail, a tall and slender figure, and a gorgeous appearance that exuded a heroic temperament, looked around. She smiled sweetly and said with slight arrogance, I don't know, but someone who can gather us, the 5 fairies, is definitely not simple. There were 5 stunning beauties sitting in this corner, they were Cloud Province's 5 most famous warlock idols. There were countless ordinary people and low-level warlocks in the entire Cloud Province who were their admirers. The pretty face of the beautiful girl Xinyu, who was only 1.43 meters tall, had a pair of breasts, a small and pure face, and exuded a pure and lovely feeling, flickered, and she pointed into the distance and said, look. That's the Minister of Rights. The legendary Infinity Warlock. Why did he come in person? Zhou Qin, who had a head of wavy chestnut-colored hair and wore a white dress with a butterfly hairpin on her head, exuding a youthful beauty, was shocked. She looked in the direction that Xinyu was pointing at and said, the Minister of Rights? How is that possible? He is an Infinity Warlock. Even Infinity Warlocks may not be welcomed by him in person. Only the emperors of the Western world's 3 dynasties or important ministers of the imperial court may be welcomed by him in person. The beautiful eyes of Murong Yuling, the most famous of the 5 fairies, flashed with curiosity, and she looked in the direction Xinyu pointed. She saw a middle-aged man dressed in the official robe of the Minister of Rights standing quietly on the airship port. Standing there quietly, as if he is the center of the universe, everyone's attention is deeply attracted by him. If such peerless beauties like the 5 immortal concubines were anywhere else, they would definitely attract the attention of countless people and become the center of attention. But in the airship port, as if he is the center of the universe, he attracted the attention of countless people. His sense of existence overwhelms everything else. Poina's beautiful eyes flashed with an enigmatic gleam, and she sighed lightly, so this is an Infinity Warlock, a true powerhouse. How great would it be if my man was such a powerhouse in the future? The 5 fairies are famous figures in the entertainment circle of the world of warlocks. But in the eyes of transcendent rank powerhouses, they are just ordinary beautiful warlocks. Bright World Warlocks and Infinity Warlocks are either immersed in cultivation or roaming the astral boundary in search of opportunities. That's why they don't pay attention to them. Otherwise, if a bright world warlock exerts a little pressure, the companies they belong to won't be able to withstand the terrifying pressure. Poina and the others are well aware that although they are unreachable superstars in front of ordinary people, but in front of true transcendent rank powerhouses, they are nothing. Generally, transcendent rank powerhouses will only marry other transcendent rank powerhouses as their wives. This way, it will be easier for the two parties to produce offspring, and the offspring will be far stronger than ordinary people. It is very difficult for transcendent rank powerhouses to produce offspring with ordinary people. Even if they do produce offspring, the soul aptitude of the offspring won't be very high. Besides, if they are careless, the power of the fetus inside the body of the ordinary person may even be sucked away and turned into a corpse. In the first Warlock Dynasty era, it was very difficult for the strongest human warlocks to reproduce. But after generations of human warlocks combined with ordinary people, the mortality rate of ordinary people giving birth to offspring has been reduced by a lot. However, after using this secret method, the offspring of ordinary people will be much weaker. Therefore, transcendent rank powerhouses generally look for transcendent rank powerhouses as their partners. Shinyu asked curiously, "Big Sister Yuling, I heard that your boyfriend is a moonlight warlock, right?" As soon as she said this, the gazes of the other three immortal fairies focused on Murong Yuling, and they revealed looks of anticipation and envy. Moonlight warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses. To be able to find a moonlight warlock as a husband is the most ideal outcome for them. Above moonlight warlocks are glorious sun warlocks. Glorious sun warlocks are even the leaders of forces, or the great elders of many forces. They are not existences they can aspire to. Murong Yuling smiled proudly and said, "Yes, he is a moonlight warlock." Shinyu's big beautiful eyes twinkled, and she said with a lovely smile, "That's great. By the way, Big Sister Yuling, when will you introduce him to us? Let's talk about it when we have the chance." There was a flash of vigilance in Murong Yuling's beautiful eyes, but her smile was still bright. She made up her mind not to introduce Yang Feng to these good sisters whose looks and temperaments are not inferior to hers. Poina looked up and said, "He's here." The five immortal fairies looked up and saw a huge flying vessel flying over from afar and slowly landing on the huge berthing apron. The door of the huge flying vessel opened, and Yang Feng, escorted by Zhan Ying, Hua Xiangxuan, Alexia, 6 moonlight warlocks, and 14 fourth-generation battle robots, alighted. Chen Yunhai's gaze swept Alexia, and then he constricted slightly, showed a warm smile on his face, and stepped forward and said, "Hello, I am Chen Yunhai, the Minister of Rites of the Great Cloud Dynasty. You must be Lei Ming, the young master of the Undying Mountain. To possess a glorious sun warlock rank cultivation base before the age of 100, that's really amazing." Yang Feng smiled and flattered, "Hello, Minister Chen. How can my achievements compare to yours? You are an infinity warlock, the Minister of Rites of the Great Cloud Dynasty. My achievements are all due to the protection of my father's generation. Compared to you, I'm really far behind. Chen Yunhai is the Minister of Rites of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Besides, he is an infinity warlock rank powerhouse. For him to come here and greet Yang Feng is already giving Yang Feng a lot of face. Naturally, Yang Feng won't rashly offend this infinity warlock." Chen Yunhai said with a smile, "I have set up a welcoming banquet for you and invited all the 5 fairies of the Cloud Province. Their singing and dancing are indeed much better than that of ordinary people, and even the goddesses of many planes can't compare to them." Yang Feng uttered, "The 5 fairies? That's great. I like listening to Murong Yuling's songs very much." Chen Yunhai smiled and waved his hand, saying, "She's right there. Since you like it, let her accompany you." A starry sky warlock in a military uniform with a grim expression came to the 5 fairies' seats and said, "Sir Minister has summoned Murong Yuling, please come with me. The young master of the Undying Mountain Lei Ming likes your songs very much." There was a flash of jealousy in Poina's beautiful eyes, and she stared at Murong Yuling, "Damn it, why not me? Why Murong Yuling? The other three fairies also stared at Murong Yuling with envy in their beautiful eyes. Chapter 684. Murong Yuling frowned slightly. Unwilling, but unable to refuse the summons of the Board of Rights Minister, she could only get up and walk towards Qin Yunhai and company. Although Murong Yuling is a famous celebrity in Cloud Province, but she is only a level 3 warlock. With her identity, she can at most refuse an invitation from a Moonlight warlock. A trifling level 3 warlock doesn't even have the qualifications to refuse an invitation from an Infinity warlock. Hello, Murong Yuling, I am Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, a fan of yours. I'm glad to meet you. As soon as Murong Yuling came to in front of Yang Feng said cordially. Murong Yuling smiled slightly, and there was a trace of alienation in her politeness. Hello, Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming, your reputation is really resounding. Even Nangon Wumi of the glorious Sun 7 Stars was defeated by you. You're really amazing. Nangon Wumi is one of Great Cloud Dynasty's glorious Sun 7 Stars. He is known as one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 7 strongest glorious Sun warlocks and a peerless genius most likely to promote to a Bright World warlock. For such a powerhouse to be defeated by Yang Feng caused a small sensation in the circle of Great Cloud Dynasty's transcendent ranked powerhouses. Although Murong Yuling is a figure in the entertainment circle, but since Yang Feng's clone Zhao Fan advanced to a Moonlight warlock, she began to learn about what happened in the circle of transcendent ranked powerhouses. Yang Feng responded politely, it was just a fluke. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Feng, escorted by Undying Mountain's powerhouses in a luxurious magic chariot, headed for the most luxurious manor in Cloud Capital, the Holy Light Manor, in a luxurious magic chariot. Sitting in a luxurious magic chariot, Qin Yunhai closed his eyes and said unhurriedly, an Infinity Warlock ranked powerhouse is willing to serve as his guard. Undying Mountain's underlying strength is far beyond our imagination. Moreover, Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming's status in Undying Mountain is probably much higher than we imagined. That's the Blazing Angel Alexia, a blazing angel subdued by Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming. When she was subdued by Lei Ming, she only had a Bright World Warlock rank cultivation base. Now that he has evolved into an Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel, it is clear that Undying Mountain has provided him with resources to evolve him into an Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel. The Undying Mountain is truly a terrifying force with unfathomable depths. A voice came from the luxurious sports car, but the driver in the front didn't seem to hear anything. A glint flashed across Qin Yunhai's eyes as he replied solemnly, that's right. To be able to evolve a Bright World Warlock rank Blazing Angel into an Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel, it must be at least a force on the level of the 10 great sects. The Undying Mountain is worth roping in. Go and make the arrangements. I want the 5 immortal concubines. The voice replied, yes. My lord. At this time, the 5 immortal concubines are famous stars in the Cloud Province. But for Infinity Warlocks, they only have to pay a small price if they want them. Furthermore, the replacement of celebrities was extremely fast. After the 5 immortal concubines retired, there would soon be new idols who would be sought after and become new superstars. The Light Saint Manor was located in the noble area of Yunjing City, where every inch of land was expensive. It was a top manor that was refined by a top alchemist using space alchemy. From the outside, the Light Saint Manor only covers an area of several hundred acres. But inside, there is another world. It is a luxurious manor that covers an area of hundreds of square kilometers. The scenery is picturesque, the lake is green, and the white clouds are blooming. In the garden of the luxurious manor, there was an incomparably wide round table. On the table, there were dragon livers, phoenix marrow, and various other delicacies that were rarely seen in the outside world. Many of the delicacies are full of life magic energy. When ordinary people eat them, they will strengthen their body, prolong their lifespan, and change their soul aptitude. After Yang Feng, Murong Yuling, Qin Yunhai, and Alexia took their seats. They tasted the delicacies while watching the song and dance performance of the four immortal concubines. After watching the song and dance of the four immortal concubines, Yang Feng praised, as expected of the Cloud Province's four immortal concubines, their song and dance are really outstanding. There are no such excellent dancers in the Ligui province. Chen Yunhai uttered with a smile, young Master Lei Ming, since you like it, then take the five immortal concubines back. Sitting aside, Murong Yuling's pretty face turned ashen, and she clenched her silver teeth, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with fear. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Oh, can I really?" "They are not slaves. The laws of the Great Cloud Dynasty are very strict. Only slaves or concubines cultivated by big families can be transferred freely. The five immortal concubines are famous idols of the Great Cloud Dynasty. They are popular in the Cloud Province, and even moonlight warlocks cannot force them." Chen Yunhai uttered with a smile, "The five immortal concubines colluded with Hellions. The evidence is conclusive, and they have been deprived of their citizenship and reduced to slaves. I have already bought them. If you like them, then I will give them to you." Murong Yuling's delicate body trembled slightly. As if she fell into an ice cave, her whole body turned ice cold, and her face turned pale. It was only today that she truly felt how powerful and terrifying those with true power were. With just a few words, the other party deprived her of all her rights and reduced her to a slave. No matter how popular she is in the Cloud Province, in the eyes of the other party, she is not worth mentioning. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, only transcendent rank powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank have status in the Imperial Court. They won't be reduced to slaves at will. As for Murong Yuling, she is a level 3 warlock. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Okay. I like their singing and dancing very much, so I won't stand on ceremony." With a few words, Yang Feng and Chen Yunhai decided the fate of the five immortal concubines, who are popular in the Cloud Province. This is the power of power. Young Master Lei Ming, I have a secret to discuss with you. Please dismiss your attendants. Chen Yunhai waved his hand, and the surrounding guards and attendants quickly retreated. Yang Feng also waved his hand and had Zhan Ing, Murong Yuling, and them leave, leaving only the Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel Alexia beside him. As an Infinity Warlock, Chen Yunhai's every move exudes a powerful aura. He is proficient in countless secret methods. Yang Feng doesn't dare to stay alone with such an old monster. Even if the two were to negotiate, with Alexia around, Yang Feng would have more confidence. Chen Yunhai drained a glass of fine wine and said with a smile, "The Great Cloud Dynasty intends to give the Undying Mountain a big gift. It's the coordinates of a Grade 3 plane. As long as the Undying Mountain suppresses the Grade 3 plane and gives 60% of the plane's resources to the Great Cloud Dynasty every year, the Grade 3 plane will belong to the Undying Mountain." Yang Feng couldn't help but be moved when he heard that, Grade 3 plane. Grade 3 planes are powerful planes that can give birth to mighty divine force rank powerhouses, that is, Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. Even the Battle Demon sect has only mastered the coordinates of 2 Grade 4 planes. The coordinates of a Grade 3 plane are enough for many powerful forces to fight over. Among the planes that have been explored by human warlocks, the Tsangji plane is a Super Grade 1 plane, the 36 primary material planes are Super Grade 2 planes, and below them are Secondary Grade 2 planes and Grade 3 planes. There are very few Secondary Grade 2 planes, and they are basically occupied by human warlocks who have fled. Although Secondary Grade 2 planes can never give birth to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, but they have the possibility of giving birth to a Holy Spirit Warlock. Even for the Great Cloud Dynasty, Grade 3 planes are extremely important territories. After all, they are planes that can give birth to Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. Yang Feng asked, "What does the Imperial Court want the Undying Mountain to do?" Chen Yunhai responded with a smile, "The Imperial Court hopes that the Undying Mountain can send an Infinity Warlock to serve the Imperial Court. The Great Cloud dynasty eradicated the 10 great sects one by one and took back the 10 greater provinces occupied by the 10 great sects, obtaining tremendous resources. However, the disappearance of the 10 great sects, the death of the Marshal Jing, the death of the 13th Grand Prince, and the death of several bright world warlocks have left the Great Cloud dynasty in a somewhat unstable state. Although the Great Cloud dynasty has many powerhouses, but they are stationed in different areas to guard the entire Great Cloud dynasty. This is why Qin Yunhai came to greet Yang Feng and Rope in the Undying Mountain as the Minister of the Board of Rites. Yang Feng responded calmly, an Infinity Warlock cannot be mentioned in the same breath as a Grade 3 plane. As long as one had a godhead and an enormous amount of resources, it was very easy to nurture a group of powerful gods in a Tier 3 plane. Godheads and god positions can also be used to recruit rogue cultivators in the Great Cloud dynasty. A Grade 3 plane can accommodate 1,000 gods. The Great Cloud dynasty can use that plane to recruit countless experts to serve them. Qin Yunhai played it down. The Grade 3 plane originally belonged to the Imperial Court, but it was taken away by the Hellion Army 3 years ago. But in that plane, there are 136 gods conferred by my Great Cloud dynasty fighting against it. As long as the Undying Mountain sends their troops, we can easily annihilate that plane's demon army with a pincer attack. Yang Feng's eyes constricted slightly, and he speculated in his heart, this old fellow isn't telling the truth. The Grade 3 plane must be in imminent danger. It may have already fallen. That's why he's asking me for help. The Great Cloud dynasty's other plane development division is so powerful, yet it can't suppress the Hellion army. The Hellion army must be very tyrannical. They want to deceive me into serving as cannon fodder. At the same time, they want to weaken me and the Hellion army. Yang Feng said with a smile, this matter is of great importance. I must report it to the Mountain Master and let him make a decision. Please prepare all kinds of information so that the Undying Mountain's Mountain Master can take a look. This little guy isn't a simple guy. When Qin Yunhai heard that, he took a deep look at Yang Feng and revealed a smile, saying, okay. However, the Great Cloud dynasty's 8 great families also intend to serve the state. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.